Alright, I'm gonna hop on Discord on my phone. Be a second. Alright. Cool.
You'll need to live soon. Make sure it should be on like video already, right?
Yeah, time is
Yeah, I'm gonna move you down and you just run the show.
Yeah.
When you're ready, just tell the players to start.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, too easy. Alright, dudes. Can you hear me? Alright, cool. Sorry about the delay. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. So I'm gonna catch you boys in. I'm gonna unmute your mics and shoot. 15 seconds here. Stay quiet. Mics are live. Stay quiet for me. Over to you. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. We're in week 3 of the competition, and that means we have the privilege of watching the northern end of the country. Joining me once again to break down all the action is the Wandering Bard. Bard, mate, what is new?
Oh, not much at all, Mandrix. Just another exciting week of Hearthstone back-to-back qualifiers today. University as well as North qualifiers going down. And, of course, as every week so far in the Hearthstone Open has been incredibly exciting and advancing the meta every time. This week should be no different with just, double the amount of fun.
Yeah, definitely a new meta, definitely a new round of players. And that being said, though, those who support the show have not changed at all. All the highlights throughout the competition are brought to you by McDonald's Australia. Make sure to catch all the I'm Loving It moments brought to you by Maccas, and you can view all of them on AEL's Twitter at the end of the show. Make sure you let us know which ones you want captured by putting I'm Loving It in chat. And of course, our mates at Mate and Internet Mobile. Be in the running to win 2 card packs valued at $3.95, and just let us know by typing out in chat #Let'sBeMates to go into the running. Make sure you check out all of their fantastic deals and upgrade your communication services at Mate and Internet Mobile. That being said, though, Bard, of course, we've got a whole new round of players, like I said before. Pretty excited to jump into it. First to bat is actually going to be Ink up against Rusty Warden, and I believe Rusty Warden's the only one who's actually brought a priest throughout all the players today.
Yeah, I mean, talk about how every week of this tournament's been different. Last week, it was absolutely dominated by priests. Of course, in the first week, we barely saw any priests at all. So it does seem like this thing runs in cycles. And, if you looked at the priest decks last week, you might come to understand why we see these priests sort of on and off. It is a very polarizing kind of deck. This is the quest priest, of course. So the deck that's sort of just trying to play up the curve gradually. And when your quest kind of locks you into such a slow, controlling, or at least mid-range play style, right, you can't have this kind of focused linear game plan. It does leave you vulnerable to a lot of the more we'll say potent one-hit kill combo decks that we've seen people play a lot of, or even stuff like the Quest Hunter that has just copious face damage. It's very hard to prevent or heal through, even for a priest. Up against some of the more minion-heavy decks, though, such as the Imp Warlock, which is in the deck list for Ink, Rusty's priest deck may have a much better shot.
Absolutely. I mean, both of the Warlocks are available for both Ink and Rusty Warden. The bans have come in. Rusty Warden has chosen to remove the Control Shaman away from Ink, whereas Ink on the other side says, don't want to deal with that big spell mage. And what's really interesting about the big spell mage is it's actually now on top of the win rates on the open ladder now for Hearthstone. So that's a real big change because, of course, the Imp Warlock's been really dominating that scene recently. But I feel players have now finally started to adjust, not just in the competition, but in general to that play style. And we've seen a new round of top tier decks come into play. So on the open ladder right now, we're looking at Big Spell Mage, Beast Druid, and Quest Hunter. They're actually at the top of the table above that 55% win rate.
I mean, a Quest Hunter thing doesn't come as a surprise at all. I feel like we already saw that coming with how our, open meta has evolved. That Quest Hunter has been dominant. It's been repeatedly the deck that is banned always in the top of the table matchups or, further towards the end of these brackets. Beast Druid, though, and the Big Spell Mage, a little bit more surprising, especially considering the Mage variant we've been seeing the most of is that Skeleton Mage. But, the Big Spell Mage with that Dragon Spell Amulet, that's been pretty dominant when we've seen it as well. So the idea that people are starting to warm up to that and really focus on that as the premier Mage deck, whether that's in response to which decks are popular or whether they're just sort of really optimizing it now, it doesn't surprise me so much.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy when we saw it as well. I think we only saw one throughout the competition last week, and then it actually it was one on the first week, two in the next week, and now it's starting to explode a little bit more, gaining that popularity throughout the competition. It was sort of that unfound deck in the strategies beforehand. Only a few players really had their hands, and obviously the sequences wrapped around it. But of course, as the competition has progressed, things have changed. Now more players are beginning to bring that, not just on the open ladder, but of course in the competition. Yeah. That being said, I think the players, both Ink and Rusty Warden, have almost finished up with their warm-up games. I believe everything's ready to roll, so we should be jumping into the action shortly. So looking forward to when we do jump into it. Also, one thing I also want to point out here as well with Ink is that, and this is something we may get a chance to see as well up against Rusty Warden, Ink's brought that Miracle Rogue. Now, the Miracle Rogues haven't been too popular throughout the competition, but this might suggest, again, another shift in the meta coming down the line. Let's see what Ink can do with that. But I personally haven't seen much Miracle Rogues recently with the new release of the Castlevania 3.
Yeah, I'm not so certain that this represents a shift in the overall meta as with the Mage in terms of which build is being, popularized. It's just we haven't seen a lot of rogues generally, Mendrix, in the first couple of weeks. We had that one instance of a Mine Rogue being played by, I think, Homemaster in the first week. And since then, there really has been a very limited supply. But Miracle Rogue, certainly popular among those players who are fans of the class that Edwin remains as powerful as ever. And it uses a lot of the same cards that we saw in the Mine Rogue already. Like, there's a strong set of powerful and very flexible rogue cards that you kind of use in a bunch of different strategies. It's just about which payoff do you sort of find optimal? Do you prefer the sort of slight extra variance of playing around a single legendary like Edwin Defies Kingpin, and one which in itself has an amount of RNG involved? Do you want to go with something more like the Mine Rogue, or even some people the Quest Rogue, where it's slightly more stable? I'm excited to see how this one plays. Right, it sort of implies a lot of player mastery when you pick up this deck.
Exactly, and sometimes you can just be really surprised on it. You are on a little bit of one, you need to make sure that the planets align. That's the first thing. You need to have the particular cards in hand ready to play. And as well, when I'm looking at Ink's deck that he's put into it, he's going to be running that Necrolode Draka and the Krabator as well. So he's got a few strong legendaries that he's mixed into that as well. That isn't the general deck that you want to come into it as well. But I'm going to be really excited. Flame Imp, and the Warlock up against.
Yeah, exactly. The Imp Warlock into the Priest. This is the matchup which Rusty Warden would be hoping for, right? The win rate is very strong for this Priest deck against minion decks, and we've seen that play out, right, multiple times already. Even just in last week where we had a couple of these Priests running the bracket to really show off the archetype. It has just so many board clearing spells that it can just kind of fire them off back to back to back to back. And with the way that the quest works, once you get that rolling, you do even have not perfect draw fixing, but you have that amount of extra tutoring to help you make sure you hit those board wipes on time. Even in a very large board, you can drop the Whirlpool and just suck it all up. And the fact that you have 40 starting life, it has been in some Hearthstone metas that the Priest power kind of brings the class down, because it's not always possible to have chances to use lesser heal when it will actually matter, right? You sort of go from being full life to being dead before you can find the time to spend 2 mana healing yourself. But with 40 life, it sort of seems as though the stall tactics of the Priest gain much more potency just because you have that starting buffer, you have more time, and you can play dead a little bit more in the early game.
Well, things are starting to ramp up a little bit here because Ink, of course, wants to start things off very strong, wants to sort of just stop Rusty Warden from ever getting up and online. The Sketchy Stranger has been taken care of. Of course, an Oasis ally was picked up from that, so you can see Rusty's now dropping that one down as well. And at the same time, an Amulet of the Undying was picked up. Of course, the big key thing here for Ink is he has picked up that Imp King Reform, so a lot of those big power players should be coming up in the next couple of terms for him. So hopefully for Ink, he can actually just finish off Rusty Warden before that quest even gets up and running.
Yeah, exactly. You have a little bit of a window before they really start busting out the powerful effects. So, you know, even with this kind of imp board showing up for Ink, I don't think Rusty Warden is that afraid. I don't want to say you're not paying attention to it, but you are more focused on your own quest line than really what your opponent's doing at this stage in the game, and you kind of have to be, because we have seen this deck stall out at times, Mendrix, especially when you sort of throw cards around a little too carelessly. There is only a finite amount of each cost point in your deck, and you don't want to get hung up for too many turns not casting the spell that's on curve, because it takes a while to develop this quest. It's not like the other quests where you can kind of burst it down in the mid game by throwing out, you know, 3 different face damage spells as a hunter or whatever. It pretty much is once per turn you can advance your quest, and that is your game plan. So Rusty not going to have a good option there and force you to self-heal and move on, but holding on to, you know, multiple board clearing spells, at least you know that this game isn't going to sort of slip away from you too quickly.
Yeah, and letting that board sap as well does mean that Ink was able to get a massive refill of cards that are off that impending catastrophe. So he's quite happy to continue just loading up the board for the time being. Isn't going to like hit anything too crazy. Of course, needs to wait a few more mana turns, or a few more turns to really get that mana up to where it needs to be. Rusty Warden on that previous turn just traded away, decided to pick up that Light Shower Elemental. Not decided, was, you know, basically offered it as the only form of respite, and at this point still doesn't have the opportunity to play it, but of course Clean the Scene now on curve will allow them to at least clear that board away and stem the bleeding for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important to see when Rusty is firing off these board clears as well, because it's not just about, well, okay, I've got multiple Clean the Scenes in hand, I can just run this out and then cast the other one later. It's also about the timing of when you clear the board as to how much time you give Ink to redevelop. Coming up on the 5 mana turn is when the Implock deck starts to gain access to the really terrifying, you know, board empowering spells, or at least more of them, like Shady Bartender coming on live at 5 cost, Imp King Reform coming online at 6. Those are the turns where you really can't afford to let your opponent start with minions in play. You can't let them, you know, turn those buffs into immediate face damage. So I think that might have even been the calculated play, to take that full turn of attacks, just so that now you can start clearing every single round and really minimizing the window where Ink can get value from the most powerful cards in their deck.
Yeah, well, that Light Maul Neverdrake comes down, helps clear the board away as well. And as you can see here, Rusty Warden is just quite happy to heal right back up again. Does have that Desperate Prayer as well as a sort of backup coming into it. But Ink is dropping down the gauntlet. The Imp King has entered the board. And that is a hell of a lot of imps that need to be cleared away in at least the next turn if Rusty wants to do something. But I'm sure he's got a few cards in hand to help him out.
Does the sort of transformed King Reform portrait, right? Like the sort of hands in the air pose like that looking down. Does it remind you at all of the statue of the guy that's got like babies hanging off his lips? He's like throwing the babies everywhere.
What?
Have you not seen that statue? I think it's in Geneva or something. It's
No, I have not.
Okay, it's meant to be something else. I'll send you a picture in the stream chat afterwards. If anyone, I hope that someone knows what I'm talking about, so I don't sound completely insane. But it's whatever. It looks like someone just standing up and like throwing everyone off him in a martial arts movie, right? He's like,
Gotcha, yeah.
I'm done with all of these imps, and then just imps land all around him. Unfortunately,
I'm tired of these damn imps on this damn plane.
Rusty is also tired of these damn imps. They keep wiping the board, and then more imps just keep appearing. But at some point, even this Imp Warlock deck will run out, although there is another Impending Catastrophe in hand for Ink. So if the board isn't cleared here, you get given a reload. But
But I think it's starting to feel like Rusty Water might have turned the corner here, not turn the table. I guess you can call it turn the table as well if you want to. But another clean the scene will once again clear away everything. Now has that Cathedral Atonement up and running as well. And it's starting to look like Rusty Water's looking very healthy coming into this.
Yeah, I'd say turn the corner, and it's the kind of corner where it's like sometimes that's a desperation, like, oh, I just got to stabilize. I feel rough, but I was able to finally draw the card I did. And it's like, no, this is like a calculated Formula One kind of corner turning here from the priest deck. Like, you had that corner insights from the start of the game. You knew exactly when to start turning. You held your board wiping spells, and then you just fire them off 1, 2, 3, 4. Just fully run the Imp deck out of Imps, which is pretty impressive. I mean, I say that. Ink has reloaded the board again with these Mischievous Imps. But you can see, like, as many Imp spells as you have, that's how many sort of board controlling effects Rusty has access to. He's going to potentially pull another one here to complete the quest. And there, indeed, is another Lightmoor Nether Drake. So, yeah, with Zirella in hand, in play as well. There's so
opposite
much
for the light.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're trying to close the game out. You're not really concerned about, oh, what if they buff their board and set up a 2-turn leaf? Or, like, you know, it's just about tempo at this point for the priest. You want to close things out before Ink can set up some sort of insane late game combination of cards.
Well, we do have a few things in hand here for Ink now, but he's down to 5 life. I don't think he has any real way to actually close out Rusty right now, looking at the cards available to him. He can trade things away, he can life tap to see if he can get something. I mean, he's got that smothering starfish as well. I keep calling these snowfishes for some reason. I think it's just because he's got literally has the fish or the starfish attached on that side there. But as you can see, looks like that's what's going to be dropped down here as well. The Oasis Ally is going to also pop up for a little bit of extraness on the side there. He's holding onto the card still, so opting it to actually trade away before dropping that starfish down. As you can see now, we're able to get that clear, but you're just dead next turning. You need something.
Yeah, I mean, there's double Grimoire Sacrifice in play, but I don't know. 3 actual minions from the Dreadlich, and now you can... No, you don't have any mana left, so you can't fire that off.
Unfortunately, not going to be the case. At least, at 10 life, can possibly survive another turn.
Yeah.
I'm having a look to see what's available here. Doesn't look like there's anything that can immediately just destroy Ink right now. So, as you can see, though, that Cathedral of Atonement is going to continue to buff up at this point.
I mean, if you chain... There's a second Cathedral of Atonement. I don't know if there's any other buffs in the deck. And I mean, that's just it, is that Rusty there's no real pressure on Rusty to win the game this turn.
Oh, absolutely not.
Now that you have the Warlock deck on the back foot, you sort of feel very confident. Although, more Fell Rifts and more Fell Rifts. Okay.
Via Library as well, has that Seed Giant that can drop down as well. Problem is how do you get through these taunts, right?
Yeah,
you're gonna have to. You have to trade into them. It's just not going to be
clear through them. You can bump into one. You can buff your other minion and crash through that, and then you can Grimoire Sacrifice. You can clear the board again, but then all you've done is draw Rusty like half of the rest of the cards in Rusty's deck, and yeah, it all starts to feel a little bit hopeless, Mendrix. I don't want to write off any of the players in this tournament. Everyone fights to the very end here, and absolutely understands like sort of the unconventional lines to victory, but it's hard to see any lines to victory here for Ink. Just mathematically, this is not what the Warlock deck is meant to be doing, battling from behind against a Priest deck full of heavy artillery. You can see the Shadow Word Ruin is just chilling in the hand there.
Yeah, that'll be he's ready for the next clear.
This entire board. Exactly. I mean, this is the scenario the Priest deck thrives in. It is over-tuned for combating this exact kind of deck. So the fact that Rusty was able to, steer the Priest deck into this Warlock matchup with the bans and with the deck sequencing, it's a huge boon in this kind of tournament format. Like, this is how you win through a long best-of-3 bracket. Is you have to make sure you get the matchups you intended for, and this is going to set Rusty up brilliantly for the remainder of this set.
Yeah, looking very happy. I mean, he's got 2 light bombs as well.
Yeah,
you
just
saw
drew
that Shadow
2
Word
light bombs
in place
that.
there. It doesn't really matter at this point. It's going to clear the board once again. The Vile Library is the only thing that remains for Ink here. Looking at what's left to reload on, he's got some Wicked Shipments. He's got that Starfish once again. The Mischievous Imp. He's got some things there. Another Vile Library comes in. I feel like it's just not enough. Now, he can obviously tap to continue digging.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, that's only going to shuffle Rifts. That's not going to do anything.
I mean,
he's actually got the upgrade there at that point. So that's something at least.
Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah.
something, but again, the warlock deck having to find a clear every turn against the quest priest is a sign of bad times.
Exactly. I mean, he's literally using that Voidwalker now as a way of saying, all right, hopefully I can stay alive one more turn, right? That's literally what the purpose of that Voidwalker is. You're gonna have to attack the Voidwalker. You can't go direct to the face, but of course, we know the light bombs are in hand here for Rusty Warden. He can literally just clear that off straight away if he wants to.
I love how impatient that emote sounds. That's a real like BM well played. Which I mean, most of the well played emotes end up being BM emotes, but that one in particular. And Rusty has no more patience for this Warlock deck. That was almost like a playing with your food kind of situation. It felt like Mendrix from the very start of the game. It felt like that was a really hot draw for the Priest deck in a strong matchup and kind of textbook stuff really on how to take down that Imp King Warlock deck.
When you look at it, you can see, hey, every single time the imps would reload, everything looked like it was, on track for what that deck wants to do. But obviously, on the flip side of things, the card draws were the exact same. Everything that priest deck wanted to do was the exact same. When these archetypes just obviously clash, the priest comes out on top, unless you're rolling really low as the priest and rolling extremely high as the warlock. So a bit unfortunate for Ink then, unable to roll the way that was needed. Rusty Warden basically rolled right on par. It doesn't mean, of course, we're going to jump straight into the next match here, and it's going to be the warlock up against the warlock. So Ink needs to win now, but this being a bit of it is going to be a mirror matchup. It's literally going to be a coin flip now.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, you mentioned needing a high roll as the Warlock, and this deck in particular is very high rolly, I would say. You could argue that, aggro decks tend to be less vulnerable to draw luck compared to, say, combo decks, where maybe you need to draw one specific legendary that pays your deck off, whereas ideally, most of the cards in this deck make imps. But the combination of you want to have a really smooth curve of playing all your imps out early on into a shady bartender or the location, it does make some of these Imp Warlock hands feel completely unbeatable, and other ones feel very almost non-functional. So, looking at Rusty's hand right now, looks incredible, right? You've got this really smooth curve of imps, and you've got the Vile Library already set up. On the other hand, Ink obviously can fix the draw up, and the Voidwalk is not too bad, but it's not ideal either, especially trading off your only imp in play. And this Sea Giant is, at this point, looking like it's going to take a while to show up. So the difference in momentum for people playing practically identical lists, I haven't checked if they're 1-to-1 the same, but it can be massive based on your hand. And I have to agree with you on the whole coin flip part. It's not identical. There's no Dreadlich Tamsin in Rusty Warden's build, but otherwise, the guts of the deck's very similar.
Yeah, and to be honest with these decks, they're very aggro in nature, and when you put the two against each other, things tend to end before you can actually play that Dreadlich. So we'll see how that all comes into the mix. As you can tell, we're just continuing to force the attacks out for the time being. That Voidwalker is at least doing a little bit of work here for Ink. I mean, we're talking about how good the curve is for Rusty Warden at the moment in time, but does it seem to be realized just yet if you're looking at everything at the face value? As you can see, this is going to allow the Sea Giant to come through, but of course by using the Imp game box, actually spawn up a few extra Imps when they take that damage. So nice little play there by Ink to actually force that one out, but of course Rusty Warden also has their own Sea Giant waiting in the wing.
Yeah, we always love to talk about and focus on how the meta is developing from week to week, and part of that's just because, we're here every week, so that's what keeps it interesting for me, at least, on commentary, is seeing things evolve. And I remember in the first week, it was only one player, I think, running these Sea Giants as tech in the Warlock deck, but with how popular this deck has been, and with how certain other decks, like even the Druid and the Shaman decks that are more controlling, tend to put minions on the battlefield at the moment, you could see, that Sea Giant kind of fixed the hand for Ink, and it wasn't really even any of Ink's own work. It was Rusty's deck putting a bunch of imps into play that allow the first, and now arguably the second Sea Giant to come down, even considering maybe putting out a Bloodbound imp first, but decides to just running out back-to-back Sea Giants is plenty good. And with a couple of 8/8s on board, obviously your opponent also having one, you might be pressured to trade here, but things are going pretty well for Ink considering how this hand looked. And I'm not saying that Rusty misplayed, because you can't really not build a board as Imp Lock, but now you're in a position where your opponent feels confident even trading, not trading down, but overrunning your Bloodbound Imp, getting some free value out of the sizable body of that Sea Giant, saying, well, okay, you can go face with your Sea Giant. I have 2 Sea Giants to crack back with, so how confident are you really? Maybe you should adopt the defensive posture, Rusty.
Yeah, especially the other thing as well, we're talking about, look, hey, Rusty had a really good hand at the start of it, but that Imp King coming out at a fantastic time in that last turn there, of course, couldn't be played, wasn't the perfect top deck, but still will be able to be used next turn right on curve if you wanted to. But,
it's
I mean,
not
looking at
infused
everything
is
here,
the issue.
yeah.
I think you really... I mean, look, I could be wrong if Ink runs it out now, but I feel like you really want to have that infuse up. And yeah, nice play. Held the Starfish for a couple of turns here. And it seems like all the cards in Ink's hand, they're not sort of the, natural most damaging Imp curve, but they have all shown up in almost precisely the situation you want them, except for the Imp King, right? Who does... I think that may be the one casualty still of your hand not being the conventional Imp-based draw, but you'll have plenty of time to infuse it. I mean, the remaining 3 minions on board, if those trade off, you'll have a charged up Imp King ready to go, and Rusty does now draw the Imp King, so it's good to see that this match isn't going to get decided by just one player drawing the namesake legend, but yeah, it needs to quickly do some work of trading off Imps here to charge up Refarm. Both players do.
Yeah, both of them do near this point. As you can see, they're going to start that trade now. The Vile Library, of course, wasn't able to fit in because the board was full, but now we can see that by dropping that, just killing one, that's going to allow that to happen. Of course, at the same time, you're playing into the fact that you'll be buffing up the Imp King as well. So we can see now it's going to be free for Ink's turn to come into it as well, in terms of what he actually wants to play out. As you can see, he's actually choosing a tap for the time being. A Grimoire of Sacrifice is what's picked up here. Don't think that's what Ink wants. Already had one in hand as well, unfortunately.
Probably not. I mean, okay, okay, we're going to play an Imp and blow it up. I was about to say, interesting to see the trade there when you have the Grimoire that you could have fired off there, but the important thing is that you can clear the board and keep your Sea Giant alive. I was really surprised these last couple of turns these players have been playing chicken with each other, basically leaving large minions on board, where I would have thought, okay, against an aggro deck, you really want to avoid taking surplus damage and being forced on the back foot, but the fact, like, in terms of where you are now pressured to trade on your turn, waste your attack step, but when these decks lack really any direct damage, which is something we've commented on them before, you aren't that afraid unless you know you're going to get exploded by a buff. And it seems like both players are actually playing around the potentiality of an Imp King Refarm in hand, refusing to give their opponent the chance, like, trade when it's not their turn. And so Rusty, as you can see, is able to fire off the charged Imp King first, and obviously Ink is going to be able to as well, but both of them tried their best to slow down any possible infusing that was going on in their hand. And I love it when players are thinking that extra step ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ink decided to go, look, I'm just going to blow this entire board up right now. I'm done playing chicken at this point. And of course, that played exactly into what Rusty needed, because that was a later Imp King or a later Imp King that came down for Rusty. And when, of course, that Grimoire Sacrifice came through, was all the charge of that infuse that the Imp King needed. So, of course, this does mean that Rusty's a little bit ahead of him turn, but, of course, still has that Sea Giant up. We'll look to probably trade out right now instead to obviously limit the amount of damage that's going to come through, and then hopefully in that next turn be able to come through. But this is some big damage that could come across now in the next one, especially if there's something to do that.
This could be lethal nearly. I mean, it depends how many imps we can make, but you've got Imp Swarm, you've got the Vile Library, there's already 15 damage on board.
It's probably going to have to tap. Rusty has to tap to see if they can find... Yeah, just a bit short at the moment. And, well, Rusty's not even looking for a kill. He's actually just going to choose to trade out.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been the thing. Like, Rusty was barely... Ink was barely short of a kill on their own turn. Had to force to trade. Now Rusty in a situation where Rusty doesn't quite have the kill. Now Rusty has to trade off. And I think you mentioned the coin flip. This is as close to the coin like landing on its side as you can possibly get, right? Like this is one of the more balanced games you'll ever see between two just absolute drag racing minion decks where they are somehow in perfect lockstep with each other. Neither can just end the game outright, and so they're just forced into these grueling trades between large boards of minions, and even the life tapping.
Shady bartender.
That's a huge hit. Is that death?
I think that's enough.
It only buffs the demons, so it doesn't hit the librarian, right?
Yeah, but I think that's enough. He's on 14 life.
Yeah, 13 damage, right?
No. Oh, he's literally off by
the
one.
librarian, you're staring at the librarian like, God, why are you here? Why aren't you an imp?
I mean, you can't. The problem is that you can't even drop the Imp King level of the Imp Gang boss down as well, as like just get that little bit extra. So you can see his thinking like, all right.
Yeah, so many possibilities, but really, these are all the possibilities that could have happened that would have let you end the game instead of what you're going to be forced to do, which is just trade off again, right? I mean, how many
Grimoire as well, so you can actually just
you can trade well. You can, and the other thing is that Rusty is basically out of gas. Like, we know that the last card in hand there is a Flame Imp, which is unideal in this situation. But yeah, both these plays have to feel pretty bitter when you have to keep doing your damage maths and you just keep being 1 point off every turn.
It's one little bit, yeah, that one little bit. Here we go. So what's picked up here? Wicked Shipment. Not going to be able to do what Rusty wants here.
I don't know what you're digging for though. I mean, that's decent.
Who's not rolling Tamsin? I need to double check that again.
It's Ink.
Ink, okay.
Ink has the extra board clear and late game of Tamsin. Rusty, I'm not sure what Rusty has instead. I think it's an extra early game card. I'll have to check. Has Imp Swarm. That's the extra Imp summoning spell we saw. Look, it's not a bad card, and actually Rusty does find the lethal. Is that a second bartender?
No, well, Ink finds it.
Ink does, my bad, on Rusty. Yes.
Yeah, just drops that down afterwards. Did have the right amount to it.
I thought it was safe to look at the deck list. I'm like, well, that's not enough damage, and then of course rips it off the top the other board buffing spell and immediately closes the game out, saving me from having to read the deck list. So
it's just interesting in that sense. You're thinking like, okay, what could possibly be in handy for Rusty now to make something work back into it, and unfortunately, just doesn't have the same amount of tech. You can see a little bit more being run there by Ink when it comes to what's available in the decks there, and that does seem to make the difference here at the end. And it was, like you said, very close, just falling on the side there. Of course, all you needed was one little extra card on the side of Ink to be that breath of air that just knocks down that little bit, that coin that managed to land straight on the crack there. But of course, still a very long Imp game, like, to be honest, between two Warlocks. That's something that you just don't see very often. So already, a few gems being brought out by this competition.
Yeah, and look, maybe you feel bitter that your opponent happened to have like both Sea Giants in the matchup where like they're never bad because both players are flooding the board and like have no other options. Your opponent also hit Imp King like exactly on time. Now, the infuse was slightly delayed, but you could see there, right? It let you keep up, and so when your opponent, Rusty's draw was strong in the early game in theory, but when your opponent has 16 stats worth of Sea Giants basically for free, that's going to make it very hard. If you can't close the game there, you're kind of forced to just engage with those first, and it was Rusty who ran out of gas first. But they're it doesn't really even mean that Rusty's deck is worse in terms of tech. It's just that's only one game, and unfortunately with an elim tournament like this, you do sometimes get a small sample size and you have to hope that you can just come up lucky in the big game.
I think the other thing that's really smart as well that was played by Ink is when you actually had those Sea Giants, okay, what can I do? Obviously not the perfect hand, not the perfect curve. However, I can see there's two Imp Gang bosses on board right now. Well, if I put the two and hit them against each other, they're not going to die. They're going to generate 2 Imps each. That's going to give me my option to actually play out my Sea Giant, and then what I can do is follow up afterwards to clear out that Imp. And that's what allowed him to have that little bit of extra value coming out of the fact that those Sea Giants were in play. Just realizing, here's the sequence that I can use that to actually get more efficient Sea Giants out, and obviously take advantage of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
There's another game.
Yeah, I was about to say, the players are taking a little while. I'm not sure if one of the players is disconnected or something, but I don't know what they're waiting for because it's not deck selection. They have one deck left each. Wait.
Yeah, obviously just a little bit of a delay there on the side there for the players, but I think that they're going to be jumping into it now, and what's going to be available here should be, I believe,
Hunter deck. So, no, hang on. I got Roost. This is the Rogue deck. I wasn't sure how this worked on Spectator. So this Rogue deck out of Ink is running Maestra of the Master
exactly,
Raid.
Maestra. Yeah.
You start the game as a different class. So I got Roost for a full moment there because
what's he doing? Ink, you can't be a hunter. You're a rogue. That's right.
Sometimes people click on the wrong deck or they forget which one they registered, but that is not the case. As soon as you see the hand, it's full of rogue cards. You're like, all right, well, this disguise was short-lived, but it's still
it got you. Yes. It actually got me too, but I didn't say anything. I was like,
Yeah. Okay.
well, maybe you hit the wrong thing again. I'm like, no, wait a second. It got me. It got me too.
We only momentarily embarrassed ourselves as casters, Medrix. It's all right. We didn't
What are
like
you talking
start.
about? It's our job to embarrass ourselves. That's the extra bit of entertainment for the audience. They can be like, I knew they weren't on this yet.
That's a little pessimistic, right? Like, oh yeah, so the role of the caster is the role of the clown.
A little bit.
I would like to believe that we're here to be teachers and brothers
Scholars.
in hype, you know.
We're just spitting out philosophy terms every single point in time that we get an opportunity to do. Also, you know what my favorite one? What is it? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago and right now.
Yeah, the second best time is now. Yeah.
Yeah, second best time is now. Yeah, it's just pretty good with that.
Hey,
Speaking of which,
it's true.
right now we do of course have the competition underway. Rusty still needs to win with that Warlock. Ink now is piloting the Rogue, the Miracle Rogue as well, one of the few rogues throughout the competition. Does have of course that Sinstone Graveyard out, and Rusty Warden very quickly is beginning to fill the board of course with those imps that we expect to have coming to it. Of course the Sea Giant also is now going to be the top deck off the back of that, and Rusty's not happy with that, wants to keep on tapping away. Does have the Wicked Shipment, can choose to trade that or begin to throw that one out. Of course, has the Flustered Librarian. There are 3 imps on board, so they can benefit from that. But it is a bit of a rough run if you drop down the Flustered Librarian now, and then of course the board gets cleared away. It tends to be more of just a librarian at that point.
Yeah, I mean, so this Miracle Rogue deck, right? We haven't seen it yet at all. We've barely seen Rogue in the first place, but Miracle Rogue as like an archetype name is a bit of a storied one in Hearthstone. There seems to pretty much always be some deck that people call Miracle Rogue. This seems to be one of the less miracle-y builds to me. Like there's Edwin in the deck, and that's a card that sort of depends on the top of your deck and trying to sort of combo out and kill someone in one turn. That's the miracle part as far as I'm concerned. But the rest of it is just kind of like a direct damage deck, right? You can see, or a tempo kind of deck. There's lots of explosive damage, lots of very powerful directable damage as well. You can just choose to control the board. You can choose to go face. As you can see here, we're fighting off this board of imps, and there's a very heavily discounted Wild Paw Null because, of course, and you know, as you see from Maestro of the Masquerade, all the cards you add to your hand at the start of the game until you drop that disguise count for the purposes of discarding this null. And with the Shadow Step, you can just see why this rogue list has such a winning matchup against Imp Warlock, because it's actually sort of like quite a powerful combo control deck in the vein of that Face Hunter build that's been doing so.
Yeah, Ink, you can see really understanding the sequences as well, playing everything out in this particular fashion, does get that nice big 8/8 at the same time as well.
That ghost.
That is a big ghost off the back of that. And as you can see here, Rusty Warden thinking, wait a second, I'm supposed to be the aggro deck. What is going on here? Wicked Shipment will be the drop-down play as well, followed by the Sea Giants, who at least taking advantage of all the extra cards on the board, getting a nice discounted Sea Giant out and at least an 8/8 body. So 2 8/8s apiece. Ooh, another wild
The other null as well. I mean, the deck does play. We saw before the minion tutor, right? You draw the minions from your deck. There's sort of a finite number of them. So you know you're getting something good, but this is kind of a showcase for exactly how the Miracle Rogue deck wants to run, right? Other than not having Edwin yet, the sort of namesake card, but as far as firing off all the gas that you start with in hand, this is great. And the Sinstone Graveyard is really showing how it's kind of empowering and you're fueling even this archetype, causing it to exist. Because, yeah, getting that 8/8 Ghost is a massive payoff for what was already a very powerful sequence last time.
Yeah, and choosing to actually just clear out that Sea Giant for the time being instead of going towards the face, perhaps forcing pressure back
it up.
You're just happy to go for it. I'm having a look to see what's in hand there for Rusty. Has another Sea Giant, of course, isn't going to be as efficient as the last one was. Mischievous Imp seems to be the next play here off the back end, and another Starfish as well, to sort of provide a little bit of that, obviously that tech to allow its silencing. But unfortunately, none of these cards actually have any magical effects buffed to them at the moment. They're just raw stats.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's interesting to see, right? The synergy power of this rogue deck. Maybe you could say it's high rolling a little, but it's kind of immediately overwhelmed the Warlock list, which is looking kind of fair, right? Like, all the cards in hand here are just pay a medium amount of mana. You don't have enough to double spell yet, and you're gonna get, you know, some imps, some stats you created 3/3/3s. Oh, that's nice. And then you can see, across the board, what the rogue deck's able to do in one turn, especially given free reign, is so much more. And it sort of feels, well, how does Rusty get back into the game when you sort of feel this far behind? As we now play Krakatoa, attack, trade, get the claw, attack, trade, get the claw, attack, face, make a ghost. Okay, we don't need to make a ghost. We're satisfied with the board. But you see what I mean, right? Yeah, casually. Well, it would have been a very small ghost, but I figured at that point maybe you just slam the foot on the gas. Ink, very comfortable here, cruising to really just, again, punish this Warlock deck out of Rusty. And this is a situation where I guess it wouldn't bail you out, but maybe something like Dreadlich Tamsin would be a good inclusion, just because it gives you a more potent card to get back in the game if you fall behind. And I guess that's just a personal preference thing, right? Are you happy to just accept that if a game goes in this direction, you're playing Imp Warlock, you kind of just lost already? Or do you want the fantasy, the narrow out of, well, maybe I can draw my big guns and claw my way back, but you're getting clawed out of the game instead this time as Ink unleashes the Krakatoa.
You stole my pun right off the bat.
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry.
I was ready when you said claw your way back. I'm like, oh, perfect.
That was kind of a caught and bold situation. I did throw it to myself.
Too easy off that back end there, but you can see, this Miracle Rogue does really have a place in this competition, especially up against that Imp Warlock that has been dominating for the past couple of weeks. Has fallen down, not just in the open ladder, but now seems to be in this competition as well. Was not expecting it to be that potent, especially when that big ghost came out. You could really see that this is definitely something that is going to be very comfortable for Ink. And of course, congratulations for Ink to push on forward, of course, in the upper bracket. Rusty, unfortunately, still has an opportunity to get back into this competition in the lower brackets, but it's going to be a little bit more of an extra slog to get themselves in a position where they can qualify and be into the running to actually win out this competition. Of course, $50 if you do place first, $25 if you come second, but of course, there's a nice big 2K prize at the very end there if you do manage to win everything all out.
Yeah, qualification is the biggest prize for today. So making it into that top 2 is the goal for all these players. And so, as you pointed out, even for Rusty, maybe feeling a bit hard done by with how those games went. The priest deck looked great, but it's still a long road ahead. There's still plenty to play for today. You just have to really sort of pull it together now. And it's the mark of greatness. We've seen repeatedly players who are high seeded, players we know are strong. They're able to recover and make that long losers bracket run. But it's going to be grueling either way. Lots of players. It's going to be a very intense qualifier today, Vendrix, and I'm glad it's just warming up.
Well, it means we do still have plenty of action coming right on up, guys. We will be moving to a quick break before we bring that to you. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some food. Let's have some fun today. Hello, and welcome back to the competition. The ANZ Hearthstone Open continues, of course, presented by Blizzard and AEL. We are going to be continuing following with the upper bracket as we continue here. It's going to be Besniak up against Warlock, but before we do jump into that, of course, we do need to shout out the sponsors who, of course, make this competition possible. All the highlights throughout the competition are brought to you by McDonald's Australia. Make sure you catch all the I'm loving it moments brought to you by Macca's. You can view them all on the AEL's Twitter at the end of the show. And let us know if you're really liking those plays. If you throw into the chat, I'm loving it, perhaps what you throw in there will make its way onto those highlights. And of course, our mates at Mate and Internet Mobile be in the running to win 2 card packs valued at $3.95 by typing out in chat hashtag Let's Be Mates. Make sure you check out all the fantastic deals up on offer and upgrade your communication services at Mate and Internet Mobile. All right, so Bard, I think it's going to be your turn next time to read one of those ones out if you're feeling up to it. What do you reckon? You want to be a bit of a mate? Sure that you're loving it.
Yeah, well, the mate Internet and Mobile, they're you know, our proud sponsors. So obviously, I'll take my turn to read one of those when it's time. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this next match as well.
Oh, same here as well. I mean, well, Besniak is returning from last year as well. Had an opportunity to, of course, watch them there. They're going to be the number 1 seed in this particular conference. And of course, Warlock, though, seems to be a new player, so coming into the mix, so it's nice to see a bit of freshness as well. They're going to have the options of playing out the Hunter, the Warlock, and the Mage on the side of Besniak, and Warlock is using a Warlock Druid and Rogue instead. So I thought there was only going to be one. It is going to, of course, be, by the looks of it, another Miracle Rogue. I'm going to double check on those particular ones there. Actually, a little bit different, so yeah. Let's see what Warlock does bring to the table here instead. I think it's going to be the Mine Rogue. That's like, I can see there's the Mine just chilling out in the background there. We did, of course, see that by Home Master in the first week. So finally coming full circle, and a few more Rogues now entering the competition.
Yeah, looks surprisingly potent when Home Master ran it out, right? For a deck that seems almost like a budget deck list, there's none of those legendaries or really any other fancy cards in the Mine Rogue list. The signature card, Naval Mine, is a common 2-cost minion, which is pretty unusual for Hearthstone. So it's always exciting to see that kind of deck have some firepower, but I'm mostly just glad to see that Warlock is Warlock. I don't know how you want to pronounce that, but if you have that name and you don't bring a Warlock deck, that would be a crying shame. And it's quite a Warlock deck, can I say?
Or an epic mind game.
Yeah, true. Could just be rusing your opponent. But the actual Warlock list in question, that is a bit of a ruse, right? Because if you see a Warlock in your opponent's lineup and you don't check too closely, you might assume, oh, that's got to be the Imp Warlock deck, right? Everyone's running the Imp Warlock deck. Not so this time.
No, definitely not this case there. So, going to be interesting. I mean, it looks like it, but let's see what happens to be the case here. I mean, it's a bit different. Thames and Roan. Yeah, so this seems to be that other iteration we've seen. Doesn't actually run the Mine either. So this is definitely a little bit of a change coming up from what we've seen so far throughout the competition. Looks like it's going back to a little bit of the old school stuff that we had beforehand.
This is just like a control Warlock, more or less, right? You've got you've got multiple powerful board clears. I think this is Curse Warlock, right? With the Abyssal Wave, but either way, very much a different pace of deck, and even Besniak is on you know, a significantly altered Imp King Warlock list, still running the Imps, still running the Imp King, obviously, but also running a little bit of a higher curve, going into Gigafin and Sire Denathrius, so as well as Dreadlich Thames. And it seems like that's the choice here that a lot of players are going for, because as we've already seen, players are starting to really lock in and target the Imp King Warlock deck with their deck choices, with their individual card choices, their tech, to make sure that they improve that matchup, because it's been so common on the ladder and in tournaments. And so now, as the Imp King deck is sort of maybe losing a bit of steam, a little bit of percentage off that, you have to make some sort of move yourself, and going with these bigger minions that still synergize with your Imp heavy game plan looks like one of the better answers people have come up with.
Yeah, I do love the fact that we are continuing to evolve the meta as time goes on. So that does mean that we are starting to see things change up a little bit. Like you said, those Sea Giants coming to play. The favor of actually running those Imp Bullocks just beginning to drop time and time again. So let's see what ends up being, best here, right? A bit of the new being brought here by Bizniak, or of course Warlock is Bizniak bringing the usual, or perhaps Warlock is bringing something just a little bit newer to the competition. There's two, of course, Voidwalkers will be running up and playing a very nice wall here, away against most of the imps coming into it. But of course, everything we've seen to be tried and true is going to, of course, be a number of imps entering the board now. And now it's going to be up to Warlock to clear this away and obviously remain relatively healthy, which of course that Drain Soul would definitely help with.
Yeah, so I should say that despite playing up the differences in this list that Besniak's doing, it's still the same deck, right? You're still really leaning on those imp cards and the buffing effects like Vile Library and Shady Bartender. Having the Vile Library in hand makes me feel a little bit better about it. Like, you already had a pretty strong turn if you wanted in terms of dealing a lot of damage. Just got to clear through those taunts and then buff up one of the imps. But of course, this is the perfect board to hit a Shady Bartender on. For a card like that you can sometimes just have no real room to play for effect in a game, you love to draw it at that exact moment when you've been allowed to keep all your imps on board. And Warlock, I mean, this is going to be... is the partial clear good enough here?
Hopefully it's enough. I mean, Treaded Lich Tamsin is still a nice, of course, provide a little bit of extra armor, a bit of healing, a little bit of other things here as well. You might as well just play that on the curve, which seems to be the case here as well. And that's going to at least provide a little bit of respite, but of course, a lot of follow-up damage still available here for Bizniak.
Yeah, I mean, I would be terrified to leave this kind of board available for my opponent, especially not knowing what was in their hand.
Just there already.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the Vile Library as well, so kind of unfortunate to not hit any more imps out of hand. If there was like a one of the cheap imp summoning spells there, like Wicked Shipment, that might have been the game. But as is, we'll just have to make a large board, go for the 2-turn kill, it seems.
Well, again, that big damage coming down as well. So Warlock really needs something special off the back here. Another Fell Rift at least first. We'll get a little bit of a board as well. And it looks like we're also going to be getting ourselves a Grimoire. So that might actually be a nice sort of play now to actually clear off some of it. Of course, still going to be a partial clear, but straight away does want to make that play happen. Of course, clear away some of this board.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, exactly. And these Warlock decks, for being minion heavy themselves, they've got quite a lot of minion clear, especially obviously Warlock, who has more of a full-on, spread, even, curve, mid-rangey sort of playing going on, borderline control deck. But unfortunately, with only 7 life remaining, all of that extra armor you got from playing Dreadlich Tamsin has been chewed away, and we can see that little curse mechanic coming into play as well as the Abyssal Curse is played out. So, we'll have to see here, but the board from Besniak is very intimidating at this point, and you have a feeling that it's going to be like this every turn from now, even with the hand size beginning to dwindle with Dreadlich Tamsin and Kael'thas Sinstrider. You can reload pretty quickly off those Dreadlich Tamsin Voidrift procs.
Absolutely right. That's the big thing here. Of course, the entitled customer comes in, at least clears the board away for the time being, and that's touch of the Nathrezine as well to get rid of that as well. Just wants to get all of that HP back. Of course, a bit concerned of what would be available here in the ammo available for Bizniak. Here comes the Dreadlich though, so that's going to at least get in there a little bit of those Fell Rifts as well. That's going to be nice off the back end for that. Another Wicked Shipment as well, a Fiendish Circle, a Starfish as well. So has reloaded the hand, but is not looking as menacing as it was before.
Yeah, I guess it's like not a big short-term boon in this case, but you do have that Chains of Dread available now. It's just pretty much a straight upgrade on the power, so at least keeping up with your opponent in terms of draws. But as you identified, the fact that you're only setting up this sort of like, okay, we do decide to fire off a buff, so you make a 5/5 imp, but again, you could be doing worse as Warlock, and we've got the return of Spice Bread Baker that we saw in those Mine Warlock combo lists. And we know that, maybe this game isn't so irretrievable as it could have been. Dragged Below, we've got the next curse firing up here. And Warlock has to be careful about this, but it does seem like the Cursed Warlock deck is starting to turn the corner here.
Yeah, it's starting to get all that extra damage, and of course, here comes that next bit as well. A little bit of extra damage as
one
well.
Fell Rift.
Nice, at least. Oof.
Yeah, that's what this has to be, right? Like, I mean, you can still activate the power. You've got double Wicked Shipment that you could potentially trade. I don't know if you want to hold on to the imps and attempt to get some sort of vile library turnout, but it's seemingly increasingly hard that you to keep an imp on the board for long enough to actually attack face, which begs the question of how Besniak's going to win. But maybe you start trading away to try and find those larger minions who've got buried in the deck.
Well, the Abyssal Curse is also being thrown out there as well. The Smothering Starfish does come down. Of course, you want to get rid of the fact that this will be a buffing card available here. Sort of sets up those next turns as well. And it looks like it's going to be a Wicked Shipment.
Okay.
Now, that's an interesting play. I kind of thought that maybe you'd want to, I guess, worried about the follow-up play from the Tamsin instead. So instead of actually throwing out that Wicked Shipment and then following through with an Impending Catastrophe, just deciding to perhaps put some on board for the time being. And hopefully you can play Impending Catastrophe with a little bit more effect next turn.
Yeah, it's a real either confidence or desperation play from Besniak, because you don't know your opponent's hand. Running out some 1/1 imps in the face of literally any board clear effect's going to mop that up. But I don't mind Besniak considering dropping more imps here. I feel like you surely hold it, right? If you're not going to trade it away, you certainly don't play it now. Either your opponent is going to have a clear or they're not. And I can understand wanting to go for the win now instead of stalling out the game. It doesn't seem like a game that you win going long. But you have to be very careful with these remaining resources, and I think that Impending Catastrophe in hand, you just don't want to let go of your last imp summoning spell before you fire that off. And as a result, we'll see if Warlock is able to find an easier clear here. Yeah, Full Blown Evil mops that up.
Nice, simple play on that one. Obviously gets a little bit of HP back as well, just to sort of solidify the position that you'd want to be in, and of course is going to continue to curse out for the time being as well. So it's just going to throw that through. Of course, sacrifice this card. Tamsin has no use now that it's been silenced, and a bit of extra damage as well, just continuing to fall down. You can see that Besniak's starting to get whittled away by these curses, basically.
Yeah, it's a slow process, but Warlock still has quite a few resources in hand. Even still has another Sirakes Cultist to generate more of the curse. And Besniak has been running short on spells. Okay, I was about to say, if you're going to fire off Impending Catastrophe, you may as well play the Wicked Shipment. You get 2 extra cards for 1 extra mana. And that's what we do. I can understand maybe wanting to trade the spell, but come on. And here we go. We do actually finally hit a rift.
Here we go. This is looking pretty decent on the side here as well.
What do you think of the Murlocular tech?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting. I guess it works as a good way to sort of say, hey, now I've got a way to trade out and get some HP back without really losing too much in return. I'm not sure how I feel about it. We'd have to see more games to really work out how effective this is going to be. Of course, nice little pickup there. That's unfortunate. The twist.
But that is the whole turn, and it's going to fully infuse that Murlocular for a start.
That's something.
Yeah,
I guess. Oh, the Imkin. That would be nice if you had the Imkin in hand prior.
I was about to say, part of that is that I was comparing the Murlocular to the Sea Giant, and I'm not convinced one way or the other, but having the Murlocular automatically cost 0 here does mean you can make use of that Kael'thas Sin Strider. This could be a big turn. And you saw your opponent just fired off their only Twisting Nether. So, you will never have a more, clear green light to go for it. I know your Imp King isn't infused right now, but maybe you can just go sort of 1, 2... It's a pity you don't have a summoning spell here, because that's what you really love, right? You love to exploit the fact that that's not a minion card to get a free, huge, shady bartender. As it is, though, I think it's still worth running out.
Well, like you said, the big turn has come through in the end there. The Kael'thas will be in play there. Everything seems to be 0 for the time being. You can, again, throw down a number of things here. I mean, the Imp Gang boss seems to be that next play, so that's going to be coming up instead. That means at least you have a full board as well. So if this does get cleared, you do have a very powerful follow-up with your Imp King. As you can see, he's just continuing to hold on. This is going to be a nice little play here. So we'll actually play at that Shady Bartender as well, and that has set up for what seems to be a nice kill in the next turn. Theatar the Mad Duke is available, Siphon Soul, Touch on the Avrazine. There's a few clears here and ways to at least get a decent chunk of HP back here available for Warlock, so perhaps push themselves out of that kill range. But let's see what ends up being picked up here, as Zaquiel as well is going to be available. I'm just trying to think here. Does he have enough to actually clear this away and remain safe? I mean, he can.
I don't really know.
He's got this. Okay, so you can play the Starfish to just sort of like weaken everything, but it's still going to be a lot of damage on board.
Yeah, and Touch of the Nathrazim, you've got some healing available as well. You don't quite have enough mana to do everything if you wanted to play like Zakul for the healing of the curse. But yeah, like, I mean, that last time from Besniak, that was about as good as it can get, right? I fully blanked on the fact that you can trigger Kael'thas multiple times a turn. I think I read that as, you know, the third minion you play every turn, not every third minion. But we are going to lifesteal some. Oh my goodness, that's a huge chunk. And
Yeah.
I mean, Side and Athreus wish we hear a turn earlier, but yeah, now you've just got to look at, well, can I deal 24 somehow? Is there a way to get my Imp King Refarm? You know, I guess there's no real way to infuse it.
Just counting now, so we're at 16 there, just from the right hand side of the board.
That's like a lot. That's lethal, right?
Yeah, that's lethal. Oh, that's a lot
it's
of damage.
comfortably. Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, that was a lot of curse damage from Zakul. When a player, like, sort of confidently just goes there and passes turn, you sort of gives them, well, surely they aren't just dead on board. But,
Yeah, exactly. Even Bizdeck was like, wait, is this lethal? Like, you could tell.
I just have it, right?
Yeah, I just have it.
Yeah,
Right? Even we were thinking that.
Had to be careful. But yeah,
Good
that was
calls.
a
Good
still
calls
got all these one moments. Yeah, well done, cretin. what a line.
Was able to get that one there. So a nice little start off here, of course, with the mirror for the Warlock. That means what's available now. Let's see. So I believe it was Besniak who came out on top there.
Yes.
So that means Warlock still needs to win with a Warlock, still needs to win with a Rogue. But now all that's going to be available here is going to be a very strong hand here available for Besniak, and just follow through now with the Hunter. The quest you've been seeing sort of just dominate this competition, and of course, it's actually the open ladder as well. So a lot of things here now going in favor for Besniak. I feel if there's going to be a time to actually throw in the Rogue, now would be it. But I guess the idea is, well, I can just play my Warlock instead and hope that I can actually win out from that perspective instead. So things looking a bit different here, but it feels a bit dire here playing what seems to be a fairly slow Warlock deck, which of course is trying to get those curses up and running, slowly like begin to kill you off the back end there as well. But looks like it's going to be the Warlock once again coming into action here, and of course we are going to see that Hunter begin to strut its stuff as it usually does.
Yeah, in particular, that Warlock list is interesting because, yeah, it's a Curse Warlock deck, but most of the other Curse Warlock players are not even that all in on the Curse Warlock plan, at least from, you know, the sort of stats available. It does seem to be that the meta right now is maybe you tech in some of the Curse cards, but you still play a fairly low curve. You're still focused on those imp mechanics. Like, Impending Catastrophe and Vile Library, I think we've agreed, you know, in previous weeks, are just too good to not be running. And the fact that you're playing these like very expensive board wipes, you're playing this Twisting Nether, you're playing this Gigafin and Entitled Customers and all that stuff, instead of the imp package, seems to just leave you with a few less power draws. You could either see there, even after it looked like Warlock was on the path to victory, Besniak just kind of like busts out a bunch of sick imp cards in a row and steals the game. So I wonder whether this Warlock build will vindicate itself, but this is a tough matchup for any deck right now. I'd argue the Hunter deck, just based on what we've seen in the open alone, looks like maybe the number one deck in the meta. Mendrix just seems to have game against everything.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a hard counter, right? It may have a soft counter,
yeah.
But again, you know, that's why they call it a soft counter. It's like, yeah, well, you can still roll just that, you know, a little bit high and be fine, or sequence everything correctly, and everything still comes out a-okay with the Hunter deck. So definitely something I feel like every player should be running. It's not something that you're going to just outright ban, but it's still strong enough to just stand on its own. So I can understand why quite a few players are beginning to run it, and you know, just personally speaking, it's just so strong in that sense. Right now, obviously not the clearest turn here for both Besniak and Warlock, but it's just saying, yeah, cool, well, no worries, hero power it is in the end here. 2 damage to face here, of course. 28 to 40 is a nice start for the Hunter.
Yeah, luckily they don't pay me to be Nostradamus, but if I did have to anticipate how this thing was going to go, how the meta was going to evolve by our final stage, right, this kind of looks like the deck that's so good and so consistent that everyone ends up running it, and maybe our finals meta sort of becomes, do you bring a lineup that's all 3 decks attacking the Face Hunter deck? Like, can you find an angle where it's good enough? Because it's just this combination of consistency and flexibility. Like, most of the decks that are super consistent like this, they're consistent because they're very linear, and so they're very good against, say, one type of deck and pretty bad against another one, like that Imp Warlock deck. But the fact that the hero power the upgrades you get from completing the quest, which you do very easily, right? The fact that you can start shooting down their minions every turn and become a very effective board control deck if you are pressured, gives this deck like so much more flexibility in how it handles opponents. You don't always have to race. There is enough gas in the tank that you're pretty much unafraid of running out of damage, because the quest itself will just carry you if you drag the game out. And so to me, that's why more and more players are turning to it as part of their lineup. We'll see whether, Warlock can prove me wrong or show some of the signs of weaknesses that might lie within this Hunter deck, but its matchup chart is pretty solid.
It just seems too good.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay, I say that when I say like, it seems too good, it's just a fantastic all rounder. That's literally what it seems to be.
There's got to be some sort of Mario deck, right? Just sort of a 5.5 out of 10 against everything.
Yeah, it just seems to do well. It doesn't have like a clear moment that it exceeds. It just exceeds at being above average. Okay, that seems to be the point that we're trying to drill home here with this deck. And the Bear Spirit Wild Seed, of course, has awoken, so next turn will be available here. Is beginning to secret up for the time being, of course, just to protect against any crazy shenanigans. But we know that on the side of this here, Warlock hasn't really thrown down any shenanigans just yet. Did, of course, use that Spy Spread Breaker fairly early just to remain relatively healthy, and it's just continuing to ramp up. Has a very potent hand here, I guess you could say, in terms of just the amount of cards that's available here. A lot of clear, has the of course the Starfish, the Siphon Soul, ways to of course like ramp up, get some HP back. And I think these are one of the things we talked about beforehand, is that because there's so many spells on the side of the Hunter here, there isn't that many cards to actually siphon away life. Obviously siphon some extra bits onto it. Of course, we'll take advantage of the fact that it's a 2/5 bear, and you begin siphoning right away, and at that point get another Spice Bread Baker off the back of that lifetime.
Oh, that's a very important card, this Dunbaldar Bunker, because you saw that. I was really interested to see, was that the Theatar the Mad Duke turn for Warlock? Like, your opponent only has 2 cards in hand. Instinctually, that's probably, it feels like the moment where you're most likely to hit a card that they don't want you to hit. But the other line is, you're holding it for the turn that they flip the quest. Because Tavish, Master Marksman, an incredibly important card for the deck, it's pretty costly, and unless you very deliberately set it up so that you flip like the quest at the start of your turn with a very cheap spell, you're not going to be able to immediately drop it, and so that would give you an opportunity to steal that card away with Theatar. But maybe that's what Warlock's planning. Might be a little bit harder now that you're going to be filling up your hand with secrets. Besides all that, I am interested in seeing this Quest Warlock deck, because maybe that is what this deck is for, right? Maybe Warlock is already taking that next step I mentioned and intentionally targeting this Face Hunter deck, because the kind of steady damage pressure from the curses, that's something that you can't control with the Hunter power, and it's something that, especially if you get that lifesteal going, might give you the ability to outlast the Hunter deck even. So that might be one reason for this unusual deck selection.
Yeah, we have to wait and see how it does play out against it. Here, of course, 26 life, still relatively healthy. Could be anyone's game at this moment in time. The curses are beginning to come down there, as you can see. That Syracuse Cultist is there in play now for the time being, so that means there's going to be at least one curse. And Berserk really thinking through this next line here. It looks like it's going to be that mark shot here, just to get rid of that minion on board there. Spring the Trap, Shell Shot, or Furious Howl are the options available here. I feel like you just grab that Furious Howl for that reload once you do play everything in hand.
Yeah, that does seem pretty important, since this game does look destined to go long, and you would definitely love to imagine that you're going to be able to play out your quest card instead of getting it stolen from you, that you're going to get that Tavish effect online. And in that case, Furious Howl represents an insane amount of damage with those procs. But over on Warlock's side, I think this is a really interesting part of these matchups between these slower decks in Hearthstone. I quite like. It's less even about like, how afraid am I of your minion or your current board, and you're more trying to decide how much it's worth you putting pressure on your opponent to try and deny them a very comfortable play on their next turn. We decide to actually pull the trigger and put Tavish Master Marksman into hand, which is, a risk that we've described. But as I mentioned, also the fact that we've had so much cover over the last couple of turns does make it less likely that Theatar is going to hit. You're not going to not try, though.
Here we go. Let's see what he picks up.
Oh. Well,
you could tell Warlock was waiting for it. He was like, okay, where is it? Where's it, Tavish? Come on. Immediately drops it down, but doesn't roll high. Gets piercing shots, spring the trap, Abyssal Curse there. That's pretty rough. Of course, you don't want to take the curse back.
Yeah, bit of non-bo, bit of anti-synergy there with your own cards. Obviously, I don't think it's enough to say, oh, don't play these together, but not what you were hoping for. And yeah, Besniak Fortune favors the bold there. I thought really we were going to see this delayed, extended setup where Besniak was going to try and flip and play Tavish all in the one turn, but just does not even mind at the odds, and luckily gets to hold on to that ultra powerful centerpiece of the Quest Hunter deck. Now we're going to see the firepower unleashed. Only 14 life left for Warlock anyway, and that's before any sort of hero powering or attacks coming up from this multicaster. So whatever hope there was maybe of turning the corner, of healing through this Hunter damage, I don't think it's gonna work out.
Nah, you can see now has a number of spells available. It's already been whittled down to 9 life. The steady shot's going to come out time and time again. And it's just the other thing as well. I mean, he gave him touch of the Natharazine as well. So the idea is like, hey, I can actually just shoot this out as well for a quick little damage and get some extra 2-1 across, while also getting some life back is really nice. Of course, the Spice Spread Baker will delay this by a bit. A nice 16 life there available as well. The Grimoire of Sacrifice going to be used to, of course, like just trap that secret for the time being. But unfortunately, it's like, okay, cool, no worries, that's one down. What can I play here as well? What are the other secrets available here? Freezing Trap and the Explosive Trap here. I feel like you kind of just want to actually hit that Spice Spread Breaker into it as well, just to sort of see if you can get the Freezing Trap.
I mean, ideally, unfortunately, it's a bit sleepy having just entered the board, but yeah, there's not really a line, unfortunately. Warlock just hitting the soft concede button, which is in this case the pass button, and Besniak will just having recocked the giant hunter cannon will just unload. Well played indeed. Yeah, I mean, rub it in. Basically, this hunter deck, I'm not going to say that the Curse Warlock deck can't have a good matchup against it, but that was not how you need it to go, right?
Happening, right? Exactly.
Those Siphon Skulls look so out of place in this matchup, in this metagame, arguably.
It just doesn't feel right. That's the big thing here as well. And you can tell the sort of Hail Mary for this Warlock deck was that Theater the Dukes just sort of stealing the Tavish.
And I mean, that would have made it huge. I would have argued that you could have won the game if you stopped that Tavish effect coming down, but that's a pretty slim hope to pin all your chances on in the tournament.
Absolutely. That being said, though, look, it's not over yet at this moment in time here for Warlock. He still, that was the upper bracket. He still has an opportunity, of course, to slug it out in the lower bracket and perhaps get some revenge against Besniak. Of course, Besniak, congratulations for pushing on forward, and of course that ever goal of qualifying for the time being. But we still have plenty more games. It was a quick one, obviously, with that 2-0, but we do have a few more coming up for you guys, so please do not go anywhere. And we have returned with the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. Hope you guys had a good time during our quick little break there. Perhaps grabbed a coffee. Hey, you know what you can do is just shoot out a call to Macca's or grab yourself a Macca's coffee if you're ever feeling the need to as well. So things are beginning to heat up here in Bart. I believe you're the one who has something that wants to say this time around.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned, of course, the excellent service available from one of our primary sponsors here, McDonald's Australia. Their coffee, surprisingly good. I think everyone kind of agrees that's one of those sneaky inside rail kind of things, but the Macca's coffee isn't the only thing they have to offer. Should lock in a big feed on today's Hearthstone game day with Macca's quarter pounder range. Always, that's my order of choice when I head up there. It's such great value, tasty, warm meal. You can try a quarter pounder with bacon or with the fresh lettuce and tomato twist of a quarter pounder deluxe. Sounds pretty good, honestly, Mendrix. Obviously, I'm loving it. You're loving it. Anyone else who wants to try it at home, it's available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time. And, while you're down the street grabbing your Maccas, assuming you're not going to pay for delivery, you might want to check in Mate Internet and Mobile, maybe while you're waiting for your order. You can upgrade your mobile internet with Mate. And the first person who we pick later on will be receiving card packs courtesy of Mate also. So they're not just your mates for internet, but for free Hearthstone packs as well. Make sure you are looking out for that giveaway.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Bart, on that one there as well. So, of course, we are going to continue to move into the action here. We are having a quick look to see what's going to be going on there. I believe we're going to be going down to the lower side, but not the lower bracket, still in the upper bracket. We're going to be looking at a little bit of the ones just playing a bit further down below. It's going to be Magic Cup up against Gilly as well. And I haven't had a chance to have a look at their cards. Have you had an opportunity to have a bit of a peruse there, Bart?
No, I honestly got sidetracked trying to look up whether we'd seen Magic Cup before, because I do remember the name from last season. Does it ring a bell for you, Mendrix?
It does ring a bell, but at the same time, it could just be the fact that Magic Cup is the immediate thought process that you have off the back there as well. So,
I'm not that big a Pokemon guy, but yeah, true.
I mean, everyone's. Have you seen that episode of the Magic Cup episode? Where
I feel as though I've picked up the whole plot by cultural osmosis. The one where the Magic Cup evolves, and it's sort of like the ugly duckling, right? The ugly Magic Cup evolves into a big, beautiful Gyarados, and
exactly. It's the best because in that episode, right, James is like, this useless Magic Cup, and he kicks it out. I disown you, and in the exact moment it evolves into a Gyarados. It's like, I am your master. Please look at me at that point. So it is a bit funny in terms of what ends up being played there. But that being said, it's going to be not Magic Cup, but Mudgy Cup.
Mudgy Cup.
Was it Muggy Cup? I'm going to go with Mudgy Cup because I think
Mudgy Cup, or you gotta maintain that sort of the assonance there. And it's a really interesting set of decks, right? This is different to what we've seen before. This is like a triple. Not quite triple control lineup, but two late game decks, and the Miracle Rogue means that you're really kind of banking on encountering like those priest decks, right? Like you are playing around, you're the next level up from my lineup beats up on the Warlock deck. It's like, okay, well my decks are the least like the Warlock deck possible. You're gonna struggle against me no matter what you ban.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be that skeleton sort of mage again there for Gilly, but not running the Prince Renathal. So a little bit of a difference in that variation. It does have that Mordre's Fire Eye, does have that Kel'Thuzad the Inevitable, and that mixture, as well. On the flip side as well, we do have what seems to be the actual skeleton mage there being played by Magic Cup, which is going to be available as well. Purely because Magic Cup banned away the Druid for Gilly, whereas on the flip side, Gilly said, nah, I don't want to deal with these rogues that are beginning to crop up as well. So, again, another rogue user being flipped into this deck as well. We said they were rare, but you know what? Maybe it's starting to become a little bit more common.
Yeah, I mean, again, especially in tournaments, right? We've talked about the ladder stats and the rarity there. That tends to be more stable as a guide for like which decks people are preferring, especially in a blind, I'll pick this against anything kind of environment. But that's where decks like this Rogue can sneak up, because all it takes is this deck being good in one particular matchup you think will be popular, and it becomes a very powerful tool for your lineup. You can see here basically just forcing out bans with this Miracle Rogue fairly consistently for the players who've brought it. So, now you get to run maybe the two decks you wanted to play. It's always fun when you get to interview the players occasionally, or you hear from them, and they're like, yeah, I fully brought this deck not intending to play it. It's just there to draw bans. If you ever put me on it, I'll be bad at it. I just assume everyone will panic and ban the Rogue.
Yeah, well, the thing is, as well, is when you look at the open ladder stats available for this Rogue deck, it is not performing well. It's well and truly below below that 50 mark, closing in towards the the low 40s area. But of course, everyone has come up against that Miracle Rogue user that understands these sequences, has played it 1,000 times, knows what's going to happen here, and it just feels like you can't beat them. Right, you towards that top end of the ladder, and every time you see that Miracle Rogue, you're like, oh yeah, Miracle Rogue, sweet. It changes from being like, oh sweet, a Miracle Rogue, easy win, to oh crap, Miracle Rogue, how are they going to beat me now when I think I've almost got them, in my grasp?
Yeah, I think the crucial thing about this deck is, though, it loses to a lot of fast decks. It beats up the Warlock deck. Like, the stats against the Imp Warlock and even the Curse Imp Warlock are incredibly good for the Miracle Rogue, and it also beats the decks that we've seen beating the Rogue deck. Like, it beats the slower Control Shaman, slower Priest deck. It even has an even matchup against Face Hunter. So I think it is one of those classic decks that you won't see do well on ladder, but is a really serious pick for tournaments, because the decks it is good against just happen to be the ones that everyone is playing.
Well, that being said, we seem to really like this Rogue at the moment. We've got too many.
It's been the new thing on the block for this week for us to discuss, right? But yeah, you're right.
I get what you're saying.
We should talk about the decks actually being played.
Exactly. Well, I think, moving very quickly here, of course, the sequence is relatively easy for both of these players. We're already up to turn 5 here. It looks like the top deck on the back end there will be Deathborn as well. So a lot of these players having a number of the pieces of the puzzle. I think the big scary thing here, of course, is that Magic Cup is holding what seems to be a infusing side in Nathria. So a very nice big play, of course, if this gets towards those later stages of the game, has that brand Bronzebeard as well. So a number of really big plays coming up once that mana gets relatively high enough to actually start really pushing everything down. Of course, as you can see there is going to be that Nightcloak Sanctum up on the field there, so continuously summing up those damn skeletons that we all know and hate for the time being, except if you are the mage, you tend to love them. So a few things there really beginning to go in both of these players' favour, but of course, the match still is only in that mid stages here. Against these two mages, anything can happen, but they do have a lot of options available to them.
Yeah, this is a really interesting bit of back and forth here, because obviously, as you pointed out, both players having a arguably similar game plan, obviously some slight differences in the deck list, and I do have to feel like this is one of the matchups where the Sire Denathrius, obviously having already drawn it, is a huge plus, but yeah, this is the matchup where that is the better tech, surely, right? In this long game where both players have a ton of minions dying back and forth, and you really want to be able to one-shot your opponent. That being said, the presence of Solid Alibi sort of does add another dimension as well for Magikarp when your opponent is going, has a large combo kill aspect to their deck. You can kind of mess up their plan by a turn or two, and that could be all it takes. So I like Magikarp's position right now, but it's obviously always hard to tell with these decks. It tends to end in a real flash, and before the player does actually sort of set up in-hand lethal, you never quite know which way it's going to go.
So I think the elephant in the room when you talk about, of course, is that one's running a Prince Renathal deck, the other one's running a, obviously just a typical standard deck coming into it. So of course, it's not going to have the 40 cards available. Does mean that, of course, you're going to be able to hit your combos a little bit quicker. You should be able to define what's going to be available. We'll be dropping down, of course, what seems to be that Dawn Grasp as well, just to start firing out some of those spells, make things a little bit more difficult here as well. It's going to continue to power up at the same time. As you can see, that hero power does get very strong very quickly when it does come down.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look, right now it doesn't seem like the 40 card deck size is hurting Magikarp too much, because Magikarp also has Magister Dawn Grasp on curve, basically. And the side of Nathria is already drawn as well. But in theory, you're right, it is an interesting trade-off to say, well, I'm going to have 10 less life, which has been pretty important, that 40 life total, for a lot of these decks. But, for a deck that we have seen have a fail rate like this mage list, there's only so many skeleton-making cards. The decision to thin down the deck and try to be more consistent could pay off, but when your opponent happens to also just draw all their cards, like the Kel'Thuzad's ready in hand, the Renathal's ready in hand, even the brand Bronzebeard is available. The Denathria is ready in hand. Having Renathal there is nice too, but at this point, we're one Kael'thas away from...
It doesn't even feel like, you've... Normally the weakness is I've diluted my deck.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm unable to hit my combos.
But you already have all your combos exactly when you want them.
I've already rolled high enough to have my combos. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Of course, that Prince Renathal, the corporate behind everything that we've talked about is going to be there. So it feels like at this moment in time for Magic, or Magikarp, I can just say Magikarp at this moment in time, it feels like there's been really no weakness for actually opting into that Prince Renathal, and it just means that now that you're looking to be in a stronger position because you've got extra HP, you've got your combo ready to roll in the next step of things as well. So even if your opponent hits it hard as well, it really isn't going to be doing too much. Of course, the Amplified Snow Fury is going to be coming down as well, so you can see here Gilly's just trying to ramp up a little bit quicker, but I don't think it's really going to matter at this point. And ooh, something burned away there.
Yeah, that was the Shivering Sorcerer,
Yeah,
so really not the most important card.
Yeah.
Well, it matters slightly, because I was about to say, the one card that you're missing here from the really, really optimal hand, where you actually have all the combos, is Kael'thas Sinstrider, because that's what lets you like set up the Bran into like double Kel'Thuzad, double Sayadathrius kind of turns that just absolutely end the game immediately. But having Finley in hand means that you're much more likely to be able to find it, or if you do draw it, you know, you've got that one cost minion to really make sure you can get that sort of 1, 2, 3 chain of cards going.
You're not swapping out this hand. That Finley is like,
No.
I am not using this Finley anytime soon. If I use this Finley anytime soon, I was supposed to pick up that multicaster. I was supposed to pick up that Deathborn. It wasn't supposed to be a Finley. So
Yeah, that's
something
true.
that you don't expect to see a mistake happen in this sort of tournament.
No, exactly. So, I mean, it's unfortunate that means you're more likely to overdraw, but, I mean, look, there's an effort being made here from Gilly. You shouldn't neglect that side of the board, because there are a lot of skeletons over there, and that Arcane Burst, having that immediate upgrade from the Wildfires and being able to fire it off over and over, there is some good damage being done, but this is where the 40 life just matters so much. If we talk about how it doesn't seem like Mujikup's encountered any downsides to playing this Denathrius, and I feel like that's been consistent, right? We asked that question right at the start of the tournament, because obviously the card was very new. Sorry, the Renathal, the 40 card deck building option. I'm going to keep getting those two mixed up, but like, do you agree that most of the Renathal decks we've seen look like they're better for the inclusion? Like, people have just adjusted very, very well, it seems.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of deck builders, when they saw this opportunity pop in, were like, yes, finally something that to make it have a bit more variance, you know, sort of breathe a bit of new life into the game in terms of what they can do, can and can't do. And of course, obviously, they play around to it. So I feel like if you're a deck builder, you're just loving it. And
that
this
triple
is
upgrade,
just,
the hero power.
Oh,
It does an
no.
honorable kill, I guess, but still, that's crazy damage.
It is a lot out of the blue. And you can just see now all of a sudden things seem to like flip the script here, right? Gilly's sort of had some control. Their board control was in place. They knew exactly what was going to happen. And of course, that was going to be a different sort of play coming through from Magikarp. Still has that Reckless Apprentice on board as well. Really nice play in terms of being able to synergize with that powered up hero power. So very nice in that sense.
Magikarp's next couple of turns are interesting though, right? Because you're getting to the point where you got to decide. You can't be greedy about every card in your hand. You know, you're going to have to run something out next turn, and no matter what you do, it's probably not going to feel super optimal, right? Like, unless your opponent gives you a board to clear with Deathborn, that card's not going to feel that great to play. Kel'Thuzad's not really that empowered compared to where you want it to be. Same with Denathrius if it doesn't get it in the game.
You want to hold that a bit longer before you even drop that down as the final.
I guess you can just play a multicaster, but then, you know, you're sort of potentially running up against Overdraw. It's a tricky turn, but that's a good kind of problem to have, arguably.
Yeah, exactly right. You go like, well, what's the best sequence here? I don't really have one, but I've got a lot of sequences. That sort of like feels like the right place that you want to be at.
I can't play all of my best cards completely optimally. Yeah, the Frozen Touch, as you said, just kind of like generating a lot of efficient damage there.
Yeah. Even a bit there on the side there. Of course, I was going to use that Flurry just to stop the Reckless Apprentice from generating value. It continues to use those as well. A bit of the hero power as well for some extra damage. Brings things to be 18-13 as well. But hey, Multicaster happy to just throw that one down straight away there. So Magikarp understanding, hey, not feeling the best here, what's going to be available in terms of my options here, but that Multicaster is exactly going to be the best line of sequence here.
Yeah, that solid alibi is so important.
As well. Yeah, you can just see a lot of things coming up here. I'm just going to set up here. If you do have a kill turn next, not going to happen.
Yeah, and so now if you were, because it seemed like Gilly kind of committed, obviously not entirely, but spending your whole last turn just going face basically with those Frozen Touches does sort of show that Gilly was trying to go for the, you know, up the tempo of the game and try and end things before Magikarp's, you know, late game bombs could kick in. And so Magikarp's able to exploit that then by basically cutting that line off. And now what do you do, right? Because you can't really go back. You could try. I mean, there's not even a solid alibi for Gilly available, so it sort of seems like now you have to set up a board mostly just to avoid getting chunked by the Sayadathrius your opponent probably has.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, the other thing that's really annoying about this as well is you're using your abilities, like every time you do get a kill off there as well, you're just continuing to pump up that Sayadathrius as well. And you can see it is being hovered this entire time by Magikarp, so he's just thinking like, yeah, cool, probably going to play the Sayadathrius there, it gets a little bit stronger as well. Hasn't decided to use it just yet. Probably wants to throw that Flurry first. That's what's going to be the place there. So he's actually going to hold on that a little bit longer, and Commander Savaria is going to be the play.
That's interesting. I understand you if you're going to play a 10-cost card. Okay, yeah. The being able to draw the other solid alibi sort of makes you safe there. Because I was about to say, I understand that you really want it to kill when you play side Anathrius, but you've got to be wary of your opponent finishing you off here. But freezing their board and popping the solid alibi yourself to prevent any sort of direct damage chain, that's a pretty solid argument for holding off one more turn. And again, at any point, you could be able to draw Kael'thas, which would just end the game on the spot, or you could, potentially be able to just win with a single Denathrius trigger. Really depends. That being said, I'm looking at the Kael'thas in Gilly's hand, just keeping an eye on it. Obviously not something you want to trigger this turn, but there have been a lot more skeletons summoned by this deck. If you want the argument for the non-Renathal build, I think this is the one deck where it is arguable, just because we've seen repeatedly that Kael'thas isn't that consistent a kill condition. If you have the 40 cards, there's only so many copies of cards in your deck that make the volatile skeletons, and if you don't draw them all, then Kael'thas just maybe doesn't Kel'Thuzad doesn't quite justify his inclusion. And Mujikap, though, feeling pretty great about their deck building decisions, since in this current game they have all paid off, and there it is. I love it when I'm right. 1, 2, 3.
My past cannot shame me for it.
The Kael'thas Sinstrider, Brand's Bronzebeard, your next minion is free, and Side Anathria is going to trigger twice here, so immediately shatters the board, destroys the opponent's face, it fully heals Mujikap to 40 life, flawless victory in a 1, 2, 3 punch. And Kael'thas Sinstrider just seems like such an invaluable inclusion in these decks. Like, sometimes it rots in hand a little bit, but the difference made there between never quite finding a lethal Denathrius turn and being able to just completely turn your brain off and slam those 3 cards is insane. Yeah, okay, it looks as though we're still waiting for Mendrix to be able to rejoin us there. He's sort of fighting through the internet. Cyber warrior that he is.
Going through the void. I guess
there we go. There we go.
A little bit of the things there. I think at this moment in time, that match was so powerful. The two mages literally sent through a cosmic storm, and they're messing with my camera.
It appears that you're joining us from the afterlife.
It's not from the afterlife. It just seems to be a cosmic disturbance at this moment.
Speaking with Dreadlich Mendrix here, Shadow Mendrix.
Yes,
like
I've come back, summoning everything along with me.
That's it. All right. So okay. now that you've come back in your more powerful secondary form, maybe you can help me figure out this matchup.
Do I keep the voice? No, I'm not going to keep the voice.
For your own help, we got a second qualifier to cast after this. Maybe take it easy. But now we're back to Ramp Druid. This has been one of the harder decks to read for me, I'll be honest, over the course of this open. Like, it's hard to tell when it's good or not. When it wins, it seems like ridiculous. The best deck you could possibly be playing. Why is anyone on anything else? And then sometimes it just does nothing and dies.
And it just makes you wonder what's going on here, right?
Because
at a point in time, and it literally is just... I honestly feel like it is a bit of a knife's edge, right? Whether you're going to win or you're going to die. That's like the thing that pops up at the back of it. Because you're thinking, okay, am I going to survive through? Am I going to make it across? Everything's okay. And out of the blue, boom, an extra 20 armor comes onto the Druid. All of a sudden, they're looking much healthier. The Daenerys has come through. All that life is back. You see them move essentially what's going to be effectively 78 HP in the back. And you go, they were completely fine. Nothing was ever going to happen.
I think you hit on it there. That it's specifically the Irvin scales, and it's weird in a deck with so many legendaries to say no. This 2-cost spell. That's what the deck hinges on. But it's such an insane difference, right? Like, you cast a spell, you gain 22 armor or whatever. That is the difference between your opponent having a chance to kill you or not before your deck completely takes over. And so, yeah, it's surprising to me that since most of these decks people are playing, even the combo decks have come fairly consistent, they have a certain level of redundancy, that this 40-card deck seems to just live or die based on whether or not it's able to set up this big 1-2 in the mid-game that gives it the extra health and armor it needs to take the game deep. That being said, right now, not under a lot of pressure, and since the Mage deck is one, I think the Mage and the Shaman are the two decks we've seen really struggle to put together kills in some scenarios, even when given a lot of time. Will Gilly have the firepower to bring down Mujikap fast enough?
Well, that's really going to be the question here at this moment in time. And by the looks of it, Magic Cup's actually relatively healthy. I mean, it has a pretty good board for,
Yeah.
4-1-1. Even if Gilly does have the ability to clear everything out here, it really isn't going to be the end game that Magic Cup's playing to. It's like, I'm not trying to like fill my board and overwhelm you with minions early. I'm literally just trying to stay alive at this moment in time to obviously hit my big ticket end game. Gilly at this moment in time is, of course, has a very large hand available, can of course play anything along those lines, or a lot of things in those lines at this moment in time, but you can see the sequences being really thought through for the time being, because obviously what you want to try and do is deal with this druid as fast as possible. So what's going to be the most appropriate line and most efficient line? Looks like it is going to be that Arcane Intellect as well, just to continue drawing out a number of extra cards here as well, looking for more options here. But
that's what you want to see, surely, the Nightcloak Sanctum, because you have to be just accelerating your own plan as much. There are minions on the board, but you can't get too hung up on them.
Yeah, you absolutely need to do that. But the first flame is going to be nice at least. You're going to be able to pump up that spirit, or pump up your hero power for the time being as well. And that does allow you to just continue to just line things up. I do like, of course, the other part of that play, just freezing the big minion on board here as well. So I'm just going to be limiting the damage this druid's going to do to me. But I feel like Magic Cup's so comfortable. Like, to be hero powering on, on turn, I believe it's turn 5 at this moment in time, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We're kind of just hanging on to the Wild Heart Guff in hand there, and yeah, this is the part of the game where normally the druid is most vulnerable. So the fact that, yes, the mage is setting up, and that was kind of the payoff, last turn's play coming to fruition there. The Deathborn clears the board, 3 skeletons created. So that's a big win, right? That's a meaningful step forward in Gilly's plan. You can also see we've got Mordresh Fire Eye in hand as well, so the other big finisher for the deck. But now Guff comes down. It's, again, it almost feels like this druid deck is going to so much more quickly reach its very powerful end game before we start to see these mage combos come out, and that's been a recurring issue for this skeleton mage deck. It just sort of seems to never develop a powerful enough threat fast enough against whatever is up against it. But we'll see. Maybe that increased consistency. We have managed to draw into most of our skeleton creating cards, but we haven't got those Nightcloak Sanctums on board yet, and that seems to be an issue because those obviously take a couple of turns to really get all of the skeleton juice out of them.
Absolutely, Ryan. That's the cool thing about continuing to generate these cards, continuing to generate things. Because, of course, the idea is if you've got a full board of skeletons, when you do resurrect them, it means it's just going to immediately be, of course, like generating that death rattle. But yeah, things are looking like it's not going to go well here because Magic Cup's already now on 11 mana at turn 7 still at this point in time, right? Like, this is what things are looking. It's really scary. Is now beginning to ramp up there. Of course, like you said, has already hit there, has got that Gruff, so it means it's going to be 20 mana available. And now it's just going to be that point where, okay, cool, my side of Naphris comes through, I can just throw down some Dragon Whelps. I've got so many options here to begin pumping up these big, heavy hitters towards the end here, and I'm still on 40 life. That's the scary part of everything. Normally, the draw has been whittled down quite a fair bit.
Yeah, you're on 40 life, and without the aid of cards like Urban Scales, really, like, you just haven't taken much damage. And it's true that Gilly can hold on for a while here. It's important what your win conditions are. The Druid deck mostly just has huge minions, and there's a lot of freeze available. Like, the Mage can kind of hang around for a while, but I don't think you ever want to be in the back foot in the defensive posture against this Druid deck. Like, it is, the pressure is on you almost always to be the beatdown. And in theory, these mage decks, you've got all these skeletons and other little minions like these Frostwave Dungeoneers. Sometimes you might want to think you can put on minion pressure as well as your late game combos, but in practice it just seems so sluggish to deal any damage.
Well, we can see there's going to be a scale of Elixir available, but I feel Magic Cup's not really going to be feeling too pressured to actually play it. Miracle Growth seems to be the thought process here. Yeah. Already up to 12 mana now. It's just going to be a little bit more as well, as you can see. Nice big cards coming onto the board here as well. More Miracle Growth's going to be available. This is definitely starting to be that point where you do want to ramp up and, again, just continuing to gain more and more Mana Crystals off the back end here. And why not just throw in there a Shark? Yeah? I want to have a Shark. He's going to be a Shark, okay?
The Shrubagazor, like, having that card run out so early as well makes this completely insane. We're going to just keep, procs the composting, making sure not to overdraw as well. And there's the Earthen Scale, so now, and even if they clear away this first plant, there's 2 more Miracle Growths in hand. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
It is literally just going to be sweet. I can just play my scale of an ECR follow through with the Irvin scales as well. Get a ridiculous amount of HP. Just trade those into whoever I want to trade into. Hell, if you're not going to clear them, I will just start hitting your face. It's not like it's the end of the world if those remain on the board as well.
Yeah, and the fact that, Mordred's Fire Eye, again, seems like a little out of place, especially against these 40 Life Prince Renathal decks, because, yeah, 10 damage across the board is very nice, right? It's a great way to board clear in the late game, but when you're not also playing the side of Denathrius, we've already seen Kel'Thuzad struggles to one-shot your opponent. It's sort of like, yeah, where does your deck kind of get its damage from? Because especially against these defensive-minded decks like Priest and Druid, you're just not dealing them 40 damage, let alone the 60, 80 damage you end up having to deal once you account for effects like Earthen Scales.
Yeah, it is really going to be a rough moment here for Gillian. I feel like now needs to start drawing some real answers to deal with what's going to be the storm that's going to be Magic Cup in the next set. And Magic Cup, even though things look slow for the time being, is already up one, really doesn't have that pressure, has 2 opportunities to win with this Druid deck. And at this moment in time, with the rolls that he's been getting, looking really good.
Oh, there's the Insatiable Devourer already getting prepared. Will you go for Theatar? Like, you have enough tools elsewhere, but no, you go for Brand, just generating as much value, as much pressure on our own side of the board as possible. Can't argue with that too much. I do wonder how many skeletons have died, because I don't want to completely count Gilly out, and there certainly have been quite a few of them, but, look how much health Magic Cup is about to be on.
It's going to be stupid. It's literally about to come through now. It's just going to be, yep, there it is.
Yeah, that's another 5 skeletons worth of procs, like these mage win conditions just don't, it's not really their fault because this is kind of insane, but other decks do kind of scale up, right? The ability to do 60-ish damage with like the Warlock Mind combo, the ability to like double Sire Denathrius fully infused for like 40 lifesteal, 80 life swing. These are the kind of things that your deck needs to have if you want to just, like, go late and win off one card, right? Kel'Thuzad is actually not that as inevitable as advertised when you consider this metagame.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah, you're inevitable, but what are you going to... You're too late, Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah.
You should have come... Like, it's nice that you're inevitable, but you should have been here, 5
You inevitably show up. Thanks for coming.
It's just kind of like, if the show's already left Kel'Thuzad, is there really anyone to kill at that point? Like, there's no inevitability. You've sort of like lost your mark there. Sometimes you can be too late for the inevitable. It's like being the anti-life and rocking up to a universe that's already destroyed. You've already sort of missed your whole point of
Kel'Thuzad. Now I'm imagining Kel'Thuzad like stepping into like sort of an empty void and doing the like Pulp Fiction John Travolta meme. He's just shrugging his big skeleton shoulder pads. He's looking around. He's got the chains dripping everywhere. Like,
what's going on? Where's everyone?
Okay, that is more skeletons.
Okay. And more skeletons.
They're gonna make me, Gilly. You're gonna make me do maths. You're gonna make me do skeleton maths. I hate skeleton. They're my least favorite kind of maths, Mendrix. How many skeletons will it take to kill Mujik?
It's relatively easy math. It's just times, like, isn't it just like
I know. Look, yes. Multiply. Not even the power of, it's just times 2.
Yeah, it is just times 2.
It's like times 2 compared to your health and armor minus the number of, like, board slots you have. The point is, it's a lot. It's so many goddamn skeletons.
Well, the thing is, we've like taken into account how many have died as well.
Yes.
Throughout this, right? So we should have been paying attention. So has anyone been paying attention? Can someone let us know how many skeletons?
Kel'Thuzad says on now that Kel'Thuzad's been drawn, you can just check. It's 9. Okay. It's up to 9. 13 if you count the other skeletons that are on board here. And technically the skeletons are on board. They also trigger their death rattles, but that's the problem, is that it's not all at once. You kind of just get like little chips of 2 damage here and there, and most of the time it can be healed up. And in particular, you can see here just the synergy, the fact that the Druid has those armor granting effects. As Denathrius comes down, following up the Brand's Bronzebeard. That wasn't even the 1-turn combo. That was just, you can't clear my taunt and you can't kill my Brand. No Magister Dawngrasp power are available, and yeah, that was a sudden and brutal end to that game, saving me from doing more skeleton mathematics.
That was all you were confirmed. Like, oh, do I really need to do the math around this moment in time?
No, I don't.
Denathrius has you, bro. Says, I'm going to come right down, clear out all FSs of doubt there, and just show that you don't have to do any math. So pretty good in that sense of things there. Very nice click up there, of course, there for our friend Magikarp there to actually take down Gilly. Things look, pretty straightforward. It didn't even have to worry about the fact that, of course, it was going to be the Rogue that was brought down there. The Rogue was banned away by Gilly. Didn't even need that stinking Rogue. So a nice, again, 2-0 sweep here in that upper bracket. Of course, Gilly hasn't, been kicked out of the tournament just yet. Still has an opportunity to play. Still has an opportunity to make it to the finals, which, of course, is what every player here is gunning for now, because you do get such a big payout. And, of course, placing high means you do get some $25 here at the end of the day. So it's nice to get some value right off the bat. Before we do run that to a break there, Bart, anything you want to throw in there?
Well, I'm more just interested to know whether that mage deck is ever going to win against a deck that's not itself or control shaman. Just run Sire Nomathrius there to avoid some skeleton. No, I would like to.
That's a good pun. That's a good pun.
I mainly just had to get that one in, but also we should make sure we announce one of the winners of those cardbacks we mentioned, one of the mates of the broadcast official title, as Mate Internet is going to hand out some of these codes. So make sure you're in the chat listening, because the first winner is King Viking 23. King Viking. That's you out there. Hope you're listening. Hope you're paying attention. We will be in contact. Make sure you gather up those card packs. They're valued at $3.95. We have a lot more to give away, including more on this very broadcast, this very bracket. So stay tuned, and later on, Mendrix, maybe you can shout someone out as well.
Yeah, I hope too as well. We still have a few to give away again. Just throw into chat, hashtag Let's Be Mates for an opportunity to be into the running to get those wins as well. And of course, if you see anything that you really love today, perhaps some crazy plays, some cool sequences, let us know by saying I'm loving it as well. So of course, we're going to have all those little availables there from thanks to McDonald's Australia, bringing us all the highlights. That being said, guys, of course, go grab yourself another drink, a little bit of extra food as well. We're going to a quick break with more Hearthstone action coming up. Thank you so much for your patience, guys. We are back with the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. Now, as you know, we're still continuing to battle through the upper brackets. I believe now is actually the upper bracket finals. Correct me if I'm wrong, Bard. It's going to be between Jamster and Magikarp. And what's interesting about this as well is that Jamster actually managed to beat out Besniak. Besniak, that being said, with Besniak was our number 1 seed. Jamster's seed number 5, so a bit of an upset.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Obviously, the seeding, it's more of a rough guideline. The deck matchup matters quite a lot, and obviously, player can have a hot streak or just be in great form on the day. But we watched Besniak before, and Besniak looked quite formidable. So for Jamster to get the upset there, it does sort of stand them in good stead. Even going up against now the number 2 seeds, they'll have to run back-to-back upsets if they want to make it through to our grand finals, which of course secures them qualification to that big money final stage, right? So this is a huge matchup for Jamster. They've just overcome one great trial, but Magikarp still stands in their way as the possible gatekeeper.
Absolutely. Just winning now means you do guarantee your spot in that next position. So, of course, you still want to win the $50, but it's nice to know that you don't have to stress about not being able to enter the next stage of what's available. So, that being said, guys, we do have a bit of time before these guys do jump into the action. Of course, the game ended very shortly beforehand with Jamster. That's why we had a bit of an extended break. So that being said, we do want to shout out again our supporters of the competition, of course, McDonald's. Every single highlight here is brought to you by McDonald's. Make sure you catch all the unloving it moments at the end of the show on AEL's Twitter. And also make sure you check out their new quarter pounder range available after 10:30 a.m. You can either have fresh lettuce and tomato added on in, or perhaps a little bit of bacon. This is going to be available only for a limited time, so make sure that you tell your mates. And of course, our mates at Mate and Internet Mobile be in the running to win 2 car parks valued at $3.95. Basically by typing out in chat hashtag Let's Be Mates. So make sure you check out all their fantastic deals. And you know what? There's still one more pack to give away there. So make sure you throw that right into the chat now. And I'll let you guys know a little bit later who was able to win that fantastic deal. I believe this is still continuing to push through, but at the moment, have they picked through their bands just yet?
I'll have to take another look there. I was over at the deck list screen. There's some really interesting decks that have been brought by these 2 players, in particular Jamster, right? Obviously, we've seen Magikarp's lineup before, but we've been commenting on these mage deck lists. It seems like people are trying to get them right, and there's even more interesting tech here, but it looks like the bans have come through. It's the Rogue being banned out again, surprise, surprise, by Jamster, so Magikarp not able to play that Miracle Rogue, but Magikarp has not returned the favor. Happy to leave the Rogue of Jamster in the pool. These 2 obviously playing very similar lineups. Instead, Magikarp has targeted the Druid, the Ramp Druid. So that's really interesting to me, Mendrix, when 2 players are playing not just one deck that's similar, but basically the same 3 archetypes with some slight changes, and they still disagree on which deck is the most threatening from their opponent.
The thing as well is that they are playing different techs between the 2. It's relatively the same deck, but there are little differences in between, and that could obviously play a bit of a little bit in terms of that decision that you actually want to throw in there in terms of what you want to bet away.
Definitely.
We have jumped into the action, obviously. I mean, if you guys are following along, I hope you're obviously not just got this on a second monitor while you're actually playing a Hearthstone at the moment. Maybe you're ordering yourself a Macca's burger right now, or maybe you're checking out some of the offers available from Let's Be.
My second monitor is just a picture of a quarter pounder rotating slowly.
Exactly. Just gonna look at that. You know what? It does look better with a bit of tomato and lettuce added.
I'm excited. I'm ordering one of those quarter pounders, dude. I've always missed a little bit of extra salad on the burgers, but you don't always want to get in there. Big expensive ones, right? I gotta pay like $3 more to get lettuce. Great. So yeah, no, good choice by Mac is going to make hopefully that limited time lasts for a while. But there may not be, there may be a limited time condition on Magikarp's life here, because that draw from Jamster was massive. Edwin defies Hempen. We did not get to see this in the previous game that we saw from Miracle Rogue. That is their big finisher. Now, obviously, even though it's a 3 cost, you often wait until later in the game because of how its effect works. You want to be able to run out a ton of cards in a row, but actually, Magikarp cuts me off in mid-sentence, pinches that Edwin out of the full hand. So, look, we saw the last Theatar we saw today missed pretty badly. Not that one though. That was a headshot from the man.
If you were rolling, a die 20, that was definitely a D20 right there. That was definitely.
If my opponent was rolling a real life die to decide that, I would call a judge. I'd be like, "This is loaded. No way."
That is so rough. But mind you, look, even though we said, hey, we didn't get the opportunity to see it last time, the deck was able to win even without.
And that was what was really impressive about it.
So there's still opportunities here for Jamster to come out on top, even though Magikarp rolled as high as possibly could roll on that theater. That being said, of course, 39 to 29 HP, nothing too crazy is happening at the moment. Of course, has that Sinstone Graveyard out there at the moment. A lot of cards coming into play here. So even with that Null coming down as well, we're going to see a big Ghost.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that we're going to see a massive Ghost this turn, but like the game that we saw before, 7/7 stealth being made, as well as the 3/5 also being stealth from the previous spell effect from that Shroud of Concealment. The deck that the Rogue beat up previously was the Imp Warlock, which, as we mentioned, sort of doesn't really have much of a game plan once it falls behind on board that significantly, as opposed to this Mage deck, which, like many of the other decks in the meta, is intending to be behind on board in a lot of situations, is perfectly happy to be behind on board, doesn't really care about your stealth minions. It has Blizzard, so I'm not saying that the Rogue deck cannot win, but Jamster is going to have to work a lot harder here, especially without Edwin, because that card represents such a huge chunk of stats and damage. And now, not only do you not have it, but it's on Magikarp's side of the board. So obviously, that deck's not as built to make use of it. But I'd be really happy to see Magikarp run it out once we get up into the really late game. You have a lot of mana available, and see if you can go run a runner and a couple of cheap cards to buff it up.
You can't always.
Well, we do have, of course, the Maestro of the Masquerade coming down as well, so a 3/2, pretty nice there. It is a pretty interesting card in terms of what it does for this deck as well. The fact that you start off with that class does play out a lot into it, but as we can see here, a very impressive board built up by Jamster now in the scenario here, but Blizzard seems to be the obvious choice here. No real hesitation from Magikarp on that sequence, and of course a little bit of face damage as well, just for good measure.
Yeah, the Mage deck's just in its element right now. Even, obviously, it doesn't have another Blizzard immediately, but you do have that Grey Sage Parrot, which can copy up the Blizzard if you feel the need, if you don't have another clear available. And it's just going to be interesting as Jamster just charging through the deck here. Only 8 cards remaining, but how much more damage is there available, right? You obviously have another Ghost you can bust out of this Sinstone Graveyard. There is still the... or have we already played the legend that was in hand? I guess we already have the Maldraxxus Dagger, my apologies. So that's a lot of damage right there. But you start to deal 40 to the face, right? And if this board gets cleared away, I wonder how much damage is left. We're not playing the Crab Legendary that can provide a lot of face damage in this particular build. So yeah, it looks like we are going to be trying to have to reload our Necrolord Draka and potentially rely on this Dagger to go all the way. It might actually be the situation where the Mage deck has the time and the sort of finite life total to make a Kel'Thuzad lethal.
Yeah, and it's just crazy seeing that you're already down to 8 cards and your opponent's still sitting there on 29. 21 cards still available here for Magikarp.
Exhaustion, a real factor.
Yeah, it really is at this point in time. Another big Ghost coming down as well. And was, again, another interesting factor available here for Magikarp as well. So he's already used one of the solid alibis. I think something that's a bit of a weakness here, and I'm just going to have to double check it as well, is one of these players actually only runs one alibi. They're actually... The Mage on the side of Jamster is actually running no alibis, whereas Magikarp runs 2. So he still has another one available if things start to get a little bit dicey. And of course,
I can understand the solid alibi. You can theorize the situation where it's good, but has there really been a spot where it's been truly game winning? I feel like it's sort of like an okay-ish card, even in the matchups where your opponent is trying to go for a big burst turn. Like, not only do a lot of the combos that people are playing deal damage in increments that it's not so good at reducing, but like a lot of them aren't bound into going off on one particular turn. And it's not like this Mage deck has like a really solid one-hit kill where buying yourself that extra turn makes the difference between life and death. Like, how much more of a better position are you in by just buying one turn with an alibi like that? So, I don't mind the decision by Jamster. Obviously, we'll have to see if it plays out. But for now, Magikarp, as you said, does have that alibi tech, has already played out one of them, has now used a Blizzard and a Parrot. So, obviously, potentially in a good position, but only if you can keep control of the board here. And without having the upgraded hero power, that is not going to be enough to clear from the Reckless Apprentice alone.
Well, I mean, it does have the Brand's Bronze Beard as
well.
Sorry,
you're right. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, it's still not going to kill the Ghost, though.
Yeah, but still big boy, yeah. That 8/2 will be available here. That's another 5 damage that can now be dealt directly. But Oh, and another Sinstone Graveyard. But the thing is, you had 6 cards in your hand. It's like, here we go. So Door of Shadows. This might like make things a little bit interesting in terms of what's going to happen.
Getting a second temporary copy of Sinister Strain. This is the deck, as you can see, is running low on available gas, but just getting every little bit of power we can out. Yeah, maybe this is the turn where you just fire everything and you try and get you hit with this Maldraxxus Dagger and get a second one while also replaying Draka to the board, because yeah, you need to be really ending the game now, not only for any other reason of you running out of cards, but also like you're starting to die to your opponent's board, because obviously this rogue deck really does not want to be trading. You're very short on damage as is, so that just means you're leaving these minions up for Jamster if you don't sort of have the incidental spells to kill them. And in this case, we're able to kill Bran, which seems very important, but scary turn coming up.
Yeah, here we go here. Some big extra damage to the face there as well. Down to 6, so definitely within reach, and another big ghost entering to the
lethal, stealthy ghost.
Ooh, what's available here? So
we don't.
We're
short 1 mana for playing Multicaster into Blizzard.
Wildfire, Grey Sage Parrot. It's trying to draw out. This is a dig here from Magikarp.
Yeah, that was definitely a dig for, I'm not even sure what, I suppose Flurry, but that doesn't work out. So Finley gonna swap with the bottom of the deck now, really digging.
This is desperation right now. He understands I'm well within kill range.
Unlike a lot of things that we've seen, this is the kind of desperation where if you hit, like, you might win. There's Flurry. Well, you're short mana on the Blizzard. You might have. I'm surprised that the Multicaster was played when you didn't have the 10 mana to go Multicaster Blizzard. Like, I might have just gone for the Finley. But okay, having the ability to trade on board does mean the Flurry, since it's upgraded, is good enough. Double freeze available, so that does actually work out.
It buys time. And you can even see Magikarp's like, cool, I'm going to trade out this minion. That means there's going to only be 2 on board, so I'm guaranteed to freeze
arguably all you need.
But yeah.
7 to the face, nothing else doing here. You can, mess around and reset a ghost, but there's no real point in doing that, especially since they do scale in cost with their size. So yeah, the Shadow Step, basically blank. Righteous Defense, I mean, you can shrink one of your opponent's minions, but
I feel like you'd want to anyway, right? At this point, because
you have to. I'm like,
the next turn is going to be a lot of damage, so you need to shrink one of them, because of course that things up. Ooh, also the Battlemaster's there as well. Well, I still feel like it's not what you want. Like, you need something to keep yourself alive. I mean, you got the Blizzard there now, so you can drop the Blizzard for free.
Yeah, that same. The problem is you're dead to the the Blizzard actually hits face as well, right? Yeah. No, it's all enemy minions. So
no, you're just dead to the dagger.
Oh, Frostwave Dungeoneer that summons elementals, but they can't attack immediately. You almost needed to have Blizzard and
Miracle Rogue is a miracle, isn't it?
You needed Majesty could do it. I was about to say you need to have Blizzard and the Frozen Touch or something else to freeze the face here. But
Blizzard.
Okay, cast the Blizzard, Arcane Intellect. Yeah, that's not it.
Wait, the Solid Alibi comes in just too short. You got it, but
wait, hang on. You're 1 life too high to die now. Wait.
Are you?
You're on 8.
Oh,
you got 5 armor, right?
So he's still going. He's trading.
What spell was that? Okay, whatever. I'm just blind, I guess.
He's just gonna be able to trade this. He's just trading it.
No. There it is!
You got it.
That would be so funny to see in real life. Like, imagine having to shuffle your deck of cards every time, draw the same one, just stare at it. You just try again. Deck, come on, deck. We talked about this. Cooperate.
You have it. You have. I know it's there. I know this deck. It's there. Come on.
It's mathematically possible. You could have just redrawn the same card every single time and lost. So, but no, the gods are not so cruel, and the Miracle Rogue does sneak out of that one. I mean, another blow for the Skeleton Mage deck, Mendrix. It cannot get a win.
I'm just sitting there going, is that all he has? Is he just going to keep trading it away?
Yeah, just just in defiance. Just no, you're going to watch me trade this card.
Until, and then I'm going to play it again. Fighting on that sense there, but of course, jumping back into the action, it's going to be the mage up against the druid now, so Magikarp wants to change things up a little bit.
Yep.
And that means it's going to be this good old ramp druid instead, and of course, the mage that we know. Basically, we saw get piloted before, but again, a few differences here. There's no solid alibi in the deck here for Jamstar.
Yeah.
And the other thing as well, I believe that he runs runes of the Archmage.
Yeah, well, and also a few other cards, right? Like, there's a couple of differences in this list that I mostly like, right? The curve is sort of adjusted down. There's a few more minions available. And, that's sort of a play that I like. I sort of feel as though this deck maybe needs to do a bit more to pressure the board in the early game so that it can fall over the line later on, since its finishes aren't as powerful. Having cards like Blade Master or Carney, that neutral legend that can counter the next minion or spell your opponent plays, sort of like a combo breaker card. Also potentially just for tempo in the early game, you can cut your opponent off early on, force them to play around it. And you also have cards like Deepwater Evoker as another way to like gain extra armor and sort of buffer yourself up against, the explosive kills that we're seeing out of so many decks.
But the thing here we have to discuss is what happened last time this mage went up against this druid, right?
Yeah.
It seems to be slow in comparison to the other decks at the moment. This is up against the druid. The druid's very happy to just sit back, relax, and just build up its own time and get to its big win conditions. Even though, of course, this mage has the ability to win, it feels like the edge is being given to this druid.
It feels like what the mage deck's plan to win is just sort of like a combination of cards that are all individually good. Like, yeah, you get some damage from you can get your Varden Dawngrasp Hero Power, you can start to charge it up, you can do some like cute Hero Power combos with that. You get the Kel'Thuzad buffed up, you get some chip damage from the skeletons, then you get a big Kel'Thuzad play. You maybe have a big charged up Denathrius. You have the Kael'thas Zinstrider combo with Bran Bronzebeard that we saw before. And that at least means something to me, because that's a combo that if you're, like, in this case, Inside Denathrius is here early on, that can be like an absurd life swing, right? In the late game, that's the kind of numbers you need to break apart like a 40 health player with 20 armor. But, most of those mage decks don't necessarily have all of that, and compared to some of the other decks, it takes a lot longer to set it up. It sort of feels like a lot of the cards in this mage deck are just kind of holding space and not really contributing to their killing power, which has repeatedly been an issue. But I look at this aggression. This is what I like to see. Just swinging in with the Shivering Sorceress, putting the pressure on the life total as much as possible, trying to force out the Earthen Scales. Unfortunately, Magikarp has already ramped to 10, gets to slam Onyxia, and now presumably that Onyxia will stick around for a turn, and you'll be able to fire off the Earthen Scales. So everything according to plan so far for the Druid player. Does get a lot of skeletons out of it, at least, but look at this board.
That Deathborn definitely does provide some value, but at the same time, that Deathborn also provides some value. Yeah. On the flip side, that Insatiable Devourer now is infused. As you see here now, the scale's also going to come down as well, continuing to ramp up that extra bit of armor. Actually, choosing to just get some more off the time thing. I mean, more infuses, I guess, but nothing really to infuse, just wants to clear that out. You can see here a bit of differences coming across there, so I'm going to be interested to see what he does with that last bit of 2 mana. I mean, I imagine it's the Earthen Scales, so I feel like it has to be, but no, it's just
holding
quite
it.
happy
Okay.
to sit on this life total, just says, okay, I'm just going to hero power up instead.
That's really interesting.
Do some extra damage on the side here. I mean, look, the thing here is this raid boss Onyxia is still going to be having that extra shield available, which means it's still going to be a target here, but of course you can just sort of like ping it twice with some spells, so...
I suppose the argument with the Earthen Scales is like, no, I can get an even bigger minion, but I would choose to respect my opponent's damage potential, I guess. Like, I'm already down to 32 life, which is like a surprisingly low total of health plus armor for this Druid deck. Surely you can afford to fire off one Earthen Scales when you've already got control of the board back. But hey, we'll see how this plays out. Magikarp's certainly going to have a window to play a 2-cost spell at some point in the future, and Jamster now just has to sort of keep gamely plugging away, just keep hitting that face and see if you can get there. But already the corner seems to have been turned, or at least beginning to be turned for this Druid deck. It's starting to look more aggressively at closing the game out.
Well, Earthen Scales does finally come down by the looks of it. So that's going to be putting it to play here as well. So get a little bit of extra armor off the back end of that. A bit of composting, drawing of the rest. A few extra spells coming into it. I think the thing that's a bit rough here for Magikarp is it hasn't actually drawn the Gruff just yet. Of course, you want to try like well and truly
True.
have that by now, so you can start really ramping up those extra mana crystals, which is what makes this deck seem just so ridiculous, especially towards those later stages. So a bit of
Dawn Grasp isn't quite charged.
yeah, it's just a little bit in the other side of things here for James. So both of these guys aren't really hitting the curves that they want, the sequences that they need to, but of course still have some relatively good plays.
What is the parrot copying right now? I wish it showed. Can't remember what the
That'd be
last big
good.
spell cast was. If there even has been one, right?
I don't think there has been.
Right. Well, then
I mean,
that's
there's
that's
some
an
pretty
easy
good
answer.
combinations though, anyway, right?
Yeah, reckless apprentice is also sort of like 1 damage short. You wish you had another flurry, another wildfire charge, so you could clear these whelps.
I mean, so I'm looking at it here. So you've got the Kael'thas, you've got the Sidanathrius. You can sort of
Yeah.
like follow through with Kael'thas into Sidanathrius into the parrots. Insane.
Yeah, I mean it's tricky because you don't have a cheap minion really right now to combine. I guess you can Kael'thas, you can like Reckless Apprentice Kael'thas Sire next turn, but even the like that's almost admitting defeat because that Sire is like your biggest play. You'd rather like Mordresh really because you don't have the double up right now. This isn't the double battle cry parrot that the shamans run, so you need to find Brand specifically. And yeah, in the meantime, if you're not firing off that Denathrius for a kill, I mean, the life gain is very nice, but how are you ever hoping to end Mujakarp if you commit that card now for kind of like half?
Exactly right. Like it's just
Half
not going
effect.
to have it, and you just want to. And again, the advantage of having that Sidanathrius with this skeleton mage is the fact that you can just keep on infusing it off the mages, right? Mordresh
Yeah.
seems to be the play here, so that's going to obviously come down.
Doesn't get the
ton of
elixir,
damage.
Yeah.
Well, because of the whelps, they're still being available. The big thing here is, does he have any more whelps that you can just like throw down as well?
Well, every time he
now
casts a
here.
spell, he gets a whelp for the rest of the
Yeah.
game. That's what's the Topior is an insane card.
Yeah, it really
it's
is.
a truly unfair level of value. The fact that like a 3/3 rush is such a good body to have. The fact that it's also just incidentally a whelp for this Onyxia, like
just continue surviving.
you pointed out, this is like a bad draw arguably for this deck because it hasn't found
It's true, right?
its namesake card, and this Onyxia is just going all the way. It is all like 100-yard
Brands,
kickoff return from raid boss Onyxia.
Still has to go graph.
Doesn't matter. Like, what are you? You're just going to lose literally to 2 legendary dragons that your opponent kind of like threw down as time buyers. You're just getting done in by like this Topior effect. This Topior effect is like more value than the entire mage deck.
It's insane how it's just doing that. Just continuing to generate
Wait,
more,
what is
more,
that? That just
more.
generated. Like, compare that to the Warlock hero upgrade card, right? And what Tamsin Dreadlich Tamsin gives you what, like some armor, and it upgrades your hero power, and it shuffles some imps into your deck. So at some point, you get a couple of free 3/3s that do not have rush. Whereas Topior is like a giant minion and another minion, and then an endless stream of discount 3/3 rushes for the rest of the game, uncapped by basically anything because you can cast card draw spells to summon them and also draw more cards. It's bonkers.
Well, we can see he does throw down finally that Deathborn as well, another Snike they sent him. So, I mean, it's still pushing towards some form of, hey, you know, I've got other things.
Yeah.
Theater, the Mount Duke as well is available here, Scale of Onyxia, what
You might begin to be okay playing Denathrius now, actually.
do you want to play, would you want to play Denathrius, or do you want to play the Theater to steal their Theater? To then play the Theater?
I mean,
Theaterception?
I think I would try for the play that like wins the game, but okay. Well, now I'd be very these others are all going to
now
die.
I feel like
right?
side now it'd be nice to play that side of Nathrius. But then if I was looking on the flip side of Jamstar, I wouldn't mind playing my Theater.
Yeah,
And then play to steal your side of Nathrius, right?
You get that, yeah.
Get
As
two of them.
Mujakarp, I would be playing the Theater because it feels like your opponent at this point, their hand has to just be their like big ticket game winners, right? And those are the only cards you're afraid of. So here comes Theater the Mad Duke. If this hits the Denathrius, oh no!
Oh my god, he's got a smorgasbord of choices. He can go for the Theater, the Mad Duke,
Yeah.
he can go for like he can just keep going. Oh my!
I mean-
of course he took the side of Nathrius. He's like,
Yeah.
even if you take my side of Nathrius, I've still got another side of Nathrius.
That's so backbreaking. I mean, like, it has to happen at some point, right? This mage deck, it can't just keep a full hand, and that was like a 2 in 5 chance that you're going to hit either the Denathrius or the Kael'thas that you kind of need for that Denathrius to be good. But yeah, the maximum punish, and with that sort of seemingly all hope is gone for the side of Jamster, just fully unable to even clear this 8/8 raid boss Onyxia, and that's all this mage deck seemingly has been able to do while we've watched it. It's like able to clear the board and sort of not manage much beyond that, but when the Denathrius is gone, then it doesn't even matter.
No, it's just extra damage on the back end there, big heal, big finisher there. It really did feel like just a slow loss there, and again, just off the back of that Onyxia, just continuing to generate value after value after value. You can really... It doesn't even feel like the win condition of the deck is necessary with the way that one played into it. I don't know if that's just necessarily a side effect of the fact that it was going into the Skeleton Mage, which does play a bit slower, doesn't really have clear, has more freeze effects, and of course is looking to kill you off later with those skeletons when it all amalgamates into one big combo. But the Druid deck just felt comfortable, and it wasn't even picking up what it wanted. That was the crazy part and all that.
Well, it didn't hit what it wanted in terms of guff, but I think it's misleading to call this like a guff combo deck or anything, right? Yeah. Like, the fact that you ramped immediately to 10 mana, like before your opponent almost got a chance to catch a breath, and you slammed like the excellent 1/2 combo of Topior into Raid Boss Onyxia, like that's almost a better draw. Like, yeah, you'd love to also have Wild Heart Guff right afterwards, but especially, as you said, against that mage deck and with some unfortunate draws as well. But this isn't a deck that has like a Siphon Soul or something. There's no easy way to like punch through all those 3/3 whelps and then finish off an 8/8 Onyxia, especially when your opponent is mainly focusing on abusing that 8/8 immune body to control the board. And unfortunately, it seems like this mage deck, that's sort of the problem, right, that we keep identifying. It kind of needs everything to go right. It needs to be in control of the board to get in chip damage, and it needs to set up like multiple divergent combo effects, right? You need to be it's a different line that charges Mordresh Fire Eye to the one that charges Denathrius to the one that charges Kael'thas, and you don't know which of those you're arguably going to draw for most of the game. Obviously, you just try and make the correct play each turn, but it just adds more and more little ways that things can go wrong and not quite add up. But we know that the Skeleton Mage deck is going to get a dub on the board, Mendrix, for once here, because it's the mirror. Right. They cannot fail to win here.
And of course, when we say mirror, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, there's probably like a few little dents on the side here. Imagine like you get into like a fun house in a circus, right? And you see those mirrors, everything's a little bit. You're not exactly the same person looking back at you. There's a few differences here as well. I mean, you got the Blade Master Okani on the side of Jamstar, obviously running those runes of the Archmage.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see those, right? Because that just seems like I don't want to play this other card. What am I going to put in? I guess I'll put in this just like 9 costs card that does a lot. You know?
Absolutely, right? Like, it's just interesting to see how this one's going to play out here. 2 Frozen Touches, though, in hand here. Deathball and Cold Case, Multicaster, Flurry available for Magikarp. On the flip side, we do have that Mordresh Fire Eye in hand, Brand, Bronzebeard, Arcane Intellect, 2 Arcane Intellects, in fact, and of course that Majesty Dawn card. So, I mean, both of these plays having very different sequences, so they're going to have to play this out, but of course, you know, their own sort of variability, and who knows what's going to be drawn up here.
Oh, Sire.
Early, though. Oof,
yeah, there's okay, so as we've covered before, when we look at these sort of combo-based mirrors, even though there's mage decks, they do sort of put some minions on the board. As we've seen, they mostly are relying on these big ticket and game legendary cards to finish their opponent off. And so what I'm looking for is more so which player can empower their combos, right? So who's able to draw Bran and Kael'thas first? Who's able to get their hero power charged up with Magister to set up Mordresh? And it's sort of interesting because right now, Mujikup's drawn Denathrius, that's one part of the RNG that I don't think I enjoy so much. Like, the difference between drawing Denathrius early in the game and late in the game is ridiculous. Like, it's useless if you top deck it at the end of the game. It's completely game ending if you've had it charging the whole game in the otherwise exact same situation. But, you know, that's how the card works, and Mujikup has picked it up early on, so that's hot. But Jamster does have Magister Dawngrasp into Mordresh with Bran in hand, so that, like, we haven't really seen that combo, but that can be a play. Also now Kel'Thuzad available, so, you know, whenever Kael'thas shows up, you could potentially have a really huge turn, especially if you are, you know, able to hold on to this 1-cost Shivering Sorceress in hand, you know, sort of with an eye to how I'm going to make the Kael'thas Sinstrider effect, you know, work the most potently for me.
Exactly, here. I love how right now we're using Deathborn to trade out.
That's massive.
That's some big grabs down the side of things here. A lot of damage flying in both both directions here. Of course, is going to sum up an extra 5 skeletons in return as well, which again is just going to continue to buff up Magikarp. I think another thing to note as well when I have a quick look at these decks, I believe they're both running Theater.
Yes, they're both running Theater. They're running very similar lists. I'll see if I can give a rundown of the exact differences, right? It's like, as we pointed out, Magikarp has double Solid Alibi, neither of which are in Jamster's deck.
Yep.
Also, Jamster's also not playing Frozen Touch, which that's a 2 of on the side of Magikarp. And in return for that, we see 2 copies of Deepwater Evoker, the draw a card and add armor minion, as well as actually that's instead of Multicaster. So yeah, some significant changes this list made. There's Blademaster Akani and Sire's in both decks, and the Runes of the Archmage are the inclusions plus 1 more card.
Really interesting. Very interesting in terms of what it can do. And I think it's just maybe that idea of, throwing away a little bit of randomness for a little bit more consistency.
Magikarp is only playing a single copy of Deathborn. That's the card I wasn't seeing. It's 1 Deathborn instead of 2. That is crazy to me. I'd say that's one of the best and most important cards in the deck. Like, when we've seen it win, it's because players can set up, like, massive Deathborn into Deathborn into Parrot. Like, that's how you charge up the Kel'Thuzad, right? It sort of feels if you're going to go with this Skeleton Mage package, that's the card you're building around. But, nope, just the one of.
Probably feels that after playing that deck enough times, the amount of mages, or not really mages, the amount of skeletons you're able to actually spawn into play probably just seem to be overkill. So maybe the idea behind it is, why would I get another Deathborn when I'm already overkilling with these skeletons anyway? I might as well just clear it up and open up for another tech.
It is a card that can miss, right? Because it's a board wipe, and if there's nothing to wipe, like, you don't get skeletons. You get skeletons per minion killed. As we see Blademaster Akani come down, obviously just want to hang out. He chose counter minions, so you see Magikarp checking it for counter spells first. You basically treat it like a secret. So throwing out the 0-cost Flurry first, now knows that the next minion played will get, cancelled out by Okani. Obviously, if you kill Okani, then that won't matter. So maybe slightly optimistic, trying to catch the opponent out, or at least trapping the opponent to try and stop him from playing a Kel'Thuzad. But the fact that there was such a cheap spell available to check it means that the Kel'Thuzad is available. And look at that fire off. That's why you play Deathborn. And the thing about Deathborn is, like, if you're going to play 1, I'd argue playing a second copy almost makes it better, because they chain, right? You summon a bunch of 2/2 skeletons that then let you play another Deathborn, blowing up all those skeletons and replacing them all with more skeletons. But, Jamster, Magikarp had the 1 Deathborn when it mattered, and Jamster also fires back. You can see all the skeletons blowing each other up. That's kind of a late
alibi there here now coming.
Kind of a late alibi, one might argue, but does prevent you from getting one shot by Denathrius, so that's nice.
So multicaster seems to be the thought here. Of course, you want to hold on to your side of Denathrius for that final hit on the back end. I'm trying to see if there's another solid alibi available here for Jamster at the moment. So doesn't have that second one.
That first one was like fluked anyway. There's no alibis in the deck, as we just touched on.
Yeah, exactly there. The multicaster does come down here. Of course, we'll just fire up. You know what? I'm going to throw this Fire Blast because I might as well get my 1 damage out of this.
Yeah, why not? Exactly.
Out of this for the time being. Frozen Touch as well has been thought here, but I feel like at this moment in time, you just let it be.
Yeah. I mean, are we going to kill this minion to try and... Oh, you're preventing it from being honorable killed by the Arcane Burst. So if your opponent had the fire, the Reckless Apprentice, you won't get, your minion gets shot and then you get shot for 2 extra. I mean, that's what you do. That's the mark of a good player. You're just like, how could I possibly lose? I'm not even sure, but I know that there's a way that my opponent could get slightly more damage on me this way, and it literally doesn't matter what happens to this multicaster. My opponent almost certainly will not have another solid alibi or any sort of other effect. This Denathrius is lethal unless I die right now. So, unfortunately, this Kel'Thuzad is for 14 skeletons. So, how much? Okay, that's enough.
Okay. You got the lethal on the back.
I did not have time to do the skeleton mats, but yeah, 14 skeletons minus the 6 either side of Kel'Thuzad is 8 triggers, which is 16 damage. Which there's no way that could have missed. So
there you go. Back end. So we missed. We were too concerned about the lethal on one side that we missed the lethal on the other. That's
it didn't have to be lethal. How How much life was Mujikup on there? Was it 14?
14, yeah. I mean,
So
it's
hang on, if you had-
a little bit extra on top would have been enough to keep it in play, but
I'm just trying to
in
figure out if you
scenario-
hadn't shot your own minion, how much health total would there have been? Like there would have been that Kel'Thuzad there just
actually
did.
did. It did
That
actually.
Kel'Thuzad
I
there
think it
did
was-
16
it's
did
shooting
16
its-
damage, right?
It's 3. It would have been 3. It was a 3/4, so there would have been an extra.
So it would have
3.
taken 2 skeleton hits. And Kel'Thuzad did 16 damage total there because it was 8 skeletons that exploded.
There you go. That's just like a little thing there. There's little changes. You're thinking, okay, I'm too concerned about their hero.
I don't know if
power,
that makes
but
the
then
difference in the game, but it is fun to think about.
It is extremely fun to think about. Just there's little thoughts, there's little things that comes into it. That being said, though, that means it is going to be 2 up here in that scenario. So, congratulations there. I must admit that. I believe it was Jamster that went through in that scenario there. So Jamster coming out on top has guaranteed a position there. This is 2 upsets. Jamster definitely quite the dark horse here because Magikarp was the 2nd seed.
I gotta say, this mage deck, I like the changes Jamster's made for the most part. That Blade Master Akani obviously didn't work out on screen there, but I believe in the changes being made, and it did win the mirror there. This lineup looks really good. It just seems like Jamster has a great read on the most cutting edge part of the metagame.
Well, it's definitely make a difference here because arguably Jamster's already beaten the 2 best players in the competition. The 1st and 2nd seed have actually fallen down to his opponent here, which is pretty impressive in that sense. Just having a quick look in the brackets now, it's available. Besniak is still playing up against Scorpio for the time being. Whoever wins that out will go up against Warlock. And then, of course, Magikarp will be waiting in the wings against the winners of those 2 there. So a few returning faces might be coming up in the next couple of minutes here, guys. We'll be moving to a bit of a break here while we wait for these games to finish up and, of course, bring you more Hearthstone action. Good afternoon and welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. We are now in the lower brackets here. Of course, the players here are fighting to stay alive in the competition. They still want to qualify. They still want to be in the running to win that $2,000 prize pool at the end. And of course, get the $25 or the $50 here at the end of the day. In the lower bracket now, we've got Scorpio up against Warlock. So, Bard, any feelings on this particular matchup as we begin to get our way into it?
I mean, my first feeling, and it's not to discount the players who are actually in the match, but damn, Besniak out, number 1 seed, down in straight sets, it seems like, just bounced out of the upper bracket, and now in the lower bracket runs into a tough customer in Scorpio, is our number 3 seed. It's obviously not the biggest upset in the world, but still, that's already one big name down, well short of qualification to our final stage, and that also means that we have, a newer player, a new set of decks to look at here, including, Scorpio's Control Shaman, which, is a deck we haven't really seen at all this week yet.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a surprise in that sense. But I'll tell you something that's not a surprise is actually going to be our supporters for this competition. Of course, it's going to be McDonald's Australia bringing you all of the highlights and I'm loving it moments, which you'll be able to catch on AEL's Twitter at the end of the day. And also make sure you check out their new quarter pounder range available after 10:30 a.m. Fresh lettuce and tomato or bacon will be available for a limited time if you want to change things up with that quarter pounder. Of course, as well, if the thing that you want to do when you do get that burger is invite your mates, and of course, our mates at Mate and Internet Mobile will be running a competition to win 2 packs valued at $3.95 by typing out "Let's Be Mates." Make sure you check that out, or hashtag Let's Be Mates in the chat, so you can check that out. All these fantastic deals on upgraded communication services at Mate and Internet Mobile. That being said, though, guys, we should be calling out the last set of that winning competition soon as well, so make sure you get that in. And we'll probably come back around in that next series when we're announcing who will be the winner for that one there. So this is your last chance to get yourself into that competition presented by Mate and Internet Mobile. That being said, though, guys, we should be jumping into the action shortly. I believe we're just waiting for what's going to happen here. Scorpio up against Warlock. I believe they've already done the bans in the scenario here. We will not have the Hunter available for Scorpio. On the flip side, Warlock's Druid has been banned away.
That obviously me agreeing with the players or not doesn't matter, right? The players are obviously the experts, but doesn't that make sense to you, Mendrix, just based on what we've seen so far? This Druid and Hunter, these decks seem to have been running very hot currently in the last couple of weeks as well, so they seem like dangerous decks to play against.
I think I agree with you in that sentiment, but then the thing that's been left up here is Warlock's Rogue. So a bit of pretty happy to play into that, and we've seen that Rogue just have really good run throughout the competition, or every single time it's been on the screen, it's been performing relatively well. Of course, there's been a number of matches that happened off screen, and Warlock being one of them where he did actually lose with that Rogue deck. Maybe it was banned away, maybe it was something else. I feel like it is a little bit too much out there to not leave that Miracle Rogue up and running. Although actually, this is not the Miracle Rogue.
Not
actually,
the Miracle. That's what I was going to say.
Rogue. Yeah,
we've seen a grand total of 1 game played with this deck.
I still think
it was by a home master in the finals, and that was coming from the lower bracket as well. So this Mine Rogue, I don't think it lacks the power of the Miracle Rogue, but it does lack arguably not so much consistency in getting its combo, but I think it just doesn't have as much presence on board. It's more vulnerable to getting outgunned or raced, basically, if you don't have the combo quickly, because it really is just a lot of face damage.
But
and
look at the decks available that you're going up against with
that's
that particular one. You're up against the Control Shaman, and you're up against the I believe this is actually it's the Big Spell Mage. Which arguably has a lot more firepower than the Skeleton Mage, in terms of just finishing you off. But of course, at the same time, I still believe the Mine Rogue has a quicker tempo than that Big Spell Mage. So still think it's definitely nice for Warlock to have it up. I'm not sure how I feel about it being banned out.
I think it might prove that the combination of early minions, freezing, and cards like Smothering Starfish and Blade Master Akani, not to mention the armor of Deepwater Evoker, another, again, Deepwater Evoker over multicaster for Scorpio's Mage. I think those cards by themselves could be really potent in just delaying a turn or two the kill from Warlock's Rogue and potentially sort of fixing that matchup, which, as you identified, could otherwise be one that the Rogue is targeting.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds, and it looks like we're going to be jumping into that, so we don't have to wait any longer. Right off the bat, I'm seeing what seems to be a mage up against the Warlock here, but need to double check there if it was actually the rogue that's being picked up on the side. You know, Scorpio is on the bottom side here, so
We
all good
don't-
on that
we
side.
don't have the disguise
That is definitely a mage.
The rogue, this is not the Miracle Rogue deck. We aren't playing Maestro.
That's true. That's why I don't need to worry about that.
I mean, that's
I've been duped again by the Miracle Rogue.
I can't decide whether or not I like the fact that we as casters are getting actively deceived by the rogue.
I know.
Like, I have to admire
It
the
makes sense,
chutzpah
right?
of the card designers. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're doing it
fully
right
can-
now. Right now, any of those card designers probably like if they're watching this, it's going to
They're
go
having a great
excellent.
time.
It's working as intended. It is
It's
working
just like there's
as
a classic beat the spy. It's like you hear the disguise rogue could be in this room right now. It could be any one of us. It could be you. It could be me.
Oh, that'd be so good there.
It is
Warlock
actually
obviously
none
not
of
finding
us.
anything in particular he wanted, so he will tap away on that sense of things here and just continuing to fire up in that sense. We're having a quick look at what's happening on the flip side of things. Of course, you can see it's just going to be the Firewatch post. That Pelican Diver coming in as well, so again, some big damage could come out of the blue from Scorpio here. And not ideally what you want to have happening here up against this Control Warlock deck, but of course has a lot of options to keep themselves alive.
It's really interesting to see Far Watch Post make a resurgence, right? Because that card was massive in our last tournament, in the last season of Hearthstone Open. There were a lot of like slower combo kill focus decks in that tournament as well, and it was such a devastating card against most decks. You kind of just take as a free roll. It wasn't even really that much of a narrow tech card. So the fact that it's almost been completely absent from these decks is telling to me. It's sort of like, well, maybe the other mage deck should be on Far Watch Post. That'd help, surely.
It makes sense, right? Like, just an idea of throwing that across there. Obviously, the players have a bit of an inkling in terms of what comes into them. Maybe they can't find the room for the tech in order to make this happen. Of course, I mean, look, the argument is, hey,
Ooh,
Mentos,
that's
we've been watching a lot
ridiculous.
happening here. Oof.
Is
that's
that the
big
only
time.
spell on the deck? I really, that's something I really should have grasped sooner, but yeah, no, that's why. No, there's, yeah, that's it. That is it. That's what the deck is. I mean, it's called Big Spell Mage for a reason. I just kind of assumed there were more spells, but it is only the Runes of the Archmage and the Drakefire Amulet. So that Deepwater Evoker is always 9 or 10 armor, which is a huge win. I guess that's one reason for the Firewatch Post is you have to fill a whole mage deck with minions and locations, but also the other reason is it is slanting your deck in a particular way, right? Like you are going fully defensive there, which means that you need your combo kill to be a kill, right? And we've seen this mage deck go so far over the top of people with that Drakefire Amulet. There are so many dragons. And so you don't need to really worry about, oh, my 2-cost minion isn't putting on, pressure on board. Whereas, unfortunately, we've seen that Skeleton Mage repeatedly fail to muster lethal damage, really probably can't afford to have a non-attacking minion in there. But, maybe that's the reason more people should be on the Big Spell Mage. As you pointed out at the start of the broadcast metrics, it has been seeing tremendous ladder success of late.
Exactly, like the open ladder just has been allowing it to really take form. And again, the other thing to take into account is people starting to understand the sequences of that Imp Warlock, which has definitely fallen out of favor, not in the tournament, but also in the open ladder. So a lot of different things here happening. This is part of the reason probably why Warlock is playing this specific deck. And it does feel like a bit of a homebrew coming from Warlock here. I don't think Warlock is the person that doesn't have access to the cards available.
This is a choice.
Yeah, this is
Definitely.
something that Warlock has personally put together as sort of like their own little spin on that curse Warlock, as you mentioned before, because typically the current curse iterations running around at the moment are opting into those sort of imp variations or that imp archetype coming into play purely because, like you said, I believe you said earlier, via library, impending catastrophe. That these cards.
These are
powerful.
insane cards. Yeah, the impending catastrophe especially. But I can see the argument right in a tournament, because in a tournament you have to consider that your opponent is like narrowly targeting certain decks. So it's not just sort of like what's the best deck against the field. And if you're going to decide I'm not going to play Imp King Refarm Warlock, you may as well go as far away from that as possible, right? You don't just want to play like slightly less good Imp Warlock and still get hit by all the anti-Imp board clear stuff. So, you go heavy on the Control Warlock. The problem is, is that Control Warlock, does the tools it have actually match up well against your opponent? And at least in this case, we saw it lose to Face Hunter before. That was a rough game to have multiple copies of Siphon Soul in your hand, in your deck. This one, they're looking a little bit more viable.
Did you just see that combination of the Belinda Hearthstone into 2 Runes of the Archmage?
I did, but I mean, like, again, this is just how the deck's built, right? It can't miss.
It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, it could arguably even better. You could have had a 10-10 Belinda. I'm waiting to see this Barbaric Sorceress. Like,
True, very true in that sense. So there's just too much that could happen off the back end here. But it looks
but
like
we
there's going to be
can't
room of
pass
the
up
Archmage.
the
So
chance to cast a 5
heavy
cost.
spells.
So that is 4 times the mana value. That's ridiculous. Even though the effects are random. Can it ever cast a spell that just misses, or does it only choose spells that like have targets? Oh my god, it hits the amulet. How does it always do that?
That was absolutely rough. Those are 2 big ones. Azuri Drake as well, a bit of extra spell damage.
Yeah, the spell damage.
That
I'd be
is
sad about that.
actually nuts.
Yeah, that's what the deck does. But the fact that you hit the Rune of the Archmage and the Rune of the Archmage randomly hits Drakefire Amulet, I feel like happens way too often. Luckily, the Twisting Nether
Comes a big.
that tech matters. You clear the dragons, however.
Why don't you just play Rune of the Archmage?
However. so Barbaric Sorceress, okay, we've got our hands on Arcane Intellect now. So
You just swap out your Arcane Select instead.
yeah, I mean,
Because like, there's none of those spells you really want to be trading away. But here
No,
we
we
go.
just
Now,
cast Rune.
Yeah, he's having to
Yeah.
throw that out again. Oh, that's. I guess that's nice. Arcane Brilliance.
Okay. A lot of spells are being cast there. First Flame, Solid Alibi.
Oh,
okay, was that just a
was-
miss? Mostly, it's
I
still
feel most of
going.
those miss. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it definitely can miss. That was a Shooting Star on nothing. Add a copy of a 7, 8, 9, and 10 cost spell in your deck to your hand, Arcane Brilliance. So why did that not... Oh, because we've already drawn all the spells. So
There
that's
you go.
unfortunate, right? That's normally a big hit, because I'm like, why are you not getting more Drakefire Amulets? We've actually drawn both our copies of both spells. So that was an almost entirely whiffed rune, just because of the combination of draws that Scorpio's had. Almost an embarrassment of riches. Not really going to be punished for it.
Best way to throw them again. Speaking of embarrassment, sacrificing your own minion to get some HP back, a little bit of worry there on the side of Warlock, even with those spells missing. So you can say right now that that wasn't perhaps the best outcome for Scorpio, but Warlock definitely feeling the pressure if he's actually siphoning away his own minions there to actually get some HP back.
It's really interesting, right? It seems like this Warlock deck is having some problems that I'm more familiar with control decks from Magic, right? So I don't know, I haven't advertised it of late, but I cast a lot of Magic the Gathering, and in that game, control decks, they tend to have a lot of... You have to bring a lot of cards to deal with minions. You have to be able to clear the board, but then those cards tend to be fairly useless. It's not like, board clear attached to a minion like Denathrius that's also can kill your opponent. It's more like Twisting Nethers, right? That are pretty dead against non-minion decks. So, but most of the time in Hearthstone, that's not an issue. Whereas you can see Warlock for the second time, this deck is full of all these like minion controlling, life gaining spells that look quite ineffectual against these slower decks. They're able to just kill you with combos from hand. It's almost like, should you be building a deck like this if you have to have so many clunky, inflexible cards, or is there a way that we haven't seen yet for Warlock to make it work? I mean, that Siphon Soul costing 10 right now looks absolutely brutal. Not to mention, we've got this heavily discounted Drakefire Amulet. That is the effect of the Barbaric Sorceress I was waiting for. Scorpio feeling it was time to deploy it. It is a bit of a risk, but I'd say a half-cost Drakefire Amulet is a pretty good return.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see jumping as well. He's able to actually pick up those cards as well. I mean, oof. Really? Oh, because you just drop him down without any risk. That's why.
It doesn't trigger the effect, right? Or is it?
No, it doesn't trigger. If you trigger the effect, everything would be destroyed, and you just card your entire hand.
Yeah, but like the summoning them is not playing them.
Exactly. You just basically like, hey, here comes a Deathwing, a 12/12 of all things as well. And I think that's like why Deathwing's
Easy
so good in that sense.
This is gonna
sacrifice.
Oh, because we shuffled spells into our deck, so we do actually dig up an Ignite there. I'm like, that's a strange play. We already drew our spells, but nope, Ignite found as well, and of all the spells to find randomly as well, Ignite, right? So it's like, great, I'm gonna keep my spell drawing cards, somewhat effective.
I think that's the thing as well, because you can keep on shuffling like Ignite in as well. So pretty nice in that sense. To just say, just some free value off the back end here. Of course, another combination of what this deck is able to do. Looking at there, it does throw that on that Brand's that Brand's bronze bit. I guess you said you're throwing down this, you can trigger the effects twice, which is nice. So
yeah,
a little bit of extra.
Wait, does it not give them an extra curse because their hands full? Yeah, you see that. Did that come out right? You can't overdraw. You can't give them a curse. They actually shield themselves with their hands full. Is that how the effect works?
Wow.
That sounds so sad for the war. Like, surely it should actually boot a real card out of their hand and replace it with a curse, right? Give them something. Scorpio gives them no mercy, gives them nothing at all. Just destroying that Warlock deck. So again, Warlock, it's an admirable build. It's a cool choice, a cool homebrew as we identify. But yeah, again, looks really rough in that matchup against a slow deck that does not depend on board presence to get the kill.
Yeah, just not really feeling the mark here at the moment. And even though, yeah, it's nice to have something that's your own little homebrew come into it, there's a reason why certain things are the meta. So unfortunately for Warlock here, who knows though, like Warlock is still relatively far into this competition. This deck is yet to vindicate itself yet, and mind you, has another opportunity to play into the next round as well. With Scorpio's Mage out of that position, it's now up to the Control Shaman to make something happen here. So I'm interested to see if, Warlock decides to shift up that pace, say, yep, I'm going to throw in the Rogue in this scenario, or if he wants to keep throwing into his Warlock into that blender, I guess you could say. Well, not really a blender, basically throw that Warlock onto the field.
I feel like maybe you'd run the Warlock back, but honestly, that is based more on the fact that, well, this is my home. Like, if you brought this deck to the tournament, you clearly believe in it. You're going to have to win with it regardless. So, yeah, that means that you're going to want to try and get the dub with it on stream, right? You'd hate to go out without giving it every chance to get a win.
Exactly, right? Who knows? You're trying to
it's more of an emotional reasoning, but, that's...
If everyone at this moment in time is running these imps, I will show them a true Warlock deck. This is the deck that everyone...
I want it to do well, right? I think this curse mechanic is pretty cool, but as we're seeing, it's got some weaknesses, it's got some problems. I think anything that does incremental damage over turn is just so vulnerable right now. There's so much massive healing, massive armoring. Every deck can just play Sire Denathrius. There's a lot of other decks that have very powerful healing and armor gaining effects. And so trying to tap away your opponent with one curse at a time compared to like the Mine combo decks, it just seems to be much more risky. You're giving your opponent a lot more outs.
And it just feels worse now with the combination of Prince Renethal, right? The fact that...
Yeah.
It's not a matter of, well, yeah, they've got abilities in their deck which lets them really pump up their effective health. No, they just have more effective health now with the extra 10 cards as well. So it does feel like maybe it's sort of not going to have the same sort of oomph behind it that you'd like it to. That being said, we are jumping into the next game, and it will be that Warlock once again being piloted.
Yeah, I knew it. All right. Hey, this should be good, right? We've seen this Shaman deck, like the Mage deck, can have problems closing. It is quite draw dependent. It is a very interactive deck. It is mostly sort of just in the end all out value you, rather than having like a very powerful like 60 damage combo turn. And that gives this Warlock deck not only the chance to actually utilize some of its board clear against a deck that does get a lot of value out of minions. Their curses might actually have time to make their true weight felt. At least we're kind of hoping, right? We don't want to be too biased, right? Every prop to Scorpio, but I want to see this Warlock deck work at least once, right? Let's see a game 3. And the curve's there.
Yeah, curve's definitely there. It's looking pretty good. And the other thing is, well, but on the flip side, there is a pretty decent curve here for Scorpio as well.
True.
The fact of the matter is that what's lovely about playing so many high cost minions and the fact that you're a shaman is you can just use your hero power to really just pump up your board. So things looking pretty good there. The Brilliant Macaw for some nice combinations in the later parts of the game.
We've seen that be devastating, right? That Macaw is arguably the most powerful of that cycle of Macaws. They're all pretty interesting cards, the ones that each class gets, but the Shaman, that's almost like the reason that you can play this deck. That and Muck Pools, right? It leads to this very interesting Shaman. It plays a lot of cool cards, and I say that because they're sort of like cards that have very variable and very interactive effects, like Mutanus the Devourer, like Theatar, like Glug the Gulper, arguably. And so, like, you have all these large legendary minions or late game minions that come down and primarily are there for their battle cry effect, and then you can double it up with the Macaw, and you can Muck Pools them into hopefully like an even larger statted, more expensive minion. It's a pretty cool mid-range pile.
Yeah, it makes sense in terms of what it's able to pull out here. And for example, what's really cool about the Muck Pools, you get the advantage of having that battle cry. Okay, cool, I'm going to draw myself 3 Molochs, and now Muck Pools, swap it into something more valuable. Right?
Exactly.
That's what's really cool at the back end of this.
And Jason means have Wind Fury. Gee, Blast from the Past there, the Battleground Battlemaster showing up. Yeah, haven't had to do a double take there. Like, oh, goddamn, there you are, huh? But speaking of there you are, Murloc Holmes. We haven't seen that in the other letters. I think it's been in decks, but no one's played it. What do you think of this card, the little mini game, solve a mystery and steal your opponent's cards? Is that just for fun? Are we going to wait until we have Theatar or some other way of like knowing your opponent's hand?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you can throw that in there as well and just say, cool, let me drop this in,
Yeah,
and then
Murloc,
Theatar on the
whatever.
back end as well to get that stuff in there. Or even if you really want to be funny with it, you can just Theatar and trade it away.
Yeah.
When you hope that it gets
Oh,
hit.
I meant Theatar, like, give your opponent a card and then you know what card they have. But
Exactly,
also,
yeah.
this is an open decklist event, right? So this is like a tournament special. On ladder, this would be hard. But, like, you can literally just open up Battlefy, look at your opponent's decklist and go, right, okay, process of elimination. What do they play? What's in their hand? It's got to be this. Yeah.
I expect it to be that, yeah, exactly. You know, that whole concept. And everything as well is really nice about, obviously, the that particular card is that if you do come across an open ladder, you're expecting as well some of the cookie cutter builds to come into play. So it is you know, a bit interesting in terms of how it works, and of course it gets more value in a competition setting when you do get to see your opponent's cards. So let's have a look at everything there that is happening for the time being. I don't think there's been too much craziness here. Of course,
okay,
you
we
do
have
have
a
the Shaman being
Flurgle
slowly whittled down to 28. Warlock's still looking pretty healthy on 27.
Yeah.
Still at this moment in time, I feel like, Warlock's looking a lot better with this deck right now.
Yeah, Warlock has been looking a lot better. This does look like the speed of game that this Warlock deck is meant to play. But it is obviously is also the speed that the Shaman deck is meant to play. That's the speed that Scorpio is playing it, and has been very conservative, right? Like, could definitely have been more aggressive in committing to the board, but definitely wanted to, like, load up this hand with these amalgams, these Murlocs, to get the Flurgle value here, and does. Those amalgams obviously are all minion types, and they're able to trigger that off. You can see Molecula's charged up in hand, and so that's going to set up a board that's going to heavily infuse the Devourer. I like holding onto it as well, because that's something that we saw punish these Shaman decks in the past, especially if they're relying on Denathrius to get the job done. Is like, sort of, if you play out all your minions in the early game to try and trade and control the board, then you have nothing to infuse, and then how are you going to get over the line? But this is a pretty potent turn here that Scorpio set up, even without the muck pools potentially being deployed. So
yeah, it looks like I think he managed to get that puzzle there sorted out as well. So let's have a quick look there.
Well, what card was stolen in that case? I think it might have been
no,
a win.
I didn't get it, unfortunately.
It's a shame we don't get to see the clue minigame. I thought we would, but I guess not.
That being said, though, I'm just like following everything else that's happened here. Of course, Warlock does clear the board away. A nice little sizable put up there by Scorpio, but Warlock says, "Look, enough's enough here. I'm going to get rid of that there." Of course, at the same time, is also going to get that good old Dreadlich Tamsin up and running as well, which is going to be nice, really furthering the game point here for Warlock here. So this is where we really get to see Warlock start to strut his stuff in terms of what this deck can do. It should be starting to come online, but of course, there's plenty of firepower still left in this Control Shaman.
Yeah, nothing feels better than being able to clear the board while also progressing your game plan, and turning into Dreadlich Tamsin definitely counts as that. Nice little upgrade there on the Muck Pools, turning Murloc Holmes, which had already taken heavy damage, into an Ice Revenant. I can't remember if there's any Frost spells in this deck, but at least that's a pretty cool hit there. Looks nice with the gold card as well, and won't matter because the entitled customer comes down and wants to see your manager. And
seriously, they should literally just be like, again, on-carry manager, resummons all killed minions.
Yeah. Oh, I would love so much for there to be like the demonic manager or something, like, shows up and just like, I mean, it sort of seems like gnomes with colorful hair like that, they are the punching bags of, like, Warcraft lore, right? It's no gnome survives without a comeuppance, so I would fully expect that. But I mean, that's kind of the demon manager there. Look at that Fellwalker. That's a pretty nice hit, having a 3/7 taunt. The board is now protected, but yeah, where does this go from here for Scorpio? I'm interested to see even 2 copies of Schooling. I feel like every other Shaman we've seen that's a one-of effect, but yeah, starting to run out of really potent cards in hand, it seems like.
I mean, it still has, like, Mutinous and Devourer, which we have seen hit pretty damn hard. But the
That's
thing is,
true.
You have to take into account as well, I mean, what's really there that's big right now. I don't think there's anything that you're really destroying.
I mean, Bolner into Mutanus works, right?
Yes, it should work, yeah.
So we could go for a double Mutanus. I mean, your opponent's hand is very loaded, but you could try and eat some nice and it must be a very enticing play, right? Especially when you can follow up with the Macaw. we're gonna
Yeah.
maybe go Bolner Theotar, which could actually be even better, arguably, right? Give them the double schooling. You can fit a, can you cast a schooling here? Yeah, you can without overdrawing. So make that Theotar less likely to give your opponent one of your good cards. That's important.
Yeah, dropping it down as well. So we've got here.
Let's see how this
Tamsin. I
resolves.
feel like you just take that Tamsin.
Yeah, I can't see the effect. So if you can take the Tamsin, you take the Tamsin for sure.
100% you take the Tamsin.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Out of these three,
Yeah, and you can give away Piranha's Former. Yep.
perfect.
Nice little play on the slide
That's
there
how
as well.
that's how we drew it up. And now the second, take the 5-cost legendary as well. Stole Lady Darkbane. That's ideal. Gave
Yeah,
away
for you,
Primordial
Primordial Wave
Wave.
goes away.
I mean, you're fine with that. That's a great Theotar hit, and that's what this Shaman deck's real power is. Obviously, we've seen a lot of decks playing Theotar, but only this deck can so easily run out double Theotar, giving away essentially nothing, and then turn Theotar into this hollow abomination, which is like itself quite a threat.
Exactly right, because it can keep on getting bigger as time goes on.
Yep.
You now need to deal with it as well.
If nothing else,
Warlock's
it's a
thinking, okay,
2/8.
what do I have to do in this scenario? I mean, 9 mana on hand here, but
6-cost Abyssal Wave just to kill the Bolner is so, like, I don't know, could the Starfish have been good enough there? It's hard to say, but yeah, I don't know. Warlock, not out of it, obviously, but I need to see some sort of threat here.
oh, so we
That
wanted a threat.
counts.
That counts
Yep.
as one. Yeah, Gigafin seems to be there for the time being.
Giga
But
Fin,
other than,
wow.
you want to have that obviously when the rest of it, the Primal Engineer being burnt away. I mean, not nice, but
No.
still not the biggest.
Oh
loss.
no.
He needs the Gigafin.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you
That's
just
not too
gave
bad.
your opponent a 1/1 Piranha, so
He's got
brave.
he's got a brilliant Macaw.
I know. This is a brave time to be throwing this out again. You just gave your opponent a 1-cost 1/1. What's it gonna hit? Okay,
Ooh,
it eats the whatchamacallit, your
This
opponent's
is
smothering
the
Starfish.
fish,
That's
yeah.
actually
That's
way
pretty
better.
big.
That's the best hit, arguably.
I mean, Gigafin probably the best hit.
Gigafin would be the best hit. I guess it's like you either eat Gigafin and your opponent then silences your board, or you do this and then your opponent eats
your
you.
board.
So there's always a bigger Murloc, is what we're learning here.
That's a big number. As we can see,
Your
there, he's gonna eat that
Thanos eats
right
my
up as
board. Well, guess
so-
what, buddy? Nom nom. Unfortunately, the Gigafin does not gain those stats, but yeah,
At
we'll
least it
see
clears
here.
the board, right? But never mind. You take
Oh
it, I
wow,
take it back.
that's sick. The counter Sensational Devourer, managing to save those minions inside. Obviously, they don't regain their former size, but that was pretty sick, right? Like compared to having to kill the tail and kill them more and giving up on getting your board back, being able to just I had this one prepared earlier. 16/16 Insatiable Devourer here.
Right, so we still have the Twisted Nether, so that can obviously get some benefit
That's
there.
true, yes. I mean, it sucks to play Twisted Nether now because you just rattle off a bunch of imps, but what choice do you have?
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to, otherwise
Yeah, well,
you're
you
just
can
dead.
Siphon Soul the 16/16, I guess, and try and make your
okay.
opponent... Yeah, no, I like this line, right? You want to make your opponent waste some resources on those 3/3s, and you'll have another opportunity to twist together, I'm sure. Okay, Primordial Wave, even. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that works definitely.
I mean... Yeah... You're still taking a lot of damage. I might have just siphoned some soul there. We'll see.
It would have been good to just get rid of it. Yeah, let's just siphon out the big
This
boy.
Grimoire, I guess that what you do there is you leave yourself the option to play Grimoire of Sacrifice, but that's kind of optimistic. Maybe it's one of the situations where you feel like you have to high roll. I mean, you're taking 19 damage on board when you're 26 life. Ooh.
Yeah, and you can tell Scorpio's like, nah, I'm going to face now. Like you can,
You can figure this out.
yeah. this
Oh
is-
no, Snowfall Guardian.
Yeah, dropping that down as well at the same time. So of course it's just going to freeze everything for the
Yep.
time being. Yep. Completely
And
happy with
upgrade
that.
to
Oh,
what
of
is
course.
that? Carrier.
Carrier
Okay,
Chaos.
all right.
Just more transformations off the back end here as well. So
Strength Totem, nice hit.
very nice hit. This is
I mean,
everything
there's
just
even a
coming up
Chaos Husk.
Scorpio. You feel kind of bad for Warlock at the moment. But here's a Twisting Nether. Oh wait, it's holding it back. He wants to get some life first. Okay. That's
I mean,
fair.
the whole board's frozen. Yeah, I guess you just drain soul first. Ouch.
Goodbye forever.
Okay, so
Uh,
when does
reset?
Warlock start turning the corner? That's something, I guess.
I mean, is he? It's just Scorpio's now at 33.
I
He's
guess
still got a Chaos Husk in,
unfortunately,
He's
You
still got
took-
the Scale Fast. He's still got
You
Lady
took
Dark.
Tamsin and Lady Darkbane off your opponent, so poor Warlock is kind of like I took all the bullets out of your gun, and I'm now carefully aiming to like shoot you with them. What are you
Exactly.
gonna do?
Do you remember this? Yeah. I'm playing it again.
Hey, this looks like a decent win con. Have you tried this? Have you considered killing your
Well,
opponent?
We've played both of them.
Yeah, like, hey, check this out. I didn't have any shadow spells actually, but I just thought this was neat. I'd like to show you what you're missing.
Okay, so you've got the Abyssal Wave.
Abyssal Wave
here.
looks good here. This is like a window, right? Because Warlock just hasn't been able to develop these curses because you're sort of like dealing with enormous, stupid minions. But now all the muck pools are gone. All the big stuff's gone. You've got this Kael'thas into Piranha Swarmer set up for if you draw something else. And obviously, Command of Neptulon has been a very powerful card. But this late in the game, it's not going to be a game ender. You will probably regret dropping that board clear, but you've got something going on at least. I cannot remember what this Makor is copying.
I cannot remember as well. It has to play these curses out. Looks of it. It's going to be playing them.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be the Lady Darkbane, so you get some 2-1s out of it, I suppose. Mediocre.
Very nice in that sense. I mean, it's still nice in that sense, but
It sinks some
so I
bodies.
believe Warlock does have an ability to heal off the back end. So
Yeah. We're hanging in there.
just 2 siphons here. Yeah.
Okay, double siphon. I mean, fair enough, right? You're gonna take like it's not so much about like damn I wasted my siphon soul. It's just like well that was like an 8
He's got
life
another
swing of where I
command
would have been.
so-
Yeah, I mean you're gonna have both in your deck at some point. There's 12 cards left, 8 cards left for Warlock. I can't even remember how many curses we've had, but it's not that many. I don't know. We still where is that legend? Where is the your curses heal you guy? That's just never there.
Yeah, exactly. Just,
When it
just
would
not
make
in the
an
back
impact.
end here.
Okay,
Okay,
gonna
so
brand to get
Battlecry.
2 curses here and then double Grimoire of Sacrifice to clear. I mean, that's something. Especially if you can... Unfortunately, again, these curses are not healing you, which would be huge, right? If you were back up to like 30 life here, that would actually be looking hot. But as it is, okay.
Fell Rift.
Fell
Dominic
Rift,
Assault.
pretty good. Now you can
So
arguably hold
so
brand.
now you play your double Grimoire.
Whoa, okay.
That's a big
Holds
damage
the
coming
Grimoire.
That's a bit.
You've got Demonic Assault, I
Questionable.
think, is the only reason, because it's like you need them. I'd be terrified of losing my targets for Grimoire, but you have the Demonic Assault, so you know your opponent probably. I mean, you hope your opponent can't lethal you, and if they can't lethal you, they have to clear at least the brand. But geez, that's risky.
Yeah, that was definitely a risky play on the back end here. But you can see Scorpio is choosing to actually go for the board control for the time being. So
Yeah.
it isn't looking to end right now, but it's
I mean, the
continuing
lethal
to
just
set up
wasn't
here.
there. When we can see the hand, like, Warlock had to guess, but you also know this Shaman deck is also not that high on, like, direct damage, charge minions, that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
you feel vaguely confident, and that just means that you've got to make these last couple of cards last, right? You're running out of gas. Full-blown Evil, also a pretty hot draw right now. Do you hero power first? You just fire off the Grim... I guess you just fire off the Grimoire.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case here. Just clear that most of the board away. Of course, there's still that one thing. The full-blown evil comes
I mean,
out as well. to
you're
clean
gonna
it
hero...
up.
Okay, maybe you're not gonna hero power. You are gonna hero power
Yep.
anyway, right? So
Yep.
just do that first,
See what
regardless.
we
I think.
get. Touching that Brazine, so nothing too crazy. The Dominic Assault
Yeah.
is nice, of course. It gives you a little bit of extra oomph behind the back end.
There's some taunts. Oh, okay, that is a very important draw, because you're down to 8 life, Scorpio. I think the next curse is just lethal.
Yes, it should be.
That's why I was thinking of, like, rifting, because, like, well, if you get a curse, you kind of don't have to clear the board. You can clear your opponent. But the 5 extra armor could be so powerful, because
It
now...
might actually make the difference, right?
Yeah, the Fire Invocation is a lot already, and now, oh my god, and the healing as well. So that's now, like, 2 extra curses at least you have to hit. And you get to slam the Earth Invocation, and so now there's... What's the lightning one? Okay, so you're now, like, 2 invocations away from getting murdered, right?
Oh,
As a cool finally shows up. That matters. That matters as well. This is so tight.
This is going to be.
Give your opponent a curse. That's a 14 life swing, a 16 life swing. Sorry, in the late game, which is tremendous because both players are kind of out of damage, right? No one has it enough. It's just gonna like, haha, 30 damage. I don't have to think about this.
Thank you.
So
Wow,
yeah,
you can my here as well, just to make sure that like that. You know, it's normally a board
Nail
clear,
biting
but
Hearthstone
here we go.
here.
Nice big health swing
Whoa.
there, 11 on the
Couldn't-
side there as well.
couldn't
Sleep
happen at a
Breaker.
better time.
Don't think it's going to do too much here. Another curse has to be played as well. So
Throw that out there.
here we go. Oh.
Yep, hero power swaps back to the fire after this, right? But that's only 6 damage, so
Yeah.
now you got to go through 16. And there's only 3 cards left in Warlock's deck. I have not card counted. I do not know what they are. But if one of them is a curse, you'd have to be feeling good, right? Your odds of hitting it, especially with how the rifts work, are so high right now. All you need is one more damage effect, one more curse, and surely the game's out of reach. Oh, that's not
That's
so
not what
good.
you want.
Chains of
That's
Dread,
what you want.
redraw,
Just like
redraw. You could chains first.
Well
Yeah,
done,
100%.
Priest.
No!
Well done.
Well done,
Cre-
Peter. No,
Okay.
that was it there.
I guess Warlock has been card counting and knows that there's not really anything left in the tank. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. So close yet so far off the back
Yeah.
end there. That healing and that extra armor towards the very end just actually made the difference. Really
Yeah,
just
it's
off the back end.
It's surprising to me that this Warlock deck can run out of damage. That's sort of not a thing that Hearthstone we usually see, right? Like these sorts of decks that these gradual grindy things, they tend to be. You remember the other Warlock decks we've seen in the past, right? Like the last season, especially with that Tamsin combo, right? Your win condition is exhaustion damage that you're dealing to your opponent. Like it is impossible for them to get out of reach. So the fact that this deck can just sort of like
Just run out.
I have no more curses, extend the hand is pretty rough.
Well, the other thing, something we're not taking into account here, and of course, this comes down to like how high Scorpio just rolled with this deck. He stole 2 relatively strong bullets with that Theater right off the back, right? Getting that Lady Darkvein and the Tamsin, right? If you think about it, there's possibly some extra combinations there that are probably available from those two cards that just never had the opportunity to actually be rolled out.
I think that's true, but I think that's the way that this is the kind of variance in Hearthstone, right? I was the first critic of like some of the early cards they designed that were just like fully death rattle, summon a random minion that costs this much. Bad news. Never feels good when you lose to that because no one has any control over that, and the variance is so wide. But that you triggered double Theater on a turn that you like jammed your own hand and determined that their opponent had like played out all their early game cards. Then you go double Mutanus. Like this is not just blind in the dark shooting. This is like I have stacked the deck in my favor almost literally, and I have picked the exact moment when I'm most likely to get a hit. So I can't begrudge these Shaman players for getting good value off those legends, even less so than any other deck.
Yeah, definitely some calculations there on the part of Scorpio. That being said, Scorpio will be pushing ahead. Thank you very much, Warlock, for your contribution to the competition. Believe me, you will not be forgotten, and we can't wait to see what you do bring to us in the future. That means that Magic Cup now has to deal with Scorpio, which of course seems to be rolling pretty high. So, guys, please don't go anywhere. We're going to have a very short break, and then we'll bring you the finals for the lower bracket. And welcome back to the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. We are now in the lower bracket finals here between our second seed and third seed, Magic Cup and Scorpio. So things definitely heating up in this competition. Whoever does win that, of course, will be going up against, I believe it is Jamster, a little bit of a, I guess you could say, dark horse coming into it, actually knocking out some of our bigger players into this as well. So things really heating up.
Yeah, Jamster and Scorpio, obviously no slouches themselves, right? We always give credit to everyone who enters. You never know who might be, secretly on a ringer account or something like that. But based on the seeding alone, being a very interesting bracket the way it's fallen out. Already we've eliminated a number 1 seed, and now a number 2 seed is fighting for survival. Mujakarp, a player who went far, as I recall, in last season's Hearthstone Open, now has a win and in. Right, these two players, Scorpio and Magic Cup, have not yet qualified to our final stage, despite having impressive runs today already. It'll be sad to lose one of them, but we will lose one of them here. Only one can make it to today's grand finals, and in addition to playing for that money, of course, secure their spot in the final stage.
Well, speaking of people who have qualified for something today, big congratulations to Marksman223 for actually winning out the second pack, valued at $395, or the 2 packs valued at $295. Thanks to Mate and Internet Mobile. So we'll be in touch with you soon to actually get that prize out to you. So again, congratulations. And of course, that means we do need to just shout out, of course, those supporting the competition. So first up is going to be McDonald's Australia. Thank you so much for bringing us all the highlights and the I'm loving it moments. You'll be able to catch those at the end on AEL's Twitter. And of course, be sure to check out their new quarter pounder range, available after 10:30 p.m. Fresh lettuce and tomato or bacon will be available for a limited time only. So definitely call your mates and head to Macca's. And while you're at it with your mates, make sure, again, congratulations to Marksman223, Mate and Internet Mobile, who provided out that competition. Hashtag Let's Be Mates. There'll be more packs on offer throughout the competition. We've already given out our allotment for today, but make sure you still let everyone know that, hey, thank you, Mate and Internet Mobile, for supporting the competition, and still throw in that hashtag Let's Be Mates. A bit of practice for future run-ins for everyone. That being said, though, Bard, I think we should be able to jump straight into the action here. And speaking of which, we are just jumping right into it now. I believe you have the bands already picked out.
Yeah, I don't know if we're quite ready yet. It seems. Oh, this is, of course, I got rused again. It happened again, Mendrix. I'm such a clown. Mujakarp is on the rogue, the disguised rogue that is not a warrior. Fake warrior player over here. It'd be too good to see a warrior. This is great.
Like we just need to have now a reel of us just being tricked by this rogue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to catch up eventually, but it's just, I'm looking at that like, oh, Shaman Warrior, what an interesting match. No, okay. So Mujakarp, as you can see here, is on that Miracle Rogue running Maestro of the Masquerade, as well as that very interesting the Skeleton Mage build that we saw before, going deep with 1 copy of Deathborn and a lot of expensive legends. On the other side, Scorpio, of course, we just watched, but we'll see a different deck composition this time as the Mage is banned. That big spell Mage, that breakout deck of the week, arguably gone for this match, still gets the Control Shaman, and now we'll have access to the Quest Hunter, becoming quickly a familiar threat.
Yes, it feels like you sort of just traded out one decision for the. You kind of
how much better off are you?
Do I want to deal with this? How much do I want to deal with the Quest Hunter? And I feel like, obviously, throughout the competition today, I think it'll just be like, who have I lost to more on, right? At this moment in time. Obviously, you've made it this far. You probably haven't lost to it too much, but it definitely would start to stick out in your mind. Oh, these damn hunters. As soon as Tarvash is spawned, I just feel like there's nothing I can do. All they're doing is just popping out spells. Even if I put minions down, they don't even go for them. It's just, again, just different complaints. And then, of course, when you're looking at the mage as well, it's like, what do you mean he just decided to throw that allotment of spells at me? That is just silly. So you really do feel like there's just these combinations that are starting to get out of control for every class here. I guess the idea of everything is overpowered, is anything actually overpowered?
I mean, as a Dota 2 caster and fan, I have to say no. I believe that is one of the more valid ways to approach balance, but obviously there's more to it than that. And the specific ways in which your decks are overpowered then matters more, right? It's sort of like, okay, everyone has the power to kill everyone else. Great, cool. Now, let's think about the actual interactions of the specific cards we're using, because it's not always, I'm playing against a goldfish in its little fish bowl and I just have to count to 20 or 40 or 30 life. It's about, well, does my opponent have a card that messes with me? Okay, now we got Mujakarp's clues popping up. Which card was in your opponent's starting hand? Guesses the sword. Nice stuff. Which card is in your opponent's hand right now? That's trickier. Prep or Maestro looks like good options to me. Shroud, you just saw them play. They could have a second copy.
I mean, it's a fun game, isn't it? It's
Yeah, it's a fun
absolutely
little game. Chooses prep. Okay, clue 3 out of 3. Which card is in their desk? This one is a free roll. You can see it's not the ones on the left or the right.
Or is
no
it?
swine tusk shank. No, it's not.
Oh.
3 cards drawn in return
Beautiful.
grabs all of those. That is a pretty strong draws. And look, I don't know how well the Shaman deck matches up against the Rogue, but I feel like if you can get past this, the Rogue against the... I think you have to try and win this, because I think the Rogue against the Hunter is actually a pretty scary matchup for Scorpio. I think that might be one of the trickier matchups for the Hunter deck to overcome, just because this Rogue deck is so good at going face. It doesn't rely a lot on minion damage. When it does, those minions are stealthed. So the Hunter deck, which sort of doesn't really have the healing or the armor that a lot of the other control or like non-minion decks we've seen are playing, could be vulnerable to this, and Scorpio is trying to kind of quickly cover that weakness now by getting the Shaman deck through first.
Yeah, and it just makes sense. Sometimes if you feel that you are going to have a harder time on them, might as well throw that card in first. Just because if you do roll bad, you have an opportunity to roll again. That's the
yeah,
big thing that comes
exactly.
into the mix. Sometimes the idea is that you basically can ruin the probability or the bad probability just by having more probability. It seems a little bit out there when you start putting it into the discussion, but it makes sense if you do your maths correctly.
Yeah, the whole sequencing and choosing of your lineup is one of the more interesting parts of these tournament metas to me, and it's something that takes the longest to figure out. But now that we're a few weeks into the expansion, and these players are obviously getting to the business end of the tournament, they're very qualified competitors. I think we can start to really factor that in. Their decision making definitely considers not just obviously the current match, but what matchups are going to be left to me. Like, which decks will remain, and how do I feel about that after this match, whether I win or lose?
Absolutely, and Scorpio right now just continuing to throw out that extra value. Happy to put down those...
Holding on to the Cutlass, okay.
Straight away, so happy that. Yeah, nice little pick up there. Door of Shadows as well.
Here we go. Big turn. Edwin dropped. This is always the moneymaker.
See what comes off the back then. Sinstone Graveyard, so a nice little jump on the side there as well. Just going to continue to draw those cards and, of course, play them. Just continue chewing through that effect. Nice little play here as well. I mean, look at this. This is just so nice. This is going to be very big Ghost coming off the back end.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I mean, really big Ghost, really big Edwin. This is the Miracle deck in full flight, right? We haven't actually gotten to see the deck play Edwin yet, and this isn't just Edwin. This is like discounted Edwin with large amounts of mana available. This is where the deck makes its money, arguably, and look at this chain continue. This is already like an 8-8 Ghost. We're also going to get some board clear. We also have the 13-13 Edwin. About the only other thing you could ask would be if you could stealth it. That hasn't worked out this time, but you're leaving the Shaman deck with not a lot of options, right? Like the Wave is the first thing that comes to mind that could bail out Scorpio, but even then the Ghost that you make is like going to be a 10 cost minion, so you're going to be leaving something on the board. Yeah,
something big is coming this way. I mean, already we've already seen one of them's right there in front of us. 1919. That is definitely a big money kind of, as we were talking about before.
Insatiable Devourer, though.
Ooh.
It can't eat the Ghost because the Ghost is going to be summoned very far away. I don't know how the location interacts with that, whether that counts as being a neighbor to Edwin and potentially even lowers the value of that Devourer even more, but I can't really see an option to not go for the Devourer, and yeah, looks like actually one of our players might have a connection issue.
Yeah, look, when you've got an Edwin Van Cleef that's that big on the board, things tend to just have some problems. Even the server starts to
the Edwin's too thick even for the server.
Yeah, he's right there. He's on the board there, and he's sitting there going like, "Of course, I don't skip leg day." Okay,
we can only display a fraction of his power.
Exactly right at this moment in time. So I think we just need to wait a little bit for the servers to catch up, and hopefully we can get this Edwin back on board. For us to just probably do it again. Look, I mean, even if it's a 13-13 Ghost, right? This is very rough for Scorpio to deal with.
You have to deal 31 damage, right? Like, this is not game over. We shouldn't get carried away, especially if you can mop up this... I mean, I guess you have to kind of mop up this Edwin.
You have to.
Unfortunately... Well, you can... Sleepbreaker adds a freeze to your hand, right? So there's that option as well. So you can eat the Null, and I think that would at least eat the stealth Ghost, right? Because the Insatiable Devourer doesn't care about the stealth if you target its neighbor.
Yeah.
And then you can freeze Edwin, which does leave your opponent with a 19-19 potentially. But I mean,
So yeah, like the idea is like, what do you want? Well, I guess the idea is that you want to like, you want to deal with the fact that the ghost is stealth. That's 13 damage that can come out of nowhere.
yeah,
So
I
that's
guess
why
sorry,
it's
I forgot. I forgot that it was turn 6.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, the insane. Previously, it's been like, damn, is the insatiable devourer infused yet? It's like, no, we have
No.
6. We have 6 mana available.
We got a while
Fair-
ahead of us still.
Fair enough, but at least the Sleep Breaker gives you a freeze, and you have that as an option in the background to get the clear. As now we do actually get the connection back again, thank goodness. And yeah, this is a stall job going on, but at least you have all that life available. And there are draws in the deck that bail you out as well, especially with Bolner, Hammerbeak, and the Parrot available. Like,
It's just rough this particular deck.
oh,
when
this
you
is
do
so
it.
much damage. Of
Ugh,
course.
look at that.
And Wicked Stab
right
available
there.
as well. Like, there's a lot of damage in hand too. Very interesting.
I feel like at this point, do you want to use the Wicked Stab now, or do you want to like hold on to it for when it's time to?
I think you can afford to hold it unless it's lethal. Like, you've
Yeah.
got plenty of damage. Your worry is that somehow the board gets cleared up and your opponent stabilizes, at which point you will need all the damage you can get. And if they don't have that, then it probably won't matter that you didn't jam in an extra 4 damage right now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we aren't seeing, like, attacks with this Cutlass to set up the, Necrolord, but I guess I just, we can just go for the Necrolord anyways, so, like, don't mind wasting a hit on the Cutlass when you can equip a 6/3 Maldraxxus Dagger. So yeah, this is probably too much now officially. I mean, Snowfall Guardian was really the card you needed last turn, but unfortunately, having already taken those hits, it's no longer enough.
Yeah,
Does not freeze
now you need
face.
a way to somehow like heal back up, and I'm just looking to see what's available here.
Yeah, or another way to freeze the face. I guess like there's ways to do it, but not with the mana you have.
Such choice.
If you'd only drawn the Snowfall Guardian last turn, you could be slamming a Parrot into Wind Chill this turn, but unfortunately not. The draws are not lined up, and Mujakarp really forcing the issue with that higher roll Edwin draw shows the potency of this Miracle Rogue that's seen it banned out so much, and shuts down that Shaman, which, scary times now. I'm not saying the Face Hunter cannot win the matchup, obviously it can pump a lot of damage out, but it is going to be a race, and there's sort of less comfortable options for it than some of the matchups we've seen.
You can really see it coming online now, and it starts to make you wonder, okay, everyone's starting to understand. When I think about the way the meta's evolved, all of the aggro decks have sort of disappeared now, more into control decks, or what seems to be the next, meta step block cycle that can follow from after that. The Miracle Rogue starts to make sense in coming into this position. So being a little bit ahead of the curve when it comes against your opponents really does show the value of that Rogue deck coming into play. So that does mean now the Mage needs to face up against obviously the Hunter and of course the Shaman that's available here for Scorpion. I feel like, that's not too bad when you take that into account. We've seen, of course, I mean, you've definitely voiced a bit of an opinion on this Mage. I feel like it's going to have a bit of a tough time. I reckon it'll do well against the Shaman, not against the Hunter, though.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, against the Hunter, I don't know, actually. I'm going to have to check the matchups. I don't want to assume anything, because sometimes these matchups are not as obvious as sort of like the first take implies, but it does seem to be an issue, right? I feel like the Hunter deck consistently kills way before these Mage decks are ready to go, and especially when your opponent isn't helping you by, like, giving you a lot of chances to get skeletons off of death. What is it? Deathborn.
Deathborn.
I couldn't remember the end of that spell. Necromancy spell number 7. But
there's a lot of cards and a lot of names.
Yeah, that's again.
I forgive you this time.
Arguably the reason that Mujakarp is only running one of them, but then also means you're only running one copy of like one of your few skeleton procuring cards. So if you don't believe in the key card of your deck, should you be playing the deck is usually my thought process.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of players showed up with this Mage today. I think we maybe are just seeing a rough sample of it. This is kind of perhaps the deck that is the reason the aggro decks have all gone away, which then makes it look bad because no one is playing the deck that it beats. But
that's why I guess it is one way to sort of say, hey, we don't want to deal with these aggro decks. What we'll do is we'll throw in this Skeleton Mage there, sort of dissuade people from having it into the competition. Or exactly like you said, we're just targeting aggro decks. If someone's playing that out, and you really do start to see it, not just in the fact that, hey, the aggro decks are disappearing. The players in the competition who've been running the aggro decks aren't here in the finals. You're seeing a very different variety of decks come into play now.
It might not even just be about the matchups as well, right? It might just be about the nature of the 2-ban 1 or 3-ban 1 format, right? Because, like, when you play an aggro deck, if you're committed, if you think aggro decks are good, it's usually like aggro decks plural are good because there's people who are weak to that early minion boards.
Yeah.
But how many aggro decks are there that are viable right now, right? There's Imp Warlock, lots of people playing Imp Warlock, but if your opponent is playing a lineup that's soft to aggro, they can ban that. So then what's the second deck?
There isn't
And
really
then
one. I think Face Hunter would be the only one you could
buff
think of.
priest, right?
Oh, it's true, Buff Priest, yeah.
Face Hunter is kind of like a different deck in that it's not as dependent on minions, right? I think the other deck, and it's one that we mentioned at the start, is doing well on the ladder. No one brought it Beast Druid, right? Where's that? I think that might be because that's the next step, right? As the meta loops back around. I wonder if in our next qualifier, we'll start seeing people bringing like Buff Priest, Beast Druid, Imp Warlock or something like that, or even like just Imp Warlock, Beast Druid, and then like a third different deck, so that at least if your opponent has a lineup that's entirely skipping on anti-aggro decks, that's like they can ban one of them, but if they can't beat the other one with any of their decks, you just get a free win.
Exactly right, and this is the beautiful part of the game, right? Trying to work out where does the meta currently sit, which decks should you be bringing to that competition, and if you are able to correctly pick it, sometimes you don't even need to pick the right sequencing. You just win on the fact that you pick the right decks. You basically outplayed the meta.
That being said, we'll get back to the game we're looking at right now. So Magikarp playing this sort of slightly more stock list for Skeleton Mage, but having the face damage from Frozen Touch, I feel like that's a thing that wasn't there in the first couple of weeks, but now has become a stock addition, and I can definitely see why, right? Like, this deck was wanting a bit of extra damage, and being able to, like, fire off repeated face hits for free, it gets more damage, direct damage, reliable damage out of your skeleton summons, which is huge for this deck. That being said, you are in a foot race here against a very, very potent face damage deck, and now we're going to start to see Scorpio. So like, I'll give you a head start. Okay, you're about far enough in front. I'm going to finish the first couple stages of my quest. I'm going to start firing off my hero power. I'm also going to just get this free weapon off my 5/4 stag you have to worry about. I'm going to reload my hand with more reloading my hand cards.
This was a huge reload, a huge swing in tempo from Scorpio here, and you can kind of tell, okay, Magikarp might have been happy beforehand, but of course, I mean, like you said, the fact that you had those the Frozen Touch spells beforehand allows you to really play into a different thing.
And even get even more Frozen Touches here, because of course they were cast. So Commander Savara sees those, but the originals are still in hand, or at least the cards created by the originals. So a real chain of Frozen Touches here. This is what I feel like the deck has been missing, and it's just we haven't really gotten to see anyone utilize Frozen Touch this way. They've kind of been forced to just play it out as removal, it feels like, or as just kind of like a using my mana kind of play. But this is pretty good, and if Magikarp can stay alive for the next couple of turns, which is a fraught consideration, but a lot of this turning to be spent on Barak Kodobane, that side of Nathrius has kind of been charging up. The one downside is we haven't really seen the skeletons come out, but there's still time, and that life swing, like, this is actually a matchup where the fact that it is damage and lifesteal will really matter. Like, I sort of feel like some of the time the healing doesn't really matter too much, but not in this case. Magikarp needs that.
Yeah, 100%. He needs to get himself back up at this point in time. Reckless Apprentice looks like it's going to be the play off the back here as well, just to obviously fire out that extra firepower. As you can see, 3 damage is pretty nice there, so it's going to be nice to throw that in there, of course. Not clearing the board, but at least doing a good amount of damage. You can follow through now with the Frozen Touches, if you so please. Of course, you can tap again your hero power once more. It doesn't mean it was used exclusively, and it looks like it will be attacked with hero power. Another Frozen Touch, just controlling the board for the time being. Like you said, you know, in a foot race, but right now, still feels that being the rabbit in the scenario, I've got plenty of time ahead of me.
Well, I think it's something we see consistently whenever there are decks racing, even when we saw the Imp Mirror earlier, right? If you can't kill your opponent, it just doesn't make sense in almost any case to throw the damage at your opponent's face and leave them with minions on board, right? That's just giving them free damage. You're going to have to kill that minion anyway, unless you think you have like a 2-turn lethal maybe, but like the odds of that going wrong for you are so high. And I didn't realize even that the Frozen Touches Savara creates, they come pre-infused because the originals were infused when passed. That's so much value for this mage deck, and I mean, unfortunately, so much value also for the Hunter as it just sort of inevitably completes the quest line, and this is what puts it so far ahead of decks like this Mage. Just like the mechanical surety of, I will have enough spells, I will get Tavish, I will put it down, and then you'll be dead in like 2 turns max.
Yeah, and you can see he gets the theater now, but can't even play it off that back end, right? It's unfortunately that you can see that the hero power has been realized at this point. This means now the main component of this hunter is online, and now it's just a matter of really just dealing with that last 28 life available. But of course, there is still plenty of ammo here for Magikarp here. We can't just really discount it right yet, but we can expect in the next 2 to 3 turns that things will probably start to go south here. And as you can see, he's putting in this cold case or thinking about it for the time being.
I don't know if you can do that, right? You have to just... I think you have to clear Tavish. I don't think you can just give yourself 4 armor. I mean, maybe you feel like you have to because you have to be able to present a kill. That's the difference maker. Yeah, it's like if you waste all the resources clearing Tavish here, you die. So now Magikarp accepts that the game is going to end one way or the other. You can keep your 7/7. I'm going to hope 32 life is enough to buy me at least 1 turn. And now so now I'm just immediately looking like, what can Magikarp do next turn? And the argument is, I guess it's not so much about killing them as like, I'll live and then fire off a Denathrius for 11 to 13, which is like, that's a 26 life swing potentially. And then if that buys you another turn, maybe by then you can get the kill, but has to absolutely clench on this one from Scorpio. How much damage comes out here? We've seen this deck do a lot.
Yeah, and you can tell it's already started, right? Up to 21 now. Piercing shot as well. The excess damage coming in through. That's going to be a nice little hit as well. Down to 17. And
it looks like it's not going to be enough. Like there's just not enough.
I don't think he was going to die, but still, it's a big hit. It's a big hit. The thing is, you're still generating value on the side of being on. It's not a matter of just the damage you're putting out there. You've also managed to you're still holding on to your 7/7.
Well, it does kind of, because there's these secrets won't stop Denathrius. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we get the skeleton gets bounced to hand, which was an attempt to get one more skeleton killed, which just explodes it. Is that because there's the overdraw? Or is it just well?
Yeah, I think it's the overdraw. That's 10.
Okay, I didn't realize it would trigger. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty nice.
Oh wait, Hail Fast setup.
Here we go. Yeah, some big
Hail Fast, right, Shivering Sorcerer. So it's not the double Denathrius setup, but it is just more board size, which is pretty fun. And so yeah, now we drain. It's not lethal, but that huge 26 life swing puts Scorpio in check. And the fact that you just have like an even larger board just makes this turn even more complicated for Scorpio. Especially like, okay, you can freezing trap Denathrius back to hand, but you also have to clear this Hail Fast because otherwise your freezing trap just, I guess, gets you Denathrius a second time. I believe that Infuse stays on the card,
exactly right? And we're also looking at the spells here as well. So you've got an Aim Shot, you've got an Ice Trap, you've got a Furious Howl, you've got a Explosive Trigger.
I mean, you're just dead to a million Frozen Touches, and you know that, right? Yeah. So you have to go for a kill, but 26 life.
That's a lot to get through. You tell me, Magikarp really played it out well. That
yeah, absolutely. Saw the line.
I've got enough health to survive through this. I can hold through. I can play this directly afterwards, and I can get that second round through at this point. As you can see here, Scorpio is feeling the pressure. I mean, he's obviously just using obviously his ability. Is he looking just to clean out?
I think you're sort of realizing
he's hoping that.
I think this is one of those like kind of just I'll just play out sort of things. I mean, you factually know your opponent has 4 frozen touches.
Yeah, you have to. You've seen them be played. They were infused prior.
There's only one. Yeah, Ice Trap is not. Actually, no. You've got 10 mana, so you play your first. It effectively makes your first Frozen Trap cost 5. You only need to cast 3, so there's literally no way that you live. Magikarp is already like pre-hovering. Like, how fast can I play all these Frozen Touches? I mean, I'm just trying to think if this could have gone any... The thing is, this was only possible for Magikarp because the Denathrius was so infused, and like, this is not a deck that gives you many opportunities to infuse. Like, Scorpio played around it as much as possible. It is one of those things where it's kind of like just the draw RNG did make a massive difference, but you still have to play it out in such a way that you can get to that turn 10 to drop the Denathrius at all, and great stuff from Magikarp to survive the Face Hunter there. Something very few people have been able to do.
Exactly right. You can just see like, okay, cool. This mage does have its pluses, and again, this is actually a mage that has that little bit of iteration, that different change. The fact that they did bring in that frozen touch seems to have really made the difference here in helping Magikarp close this one out up against Scorpio. Yep. So thank you very much, Scorpio, for remaining in the competition. You definitely played this out very well in that sense, but of course the 2-0 cannot be unspoken here. Magikarp did a fantastic job with this deck selection and the cards, and that means Magikarp has qualified, so congratulations Magikarp for making it through into the next round. Even if you do not make it past Jamster, who's been waiting quite patiently this entire time, you will have the fact that you can know that you still have an opportunity to beat them directly afterwards. But you know what? I might be calling this too soon. You might still pull up that upset once again. So who knows what's going to happen, guys? If you want to find out who will be the number 1 seed from the Northern Conference, you'll need to remain right here, because we're going to be right back with one after a quick short break. And welcome back. Thank you again so much for your patience. This is what everyone has been waiting for. It's going to be the final here of the ANZ Hearthstone Open presented by Blizzard and AEL. We've had two champions battling it out. It's going to be Jamster up against Magikarp the entire time. Jamster, of course, is the winner of the upper brackets finals, so doing very well in that sense. Of course, one win will definitely allow him to secure victory, and of course, already have that first seed qualifier. Magikarp, on the other hand, he needs to win it twice to walk away with $50, but end of the day has already qualified as well. So things looking pretty good for both of our players. How do you feel about this one, Bard?
I'm glad to see that Magikarp made it through. Always quality play out of that player, and obviously, took an Elder Jamster earlier on. So I'm excited to see a rematch. Sad as it was to see players like Scorpio bow out. It's always fun to see that the two players get the same run back that they played earlier in the event, and even change up some of their approach, right? Different bans again this time. Still not the same bans from each player, despite the fact that they have very similar lineups. But, Magikarp is taking the opportunity to revise the strategy from their winner's final encounter. Maybe try and go one step better this time.
Exactly right. A bit of a different ban, like you said there. Jamster will be unable to use the mage. On the flip side, Magikarp is not going to be able to use the rogue. So again, a little bit of differences. They are using relatively same decks with, of course, their own little tech differences, their own little changes to it, which we've already seen illustrated actually has pretty good effect and a big difference to what's happening with these decks. And obviously, their results of what's happening here. Jamster, of course, being a bit of an upset master, actually taking out not only the number 2 seed, but also the number 1 seed as well. So Jamster really performing well in this tournament and showing us that there is a new face to be reckoned with in this competition. Before we do jump into it, of course, we do have them just playing their dummy matches at the moment, a quick warm-up. We want them to be ready and rolling before we do play the final match. Of course, we need to shout out our supporters here. Of course, McDonald's Australia, bringing all of those highlights to us. Make sure you catch them all at the end of the show on AEL's Twitter. Please let us know which ones you want captured by shouting out in chat, I'm loving it. And make sure you check out their new quarter pound range available after 10:30 a.m. Fresh lettuce and tomato being added in, or of course, you can have bacon if you want to have a little bit of a change there. And I see you licking your lips there, Bard. Yes.
It might just be a long day of
nice.
Casting, works up a lot of hunger, but yeah, Mendrix, absolutely. I am loving it. I'm not loving it yet. I am loving the Hearthstone. I would be loving a burger after all this, but we'll have to see who wins first. We cannot possibly drop out for a meal right now. We are about to see the most exciting game of the event between our two best players on the day, belonging with definitely, you have to say, the best lineup at this point, right? Like when the two finalists have, aside from deck choices, the same 3 decks, that's a message to pay attention to.
Absolutely. I think everyone that's, obviously has already qualified probably will be adjusting their strategy going forward. And the other thing I do want to take out as well, because of course, we've also shouted out Mac, is we need to shout out mates as well, guys. Of course, we've already given away our packs, but there will be more throughout this competition that will be given away as well. So make sure that, you show that they're appreciated by typing hashtag Let's Be Mates in chat for your opportunity to win into the future. That being said, though, guys, mate in Internet Mobile, make sure you upgrade your services with them today. Well, we are jumping into the action. Looks like it's going to be Mage up against Mage this time around. So a bit of a mirror here, but remember, a few differences coming into that back. Never mind that I've been duped once again by the rogue.
That was a tricky one. At least Jamster is actually playing a Mage. But that was banned, so this is...
Exactly,
and this is
that's what got me. It got me again. It wouldn't be a finals without the casters being confused by this masquerade rogue, miracle rogue.
We would be assassinated so fast in World of Warcraft. We would be immediately
It is a real question, right? It seems too perfect that we've now been, duped so many times. I would just being duped on purpose. We could be acting this entire time.
That's true. We could be playing dumb, right, at Castle Nathria, because that's the whole bit for this set, right? That's the masquerading question. We're all trying to, play dumb to not be seen as suspects in the murder. But no, if I was at Castle Nathria, I would straight up be killed. I'd be not maybe the first victim, but how in a murder mystery, you got to quickly raise the stakes. A few more people have to die in a hurry to sort of prove your first thought was right. That's me. I say something dumb and funny in the first scene, and then seconds later, I'm found face down on the carpet in the drawing room. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, we've got a serial killer on the loose."
Oh, it'd be fun.
But then we wouldn't have
closely afterwards. Believe me. Oh, you know what? I'll be the first corpse on the ground. Okay. You're like, oh no, my God, cross that like that.
Count Mendrixula has been assassinated, and it was his birthday. All right. The actual gameplay, though. Important
wow, this is a
turn.
quick-
Here comes Edwin. Now, only 2 mana left in the tank. So this is a pretty aggressive Edwin, but it's a tempo play. Like, you already have a 5/5 Ghost and a 3/5 Null ready to attack. I think Jamster smells weakness and happens to just roll a couple of 1-cost spells off the deck and a prep. How do they set this up?
Oh.
Sinister Strike off the top. This is game over, more or less. I mean, it is a mage. I don't want to get too carried away, I say. Getting carried away. You can freeze the Edwin up, but already down to 26. The pressure is immense right now.
Yeah, insane play here by Jamster, understanding how this Miracle Rogue works. Of course, solid alibi coming off straight away as well with the Nightclone Sanctum.
Pretty
just to sort of
huge.
slow things down. Yeah, that solid alibi was so necessary.
Yeah, and now you're in the position where, like, you spend most of a turn playing Nightcloak Sanctum, and instead of normally even getting that freeze off on Edwin, that would be very punishing because you can't get a board clear. But now the fact that you're able to sort of buy yourself a free turn and lay down this Nightcloak Sanctum that's going to basically take this Edwin off the board, probably not going to get a hit in with that unless something very funky happens. Maybe you can reset it with the Shadow Step. But of course, we know that's not the only threat out of this Miracle Rogue list. There's still plenty more damage. Necroladraka lurking in hand in case you can get another chain of spells off. And Mujakarp needs to really start setting up some sort of pressure of their own now, because you can't survive forever. You're not like that Druid deck. There's no Reno here to full heal you. This mage has got to do it tough.
Yeah, very tough indeed. And you can tell Magikarp really thinking through every single sequence this time around. There are a lot of hovering on all the different cards that could come down in their particular ways. As looking at this Reckless Apprentice, this obviously starts thinning out a little bit of the herd here. If possible, the Nightcloak Sanctum's already put its position onto the Edwin as well. Of course, you don't want that 11-9 to be doing anything in particular, but everything's still on the board here. Not the best scenario, but you still have access to your Fire Blast again to be used.
Yeah, exactly. Managed to freeze up the target. Really interesting. The Reckless Apprentice and Amplified Snow Flurry doing their work to try and keep this board under control. Still going to be a lot of pressure, though. Some free damage from the Null, and that's not even to mention the firepower in hand. There is the Shadow Step, so we'll be recurring... I guess recurring the Null here, so going for the increased Storm count, I guess I'm going to say. It's funny that they call it Miracle Rogue when it's a Storm deck, arguably. It's playing a lot of cards in the same turn for value, and that's just what these Nulls enable, these Wild Paws. They're the whole reason for that silly Masquerade. Our foolishness is the price for this efficiency metrics.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking at it there, you can see it can still play out a relatively sized Ghost as well off the back end if needed to as well. 6 mana to play with is still pretty damn effective as well.
Shroud of Concealment, so you can even keep drawing. I think the sequence is determining, like, do you want to gamble with that, or do you want to take the sure thing, Necroladraka providing some pretty solid value, and with all the damage already on the board, you're like, yeah, you know what, 18 damage of auto attacks is good enough. Your opponent's already fired off one of the Snow Flurries, and this deck doesn't have that many other tools for freezing your hero. It's mostly minion freezing, so potentially lethal stabs coming out in the next couple of turns for Jamster.
Yeah, we do have the Mordros Fire Eye in hand, but still can't play that until next turn. Another Nightcloak Sanctum in hand there, the Grey Sage Parrot, Kael'thas like Sunstrider or Sinstrider in the scenario, and of course the Reckless Apprentice. Like, it's really rough here, and this is a dig.
Goes to the swap. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like, what are you digging for here? Arguably Denathrius, but there's been no charge. That infused mechanic might come back to bite you. Does not even manage to find it yet, or at all.
I think.
It's pretty good, Garden Dawngrasp, but it is buying time, and I wonder where is the lethal going to come from. Where Magister Dawngrasp, if you can find another Reckless Apprentice, would do a lot of work on this board, but I'm just looking at those stabs to the face. 6 damage coming in here, 4 damage from the spells. This should be it. Tooth and Nefarian for 3, and we're going to have to dig.
Sprint's going to give you something.
Oh my god, okay.
Oh, he's got...
Sprint into... Okay, so like, so much lethal damage next turn.
He's got so
and you're on 1, so even Solid Alibi can't bail you out.
Like, this is the
brutal
rough part
stuff.
Unless you can freeze... You have to freeze the champion here. Oh,
there's Cold Case, but yeah, no more mana available. And Jamster, the Rogue again, the Miracle Rogue. Mujakarp has had Miracle Rogue banned out both games, and Mujakarp has tried banning both other non-Rogue decks out of Jamster's lineups, and both times the Rogue has immediately defeated them. So I wonder whether Mujakarp will, at this point, I don't know, because fully Mujakarp could go, no, I did my maths, I took a calculated risk, I got burned a little bit, but I stand by my decision, and fair enough. However, if you do lose this, you have to wonder, like, okay, maybe next time I will ban the Rogue.
It really makes you wonder off that point there as well. And Jamster now is just one win away from actually taking out this Northern Conference. And
Yeah.
it's really scary because it's going to be on that Druid. We've seen this Druid do some incredible stuff throughout the tournament. It almost seems unstoppable. It looks like it's going to be that Mage going into it as well. Like, let me just be sure. Yeah, the Rogue's been banned away, so it has to be the Mage going
Exactly.
into
Yeah.
it.
Don't get fooled again. But yeah, no, this is the deck that Mujacup banned
Who knows
last
whether
time.
there'll be any more. There'll be plenty of opportunities for us to be fooled throughout this tournament if the Rogues
Yeah.
continue the same like sort of status line that they are now. in this
Exactly.
meta.
Nature's
So
And
that being said, the Rogue may have won. The Druid is still pretty hard to come out on top here. Again, the Mage.
yeah.
How do you feel about that one, Bart?
I feel like this is like the deck that's here to exploit the Mage deck. Like, because not only is it's able to go so far over the top of what the Mage is doing, both in terms of having a better board that the Mage can't clear or compete with, and also having so much armor that the Mage cards can't really kill you. Like, it's just out of the possibilities of the damage that deck deals. And so, like, I'm not even sure, like, Mujacup can't really choose to go under you. Like, this is probably the best start possible where you get this early board out with the Frostweave Dungeoneer, but I feel like Jamster can pretty easily mop this up. So I don't know what the stats are on this matchup. I feel like they have to be awful for the Skeleton Mage, but we'll find out. Maybe Mujacup can put something together. Having Deathborn available on curve and having this early start where you do get early board control and you start to flood it up with minions, that is the potentiality. Like, setting up a big Deathborn into Grey Sage Parrot, like back-to-back Deathborn casts in the mid-game, that is one of the ways I can see this working out for you. Maybe Theotar can steal a key spell. We'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, Mujacup definitely pressures on right now with the finals on the line.
Exactly. I mean, even though you've qualified, you do want to be able to win at this point in time as well. So, I mean, we're saying, yeah, it's pressure, but it's not that big of a pressure, right? You've qualified. You do have an opportunity to readjust your deck if you think... I mean, if there's any time now to realize if there's any weaknesses, it is against Jamstar. So this does mean that there is an extra life really in that back pocket when we move into the next qualifiers, where Mujacup can really fix all the kinks, take all the spanners out, make sure this is a well-oiled machine, and Jamster is just the oil at this moment in time.
How's this? The top-rated build, just looking at the ladder stats, right? Which obviously don't tell you everything about tournaments, but are interesting to compare. Which is basically the list that's being played here, right? It's actually Jamster's list, right? The Spooky Mage deck with Rune of the Archmage in the top end, that has a positive, like significant positive win rate against every other notable archetype except one. Would you like to guess which archetype it has a 40% win rate against?
I'm guessing it's the Ramp Druid.
You are correct, Mentrix. This is the deck's worst matchup.
This is a really rough situation.
and you know what? We could kind of tell, huh? Here's Topior. So this is the card that just looked straight up unbeatable last time. No pressure. Mujacup, again, this is a really good start, though. I do want to emphasize, not going to be an idiot and just get carried away, like, putting Mujacup in the grave already. This is maybe the best start you could have had. However, one turn short of dropping that Deathborn on a massive board, it looks like all of these rush minions are going to significantly lessen the value.
Yeah, they're going through, so you can see
That's so smart! Even gets the proc to kill up, it even lowers the value of the Deathborn more. Look at it. You can see the thinking in real time. Jamster's like, actually, I want this to kill my whelp. I'm actually happy with that, bro. I actually wanted that to happen.
Exactly, because the next thing after that's going to be Raid Box and Ixia dropping down afterwards.
Exactly.
And that means you can continue just to use spells to summon up more things. Keep this Raid Box, the Ixia, just immune to everything. I mean, who would have thought putting in like an Ixia down and just summoning whelps would have made it immune to everything? It's literally that meme coming back from World of Warcraft at this moment in time.
Oh,
whelps left side, whelps right side. Handle it, right? You need to handle the whelps first before you can deal with an Ixia.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was impressed that they were willing to bring that back. The fact that there's like several other cards in that set that are all named after memes from that video, right? Like one of the first videos on YouTube or something, I was fully thrown backwards in time when I saw there's a card called like "Hit It Very Hard" or something. I'm like, okay, all right, Blizzard. You waited a while for this one, huh? It's been in the oven, but yeah, look, a potential clear here, still nothing like the Deathborn proc that we could have gotten a turn ago, but you will take the 3 extra skeletons and the clear. And you do have double Grey Sage Parrot in hand, so for a player who I'm pretty sure is only running 1 copy of Deathborn, your hedge has worked out, because that's why you trim it like, well, when I want it, I'll just cast the 2nd copy of my Parrot.
Yeah, that makes sense in that sense. You can just sort of do that. Oh, here we go again. Another scale of Nixia coming down.
Why
you do realize the whole point of this now. Do you realize the whole point of this is just to charge up? Alright, that's literally that Slide Denathrius is in hand here. More than happy to continue dropping
Yeah,
this
that's
down.
true. And not, yeah, I mean, the Side Denathrius is in hand for Jamster, right? Mujicup wishes they
Yeah,
had their Side
it's-
Denathrius, right? Because then if you had Denathrius, you might actually have a window, right? Your opponent's on 28 life, you have Kael'thas, you could sneak in like a super early Denathrius proc, but there isn't even a Denathrius in hand to begin planning that sort of play. And instead, you have to stare down your opponent's board. By the way, I just played 16 power of free Naga Giants. Check that out. That's tech, right? Sort of makes you wonder why the other druids aren't playing that card. But I guess it's like how many free giant creatures do you need?
I mean, you've already got so many coming into it, right? But,
We're just
I
gonna
mean,
have to
might as
leave
well,
the
right?
10-2 up to hit face. That sucks. Whew.
Ooh,
All right.
Here it is straight away, no hesitation as well to go straight to
much
face.
damage.
29 is that damage on the back end as
Denathrius
well.
is 17 damage if you want to play it. The chances of it, I mean, Nixie is kind of moderate value here, right? Do you just slam Denathrius? It seems fine.
I mean, look,
Okay.
the thing is, you want to start actually playing these big cards out purely because
I know.
like, there's a theater. You don't know whether you know there's a theater there. You don't know if it's in hand, but you know there's a theater already, right?
Yes.
So you'd
Yeah,
much
would-
rather get your bigger cards out that you know is going to generate that value, and then at least this limits how much damage this theater can do when it inevitably comes down. But I imagine at
that's
this point you're
probably
probably
the
playing
reason.
another round, and then you'd probably slam the side of Denathrius.
Okay, this is a pretty solid Grace Age Parrot, copying up that Deathborn, so we get a partial clear here. And now we have to flurry again, and we get the freeze. So that's a solid defense being put up by Mujicup. Mujicup, again, showing that this mage deck, obviously, we've seen it lose a lot. It is obviously a target. People are aware of it, but, like, this shows that there is actually a very, very high skill ceiling on the deck, right? Like, the sequencing here from Mujicup with this deck is, I would suspect, the reason why this is the mage player who's made it to the end of the event.
I mean, well, we've got Jamster as well running a similar mage.
Of course, a similar mage. I'm not criticizing either, it's just Jamster's mage is banned
Oh my
right
God,
now,
it's
but
just- Dystopia. What is
this card is
What is it, man? Look at
very,
this every
very
single
fair.
time. It's just this synergy.
I
that it brings is
don't
actually
know
nuts.
how I feel about, like, for the rest of the game, blah 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 effects. I feel as though those are, it's gonna be pretty harsh, especially when they're already on a very powerfully statted minion, and the effect is as universally useful as you get a 3/3 that
and
has
immune
rush.
when you control them out. Well,
The fact that it's also a whelp, it's so crazy. But I mean, I guess they need a druid to have something, so this is what it has. Okay, Arcane Intellect.
You calling
What
this
do I-
something? This is more
I
than
mean,
something.
okay, the druid has to have a lot, right? It has to have something gay. So it has to be the biggest thing. It has to have the biggest end game, right?
Exactly. I mean,
Why
it
would-
needs to, yeah.
No point slamming a ramp deck if you're gonna then ramp into something that your opponent just beats. However, Topior isn't even like a 10 cost. This is like your mid-game plan.
Yeah, it's just nuts. I mean, like, if you just get there, the thing is, you just ramp up so quickly to these bigger plays anyway, so it's not like it's the end of the world, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, comparing this to some other like druid late game plans, it feels quite insane about how early it comes online. And okay, here's just
Yeah.
by the way, this is my actual, like, I have only late game plans. Here's my 26 infused Sire Denathrius, still got all these. And that's it. Jamster just kind of snuffs out Mujicup.
Literally. Like, Jamster's really jammed there. Just said, yeah,
Nice
no worries, I'm
call.
going to come through, get these wins. Very quick finals indeed in comparison to what
Yeah.
we're used to you know, in the other games that we've had or the other conferences so far. So big congratulations there to Jamster, walking away with that $50. Thank you very much to Mujicup. But you're not out of it when I say thank you very much. We still get to see you obviously ramp up next time, and hopefully you can bring something a little bit different to the board, so that way you'll be able to have a bit more of a competition against Jamster. Pretty
Yeah.
intense in that. So, any thoughts on that one, Bar? Because I believe we do have an announcement after this one.
I think the first thought I have is that obviously these players are both qualified, so Mujicup probably, you know, would have loved to win. Everyone's proud. But, you know, knowing that you're already qualified to the final stage, that's where the big money is, and Mujicup will have time to lick wounds and plan revenge. But Jamster, what a run, right? Taking out our number one seed, Bizniak, in the upper bracket, and then beating Mujicup twice without dropping 2 games in the whole affair, in the whole event. That's some impressive stuff. So
That's a
obviously,
really good run.
the final stage, that's going to be a murderer's row. We haven't even seen all the qualifiers yet, but Jamster really proving their credentials here as a competitor for the whole grand prize of this Open.
Exactly. And speaking of qualifiers there, we will be going to a quick break. This is not the end of the day. We actually will be bringing you the university qualifiers coming up shortly as well. We're going to notice. So, never mind. I've just been told by the production team that we're not going to be doing the university qualifiers. They've come through and they said, unfortunately, they pushed through ahead.
These
So
grand
that does
finals
mean-
are just too epic.
It's just too epic on that side of things there. So that being said there, guys, that means we will be closing out the day. But of course, before we do that, another quick shout out to our supporters here. A big thank you to McDonald's. Thank you guys for bringing all of the highlights there, all of the I'm loving it moments. Make sure you catch them at the end of the day. They will be available on AEL's Twitter. And obviously check out their new quarter pounder range. If you haven't heard it now, there's going to be some fresh lettuce, tomato, and of course a bacon available for a limited time. And of course, our mates at Mate and Internet Mobile who will be running giveaways throughout this competition. Still plenty of card packs to be throwing out there as well. So big thank you to Mate and Internet Mobile. Bard, any final words before we close it all on out?
No, I mean, I just want to say thanks for coming along, all the players. Thanks to the people who are spectating in the chat. We love that people are following this competition. It feels even more lively than last season, which is obviously what you want. And I'm so glad that we haven't seen a single week of settled meta yet, Mendrix. Feels like the decks are different, the cards in the decks are different. Obviously, that's going to slow down at some point, but it feels like there is still plenty of room for innovation. These are some really tricky archetypes for people to work out, and so I'm glad that deck building and meta build deck selection skill is being rewarded in these players. So, more qualifiers to come in the future weeks. Make sure you are in there watching and playing.
Absolutely. You want to continue to see these strategies evolve and, of course, who will be victorious. Please continue to join in for the competition. That is Mendrix and Bard out for the day.